All right. Well, according to the screen, I am live. So let's see here. Okay, good, good. We're looking good. Hey guys, how you doing tonight? Hope you're doing well. I have a new headset on, so I may sound kind of weird, but I hope everything's going to come through okay. Welcome to the show, guys. I'm KJ, and this is KJ's Where Is Your Mind? Also called sometimes Call In with KJ. It's not an actual call-in show. I'll explain the process here in a second. But it's always great seeing you guys, man. First off, thank you. I've been really looking forward to doing this show. I did another one of these, I guess it's a few months ago. So periodically will do these, but I don't know about you, man, but just right now, like I think we really need just to hang out. We need a little bit of time just to talk to each other. I've been feeling it. I'm sure a lot of you have too. It's just been crazy. The energy's been crazy, hasn't it? It's been crazy, man. I feel it all over. And we can talk more about that later. Like it's been nuts. I've been definitely experiencing all kinds of weird attacks. It seems, here lately. But it's not just me. I know it's a lot of you. I see it all the time in comments. I know a lot of you are going through it right now. So hang in there. But tonight's gonna be a good night for us, man. This is a night for us to just talk. That's what we do. It's just we have conversations. And I love talking to you guys. And we can talk about whatever you want to talk about. Typically it's testimonies are always great to hear, or experiences, or something you just want to pass on. Maybe a dream you had, maybe a vision, maybe even a near-death experience. And maybe it's none of these things. Maybe you just want to say hi. Whatever you want to talk about, let's talk about questions, whatever, anything, things you want to share. We're just going to hang out and talk. And I look forward to it. So it's an easy process. I'm going to put the link to join the chat with me over here in the chat room in just a second. And you'll click the link and you'll enter a waiting room. And the waiting room holds 10 people. So if you're trying to get in after the room's full, you'll get a message. It'll kick you back out and just say it's full. But as I go through guests, you can always keep trying, and then eventually you get back in. Also, periodically, I'll drop the link into the chat again, after a little while, just so we can keep it fresh. The chat goes pretty quick, so it's easy to lose that link. So we'll do it like that. So it's really that easy. I'm going to go ahead and just put the link in here right now, and then we'll let people start coming on in. And there we go. Wait. Link to the show. Once again, guys, thanks for being here. I love it. Love it. Love seeing you guys. Love talking to you. All right, there's the link to the show. I just put it in, and you guys can start clicking it and coming on in. Hey, Mia, good to see you. Also, you too, Tamara, always. Mia, I have to apologize. Last time we talked on the phone, a few weeks ago, I was in a lot of traffic. I was driving. My mind was somewhere else. I felt really bad after I got off the phone with you because I felt I wasn't really being very attentive, or I may have been being maybe rude. I didn't mean to be that way. So I'm sorry about that if it came across that way. But it was always nice talking to you. And Dan, so hi, Cobra Kai, Faith Farah, Bigger Pick. Good to see everybody. Let me jump over here and see how we're looking. Yep, people are coming in. Oh, yeah, by the way, you won't be on camera, so don't worry about that. A couple more things real quick. You won't be on camera, but also please make sure you got the audio down in the background, like on your computer or whatever, because there'll be some feedback sometimes. And I think that's about it, really. That's all I need to tell you. So let me go ahead and jump over here. I'll put the link in one more time for people, and then we'll go ahead and start it up and go from there. See where the night takes us. I like doing that, right? Let's just roll with it. Let's be a leaf on the water. Let's just go with the flow. So speaking of which, first guest up, I had Desert Trance. Desert Trance, did I lose you? That sucks. Desert Trance is old school. There you are. All right, you were up front. I'm going to go ahead and try to... now, let me see. I keep losing you, Desert Trance. I don't know why that's happening. All right, I'm going to go ahead and just jump in with Jane. Here's Jane.
Hello, hello.
Hi, Jane. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you just fine, KJ. How's my sound?
Oh, you sound great. You sound great. How are you tonight?
I'm just excellent. I can't believe I got on. My goodness, I had some good luck getting onto this chat. It just divinely drops into my feed, KG. It's great to hear you.
Oh, good. Thanks, man. It's been nuts. That's why I've really been feeling the need to talk to you guys too. It's just good. We need to share our experiences and make sure everyone knows that you're not crazy, you're not in it alone. It helps.
No kidding, KJ. It's the real deal. And I'm at one of those great churches in Canada, one of the ones that stayed open. So I just wanted
Oh,
you to know
good.
you're on the prayer list there, buddy.
Oh, well, thanks. Do you ever see? I don't know if you watch my uncensored shows, but I think on both
Absolutely.
shows.
Absolutely.
So, do you keep up with Archer Pulowski?
Yeah, absolutely.
How?
Archer and the Stephen guy and the Edmonton guy and the Calgary guy. Yeah, we got
Oh,
about
yeah,
5 of them here in Canada. They're just superstars.
man. I'm a big fan of Archer. Big fan.
Oh, Artur Pawlowski's just a hero. My guy is Jacob Rome, and he's in Waterloo, Ontario, and he's just a star. Real star. Over 500,000 in fines. Might even been over 1 million in fines.
Wow. And that was what the government imposed that on him, right? For the
Yeah,
lockdown stuff.
precisely. They didn't throw him in jail, but
Well,
they locked up his church and gave him a whole bunch of fines.
these guys are so wicked. And it's amazing. I mean, Turdo has really taken the gloves off. He's totally being a little communist over there, and he's just putting it right out, isn't he? I mean, it's amazing.
Well, yeah, it's almost like they're making fun of us. A couple of things I think it's really important for people to know now. I have a real acuteness for land use and things like that, and I'm noticing here in Canada huge changes in how we build things here. Massive changes in high density housing, huge construction projects. And all I can say, KJ, is where is this money coming from?
Yeah. And, I'm sure those are going to be more of like those smart type cities. There's going to be stuff for the slaves, really. And I'm sure that little Billy Gates is still buying up plenty of land. So he's got his plans too. But that's what we're seeing. We're literally, and that even like with Justin Trudeau taking the gloves off, and really all of them, taking the gloves off, they know just like we do that time is short.
I know.
They know, and we're seeing it in their actions. And I think it's very exciting.
Well, it is. If you have the Lord, you're fine. If you don't, like we say, God help you. We need to be praying for salvation right now. But they couldn't be more obvious, could they?
Oh no, and and you're right. I really do feel for those people who don't know Jesus right now, because can you imagine? I mean, these are the people that I show clips of every week that are going crazy and doing loony things. It's like that's what's happening. It's that division, and more as these days draw on, and as Satan's, as the Antichrist approaches and becomes center stage here soon. It's turning up in all of humanity. So it's scary, man.
No kidding. Well, we up here in Canada, we are leading the world for lunacy, but I must say we're hanging in there, KG. We had our trucker convoy, we have our Artur Pawlowskis, we have our Jacob Romes, we have people like that. So we're still hanging in there, but I just want you to know that we are praying for you up here in Canada.
Thank you so much. That means. Oh, you also have Chris Sky. I like Chris Sky.
Yes, we do. Bless his heart. I know.
What a guy.
We have a lot of brave souls. So hang in there, KJ, and everybody else out there in KJ land. Really nice to talk to you from the Dominion of Canada.
Oh, thanks, Jane. It's been a pleasure. Nice talking to you. And have a good night, okay?
You too. Next time, KJ. God bless you.
All right. Take care.
Bye-bye.
All right. It was great. Nice hearing from you, Jane. Next up, and I'll tell you who's in the line here so y'all know. We've got Miss Schism coming up next. Mateo Cafe, Richard Australia, Too Much, Carlbert, Jennifer, Danny, Denise, and then Miss Ryan Primrose. Looks like they're putting more than 10 people. Oh, no, it's 10. All right, y'all. So thanks for your patience, guys. Appreciate you. And we're going to keep on moving, and we'll get to Miss Schism. And I think on your end, Miss Schism, there you go.
Hello?
Hey, I hear you. How you doing?
I'm good. It's Miss Shazam.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. What was I saying? Schism?
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay. Thanks.
I guess there was no high topic, but there's some stuff that came across my feed over the last couple of days in interpretation of some of the stuff that I'm going through and that I'm praying about.
What's happening?
One of the things is the whole like Disney Princess Ariel switcheroo, which I know is gonna be like a whole thing
It
in the
already is.
comment section.
Yeah,
Oh
I've
my
already seen
gosh.
it. Yeah,
So, okay, so coming from the minority side of the faction, I guess, whatever. Um, I guess to me, I was like, well, I don't care. I watch scary movies and stuff. To me, I'm always praying over it and being like, Lord, I know what's out there and I want to see
mhm,
what they're putting out there in the world so that when questions are asked, I'm not ignorant as to the items. So it comes across in all movies and
yep.
all entertainment and all, I'm deep into books, even, fantasy and
Well, you're doing the
horror
right
and everything.
thing. I mean, you're super wise by praying about it first, and that's a way to do it because obviously, I delve into this demonic, entertainment stuff constantly. I've been doing it for years, so I'm always praying for it too. Like, Lord, don't let me fall too deep into the abyss with this stuff.
Oh,
But
I'd be praying over the whole theater. I'm not even gonna lie, but like I feel sorry for those people that are out there that don't know what's what. But getting back onto the Ariel
yeah,
thing, which is crazy because I guess there's supposed to be a lot of support for it behind it. I guess for me, since I fall, well, even in my family, I guess we get along the lines of like who cares, whatever, you
yeah.
guys are just trying to make more money kind of thing. But the reaction is crazy. I just watched another YouTuber that was putting up posts that were anti-Black Ariel, and one of the some of the posts that he was bringing up was Christians against
What?
Black Ariel.
What? Okay, let me real
Yes.
quick too. I'll just tell the audience in case y'all didn't know. We're talking about Little Mermaid. They did a live action movie. They just released the trailer of the last couple days. They made Ariel. She's a black girl now instead of white, right? Which we see, them do with a
And
lot of
she's a
these movies.
wonderful singer. She's a beautiful girl. She does, I
Yeah,
mean, she fits all
great
accoutrements.
singer.
Yeah,
Yeah,
wonderful.
Halle Berry or something, right?
Yeah, how yeah, uh, I think I don't think they're twins. Her sister is on the more on the music front, and she decided to go into acting. So this will be her first like feature
Oh, well, she landed
film.
a big one then.
Yeah,
That's for sure.
I know, right? Which is like, okay, good for her, awesome. But, they're
But the
out.
reaction,
I mean, you should see that. I want to tell the YouTuber's name that showed the post. I mean, he didn't say anything. I guess he feels it's like, I guess I watch him because he kind of lands on the same, front of his like, okay, who cares if you wanted to do something big for us, you would do a whole nother role or there's other stories out there.
right? That'd be create some original. Because I think honestly, just in the times we're in, I think a lot of that it's a part of it, but I think they do that obviously to kind of trigger people, and they want racial violence. They want a
Well,
race where
that
they want
and
us to hate each
also,
other.
like, again, who cares? Like,
Yeah, who cares?
you guys are whole adults. Like, it's crazy to me to see, Potterheads and, like, people out
Oh
there going to
gosh, I
Disney
know.
with no kids,
In their
and
40s and
people oh
50s.
my gosh, it's totally weird to me. But regardless, I digress, I'm sorry.
No, no, it's good.
So
You
yeah,
know
the
what
post on there, this is a Christians against Black Ariel. And the guy wasn't even laughing at the post. Like he usually laughs because people make some stupid racist posts. But he
yeah.
was just like amazed. He was like, wow, like I can't even believe it. Like they had the girl on a instead of coming out of the ocean with the water splashing around her, she's like coming out of the ocean on top of a watermelon with
Oh no.
teeth.
See,
And
and that's totally, yeah. I mean, again, man, they're totally triggering people. And quickly, let me just throw in also what you're witnessing. We're seeing this is, the New World Order, right? The Luciferians at the top of the pyramid. But the whole system has been set up over the last at least 20, 30 years to really, dumb down and cause an infantilization, and arrested development. So that's why Gen X, which is
oh
my
yeah,
generation, right?
definitely.
That's why I mean, they're all still playing video games and being childish, and that's all it is. They were programmed, so
Oh
perfectly
my gosh,
programmed people.
I see sometimes I see it myself. You mean because to an extent you want to be available to that childlike mind because we are supposed to worship in that mind frame of,
Yeah,
the
like a
wonders of
child.
God. But, it's like, okay, when when I was a child, I was a child. Now that I'm a man, yada yada yada.
Yep.
But okay, so back to the Ariel thing. One, like who cares? When I saw the preview or when I saw the trailer, if first thing that came to my mind is like, y'all
Oh
are
boy.
Disney. Why is the digital effects so trash?
And they were.
Like,
No, I
why are
agree.
they
And
so
it was
dark?
dark. It was
It
all
was
dark in
dark.
there.
The tail was short. Her hair is wrong. Like, if you're gonna do dreads, do dreads. If you're not gonna do dreads, then don't do dreads. Like, why is it everywhere? This is a hot mess. And this is somebody that has studied graphic design in the past. Like, you can do better. You have the
Hmm.
funding. Then, second of all, I guess from a Christian perspective, people don't realize, one, the the fact that the Lord has told us not to worship spirits above ground, on ground, and below the
Yep. No
sea.
idols. Yeah.
And especially coming from African American, or not African American, I'm West Indian American background, there were a lot of spirits in the motherland, quote unquote, that were water spirits, aka mermaids,
Well,
that
yeah.
are
Look at
attached
the
to all these things.
and look at the Pope's fish hats. Dagon. About all this stuff too. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
Yeah.
I mean,
There's.
people don't realize that the people of, what was it, Jonah, Nineveh, you know, it wasn't just they were worshiping fish, they were worshiping fish people. Like,
Hmm.
it's a whole thing,
Yeah.
So when you're going out there and watching that stuff, it's still that spirit attached to it. But, last is you have a whole lot of adults talking about an actress playing a child's role, because when you look back at the storyline, even in the Dutch narrative or Norwegian narrative, this was like a 13-year-old mer girl,
Oh, okay.
so extra
But
creepy.
but
So
yeah. But I'm with you though. I mean, it's just people getting caught up on all the dumbest things, and that. But that's what our world's turned into, and that's why I just don't have a whole lot of friends. Honestly, it's no offense to people or anything, but I can
that's
only have.
another thing I was
Right.
going to talk to you about.
No, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I don't want to take up all the
No,
time.
no, you're good, man. I
I
always
feel
try
like
to.
last time we talked, it was juicy. I can't believe you didn't remember my name. I'm hurt a little bit.
Sorry about that. I do remember chatting with you though, but yeah. But no, go ahead. We got time. I always try to allot at least 10 minutes for people. Sometimes we go over, and what it's okay, but we'll keep flowing. So go ahead. What else do you want to talk
Well,
about? The
it
friends
kind of
thing?
rolls back into the whole aerial thing, right? So,
Okay.
um, oh, not even aerial thing, but the tension that's surrounding a lot of stuff that's out there. Um, so I had prayed about the loneliness issue because I'm a peaceful person. I am visceral about my peace. I like to chill, and if you want to be a part of chilling, you can be a part of it. If not, if you can't
Yeah.
hang, you can't hang.
Same.
And I mean, I will conversate with the Lord. People will be like, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, "No, I'm not talking to myself. I'm praying.
Yeah.
This is what's up." But
Yeah. That'll make an awkward dinner party for sure for the normies. So I can see that. Yeah.
yeah. But one of the requests was that, as Lord, am I supposed to be out there? Am I supposed to be, trying to go to church? Because I don't necessarily want to go for the word, because I feel like he, projects what he wants to say out in other ways. But the community of it, being connected and networking and being able to be connected with community-based services and nonprofits is a whole nother thing. Even just people that are more Christ-like than the norm. But
Yeah.
um so I went to church, and that's a church I had went to before, and I was just like, I at the end of the surface, the last time, nothing was speaking to me. In fact, I walked out like, this is milk. This is not meat. I can't
There
do
you
anything
go.
with this. But I had went back
Sleepers.
because my son usually goes to their Sunday school, or not Sunday school, Bible study, and he requested to go back.
I
So we
like
went
that
back.
though. I like that it's for same. I'm glad my parents raised me in a church, even though I will never go back to that one, or any of them. But I'm glad that we got the foundation. So I'm glad you're doing that for the little one.
Well, he's not little. He's
Oh, he's
18
not.
now.
Oh,
Yeah.
no way. Okay. Well, he's still
But
young.
yeah, yeah.
Hmm.
But so I had went, and guess what the sermon was about? And it's
What's that?
crazy. Loneliness. So he's actually preaching about the loneliness and the epidemic of loneliness, and the fact that people are not outreaching and willing to discuss and willing to be truthful and willing to receive the corrective criticism, or a caring criticism that they would do in a friendship and being acquaintance with people. So, he put it out there for, hey, if you're new to the church, stick around. We like to talk, yada, yada, yada. And, I'm hoping that the brethren that are around would be willing to, chat with these new people and, bring them in, ask ask them to brunch, whatever. So I'm like, cool, cool, cool. This is my second time here, so people don't know me. Let's do it. I am
Mm.
open for it. But God had other plans because I went out there, and mind you, I my son usually gets confused, like, oh, is that your boyfriend kind of thing, right? Like, I am young looking. I am at the end of the month I will be turning 38, but
Still young.
yeah, no, but I get carded.
Oh, wow,
So
that's great. Good for
yeah,
you.
well,
Good for
thanks.
you.
But
Honestly, I've got one of those faces too that hasn't changed since I was in high school. So I'm even though the body's falling apart on the inside, the outside, I look way younger than what I am. I'm told that all the time. I'm with you on
yeah,
that. That's
and
that's
it's
good.
crazy because I guess I get the only thing I get annoyed by is the fact that I got to bring my ID out. Like, really, like like this 18-year-old that I'm bossing around doesn't tell you enough.
Yeah.
But anyways, yeah, so I go out there and I'm like, like I said, I'm a young looking woman. I'm attractive. And in fact, I get a lot of people that, and it's not ego talking, it's God given Rachel Sarah confidence. And I'm
Yeah.
comfortable with that.
Yeah, that's good.
And, but I do get people that stop me in the street and, want to compliment me or whatever. But it's crazy because after the church service, nobody wanted to come up. Not a one single soul came up to talk to me. And I'm like, well, what is it, Lord? What am I seeing? And then afterwards, and I'm not necessarily saying it's in conjunction, but, after this, I'm seeing all these uh, tensive videos. Not it's not necessarily the only the Disney thing, but there's other videos that are popping up about certain things. And I'm like, well, is this what you're telling me? This is what it is because we live in to keep my son in a school system that was more prestigious. We live in the county system,
Hmm.
so uh, I mean, we're still in the area, of course. We network with some people surrounding schools and other groups or whatever, but we just haven't really been in the church in a long time. So um it's kind of been me trying to socialize more in the church sphere, I guess.
Yeah.
But
Good luck with that, honestly, because I honestly have none of that in me, and I'm not trying to be mean towards people either. But
and I
I've
haven't
been.
either. I've been saved since what, 2018.
Oh, wow.
And
Good.
you
Good.
were one of the first channels that I started watching to get clear on what was behind all of it because I was running off of the faith of the church
Hmm.
instead of what needed to be delved into, which was the word and people showing the symbols and the signs that are out there. So I'm thankful that the Lord presented your channel to me.
Oh, thank you.
Uh, but first and foremost, it's kind of like when you go out there, you put yourself out there, and I'm not knocking it. And I guess in my head, I'm still gonna try because to me, that God was speaking to me through those sermons. And if people aren't gonna approach me, I don't want to say I'm gonna approach people, but I'm gonna leave myself a little bit more open to the option of it. Of course, I'm gonna be cautious and see what they're about, but you know, um,
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a tough one. Yeah, that's a tough one.
and even
But
still, I get on the phone with my sister, and she brings up the same loneliness factor. It's really an epidemic. It's crazy.
everybody's going through it. I know it. Everybody, remember what time it is, man. I mean, it's like we're right there. We're in the shadow of tribulation. We're waiting on the Antichrist, waiting on America to get hit. And my prayer every day is like, Lord, let's go, please. And I know that I'm not supposed to be all excited so much about getting out of here, but I am. Like I'm done with this place. I know what it is. I get it. I'm still here, and I'm still going to keep shining my little light as long as I'm on this earth. But I'm so ready to go. I'm just
And I totally
ready to go
get
back
that
home.
too. And this is something that a mind frame that I've also had too, especially in my most loneliest of states. But I feel like sometimes we get intoxicated with that idea of like I'm going to be hugged in the kingdom. I'm going to be
Yeah,
accepted no matter what. That
yeah,
we sometimes fall into that same mind frame of the followers of Christ when he came back and returned. Be like it was like, hey, listen, I'm coming back. You know, all is good. The kingdom's coming. That we get lazy about things. And we also have to remember that we are kings and priests, and we also have to give that word. And we have to get to a point where we're not even realized how much testimony that we're giving to people and making ourselves available and shining that light. So whenever somebody stops me on the street and they're like, well, like, what are you doing different beauty wise that I need to be doing? And I'm
mm,
like, I don't think I'm doing anything different. In fact, I think I do a lot less than what people think. It's like lazy
mm,
girl beauty skills. But
yeah,
I think you're seeing something that uh, a lot of people, you know, are not carrying around with them. You know what I
yeah.
mean?
Hmm.
Or whenever they are speaking with me and they're just like, I'm amazed that you talk this way, yada, yada, yada. I think some of that might be a little racial too. But, I feel like it's not me, it's the Holy Spirit talking. You know what I mean? And I want to,
Yeah.
of course, free up as many minds as possible before he comes so that there's a whole group of us, a whole gang going up. So,
I
like,
know that's the really see. I think about stuff like that a lot. That just like I mean, how many people aren't going to make it, and it's a narrow path, and I don't know. I get consumed by it, but I'm just that way. I think about it all the time. But I would just like keep praying to the Lord for exactly what you need, and He'll fulfill that. You know how it is; it's always on His timing, never ours.
oh
But
yeah,
but
most definitely.
it'll come for you. And I
But
guess I should probably go ahead and wrap it up because I realize we
yeah,
are.
anyways, thank you.
No,
Keep
you're
doing
good.
what
I'm
you're
sorry.
doing.
It's always nice talking with you, and we just kind of keep rolling. But hey, you sound like you're doing great, and it's nice talking to you again. So
Nice
take
talking
care,
to
and
you too.
I
Stay
look forward to the
blessed.
next one. All right, you too.
Bye.
Bye bye. Thanks. All right, guys. Thanks again for your patience. I got Mateo Cafe coming in right now,
You
and I
can
hope
hear
I'm.
me?
Yeah, how you
Oh,
doing,
yeah.
man?
Hey, I'm doing good. I just wanted to see what this was all about. That's why, mainly why I logged on.
I'm
But I,
glad you did. I see you in the chat all the time, and thanks for being so supportive, man.
oh, no problem. I've been following you for a while. I do want to make I want to mention Chubbs though. I
Oh,
was so
great.
fascinated by him. I couldn't believe he would play like fetch like a dog. I,
He is. He's not a cat. I'm telling you, there's a dog soul in that cat because he does everything just like a dog and not afraid of anybody, comes up to everybody. He's just a real character, man. He's something else.
I was like totally blown away. I mean, I just couldn't believe it. And he looks so happy, and he really is chunky.
Oh,
Um,
he's a big boy, and he was fat when I met him. So he was only about a year old when I got him, and that's why I named him Chubbs. And so
yeah.
yeah, I still
Well,
play with him every day and try to keep him active, but I think he's just gonna always be a big boy.
did you did you train him to do that, or is that just something that he does?
It's just
Like the
something he
pet?
does. I got
Oh,
lucky. It's that breed. I'm not sure what that breed is, the gray, black, and white, so I forget the name, but that breed,
mhm,
they a lot of the time they play fetch. You'll find
okay.
that because
Oh, I didn't know that.
my cat in Costa Rica, Rascal, was another one of those breeds, and he played fetch too. It's
Yeah,
nuts. Or maybe
I
I'm
love
just getting lucky. I don't know.
I love cats, but I just had to mention that I couldn't believe it when I saw that short
Thanks,
clip. I was
man.
like, holy cow, that cat is amazing. Even my cats
He
wouldn't do that, so
he's so great, Mateo. And sometimes I feel like a real dork because I'll just be loving on him so much that I'll almost get tears in my eyes, and I'm like, man, I need to chill. I gotta relax because I love this little cat, but I don't like
well,
getting that way. But it's like you can't help it. I don't know. That's
well
what
that's
animals are for.
yeah, that's normal. I mean, they're like family,
They really are.
so I mean, I love cats. I'm a big cat fan. Anyway, I won't keep I just wanted to mention that basically. I wanted to mention how fascinated I was about with Chubbs, and also to thank you for all your work. I mean, I've been following you a long time, and I love your work. I definitely can see you're doing it for the Lord, absolutely. So I
Thanks,
really appreciate everything you do, sincerely. So
man. I
you know,
appreciate that, Mateo. Thank you
yeah.
very much. I
Okay, no
appreciate it.
problem. God
All right,
bless.
hey, man. I'll put up another Chubbs video soon too. Okay.
I love that. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Take care,
All right.
man. All right. Moving on to Richard, Australia. My old friend Richard in
KJ,
Australia. Hey.
KJ,
Yes, sir.
how are you?
I'm wonderful. How are you?
Oh, getting by, mate.
Yeah. I mean, how's things in your part of Australia? Are they still pretty fascistic, or how's that going?
Where I am, it's, everything's sort of gone back to normal sort of thing. There's still people wearing masks here and there, but we're just waiting for the penny to drop sort of thing.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I
The next
am.
lockdown,
So,
right? Climate change
yeah,
lockdown coming in.
exactly. That's what I'm expecting. But
Yeah. Me too.
they're also talking about this foot and mouth disease and how if there's one case that it'll be just like COVID and everything will lock down. So I'm waiting on something like that, like or
Bet.
the banks to go down or something.
Yeah, me too. I mean, that's what I watch for all the time. But I don't know about you. I mean, I get the feeling you're probably like me. There's no fear. I'm not scared of this. I mean, it's an expectation because we know the spirit that's in charge, that's really moving forward with his hive mind of little minions, and this is what they're doing. We're watching Revelation. We're not seeing it all yet, but we're watching it play out, and coming into a clear vision of it, and it's very exciting.
Well, Prince Charles is a type of antichrist, so we'll see
Yeah.
what he does when he gets his boot in the door, which won't be long.
Did you ever see that video? I just found it. I'm going to show it again tomorrow on KJ's What Happened. But the video of the little,
Yeah.
looks like boy coming out of the Windsor or Buckingham Palace out of the window. He's
Um,
he's literally on a bunch of bed sheets. This is a real video, folks. I mean, I don't know, why it was whatever, but a few years ago, it looks like some tourists were filming outside of Buckingham Palace, and they just kind of casually looked up. They go, "What's that?" And they see it looks like a bunch of sheets tied together, and a little naked, probably 10-year-old boy climbing down the sheets out of the window. I kid you not.
oh,
Uh,
I think I do remember seeing that.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I just found it again because it's hard to find, and we'll look at it tomorrow. But just thought I'd throw that out there. There's a lot of weird things about those people anyway. Vlad,
Yeah,
of
I wouldn't
course.
trust him.
No. And they found
No,
bones out
so
there many times, and there's all kinds of weird stuff around the Queen. But yeah, now that he's in charge, it'll be interesting to see what happens, huh?
well, you've seen his speech at the was it the World Economic Forum or whatever? He's talking about a vast military style campaign, with all this global climate change bullshit. And so,
Yeah.
it's just a matter of time because there's people that are in charge over here that, we know they don't give a shit about us. So it's just so many people can't see it, So
And when
I'm
Charles
just,
was,
yeah,
I'm sorry, I was just gonna say when Charles was giving that speech, he was doing it in front of. I'm pretty sure it's the same speech we're thinking of. He was doing it in front of a symbol that had a 666 and a crown. Right? Yeah,
yeah,
I did this in a video. Yeah. So he's
yeah.
in it with these people too. I mean, they're all the same hive mind, and everything's, leaders are falling away, and countries are falling into chaos. Everything's happening right now perfectly on time for the end. For this one world order to be coming about.
For
And we're
sure.
seeing the chaos created more and more.
Yeah,
But
absolutely. They're definitely doing it by their book or whatever. What do you think about I heard something recently or a little while back, but somebody's like some sort of secret agent or secret guard or something in the US mentioned to someone, wait until you see who Kamala brings in. And I've been thinking, because the Baphomet, right? How
yeah,
it's male and female. Well, what about Michael? What if it's not Obama and what if it's Michael?
they could be interesting. I mean, I just because of the things I've seen line up biblically with Obama, I believe it's him. But we'll see. I keep an open mind, but I mean, it's who knows? I mean, she is or he is the embodiment of Baphomet. It's pretty obvious.
Exactly.
Um,
Yeah.
and that's why we're seeing all this stuff, of course, spread out because they are the ones. Obama's the one behind the scenes, of course, running everything right now,
Oh, for sure. For sure.
and it's fascinating. But yeah, I'm just waiting on the event. Really, that's all it is. Every day I'm waiting. It's what it feels like. I'm just waiting on the events, and it's going to be New York City, and of course Hoover Dam, and who knows what else. Probably a series of events, I imagine. But that's kind of where we're at. What else
Yeah,
are you
like you
going to
say,
do?
it's on the money. It's on the
Yeah, it's on
money,
the
isn't it?
money. It's literally on the
Yeah, no,
money.
like I mean, that's one thing that I've been thinking of is like, yeah, it's on the money and it's out there and it's out in the open. What's to say that they do something different, you know? Because if people are expecting that,
I think there's a some
then
kind of I thought about that, but man, I don't know. I think there's a some kind of law thing going on between the Lord and the devil and how this stuff comes
mm,
out. But because I don't know, I can't tell you for sure. I can't show you a scripture of this. It's just what I feel and what I sense. But I've thought about that too. But no, I think that his part was already done. The devil already worked through his hive mind, through his people that created the money, and that's how that happened. It's
yeah,
not like somebody said, "Hey, we're going to
mm,
design it and make it this fold up." No, so that's already his part was already done, and then the Lord allows some of us to see, right? And then that's what it
yeah,
is. And then you got a free will to either choose or not, to believe it or not. But some of us can see these things, and we show other people, and it's a beautiful process when people have the eyes to see and the ears to hear. But most people don't, unfortunately, and
yeah,
they've got a hard lesson coming. That's what tribulation is going to be. It's going to be the last call, last chance for all the people who are far away from the Lord, who maybe never knew Him or thought they did and they didn't. But it's their last shot, last chance.
yeah, for sure. Unfortunately, for a lot of people. I mean, I'm only just holding on to Romans 10:13 myself, but my
Yeah,
faith's never been massively, I'm not some preacher that goes out there and whatever, but I have called on the Lord, so I pray that He comes and that He is coming soon. But I'm not
me
looking
too.
forward to what's coming. That's for sure.
Me, I feel bad. No, me either. And I'm right there with you, man. I mean, I pray for the harpazo, for the catching away, and that's what I believe, and we'll see. Because I mean, if that's the
Amen.
case, it's any time now. That's the thing. Nothing else has to happen. And people get that confused with the second coming. No, you're talking about the second coming. So no, they're two different events. It's hard to, you can show people the scriptures all day long, but that's one of those things that some people just refuse to believe. And
Yeah.
that's okay. You can't force them, and I don't even know how that works. Do you have to believe in it to participate? I don't think so. I mean, I think it's for all, right? That are truly Church of Philadelphia or whatever, like truly connected to the Lord, that really, you know, I don't
If
know.
you've been
That
marked
area
by the
gets kind
Holy
of,
Spirit, you'll be going, I reckon.
yeah, that's kind
So
of the way I see it too, and I
yeah,
just every day pray that I'm good, even though I know I'm good. From the Bible tells me I'm good. I'm saved by His grace, saved by His grace. But I still try to make sure and check in every day. I can't help it.
same here, mate. Same here. I pray every morning, and just by His grace that I get through each day. So
Yeah,
come, Lord Jesus, is all I can say.
yeah, we'll be all right, man. One thing I struggle a little bit with sometimes is I'm like, Lord, why don't I have more joy about this? Because I know what time it is. I know what's
Oh,
coming. I know it's like any day now. Shouldn't I be just skipping through the streets and woohoo, guys? But I don't. I feel crippled. I feel crushed. I feel scared for people, not for me. I feel attacked. I feel, blue sometimes. But it's been like this for the last 4 months or so. It's just been real heavy, and I've always been a feeler. That's why I just feel it in the air, man. I know it. And it's not. I don't want anyone to worry about me or anything. Like we all go through it, but I've definitely
yeah,
been going through it, and I know that it's just a sign that it should be popping off any time. It's the way I feel. But go ahead, Richard.
yeah, yeah. I know what you mean. I know what you mean, mate. I've been asking the Lord about that for a while. Like, where's this joy you're talking about? Like, and like, I don't even want to go outside the house these days. I don't want to go to the shops. I don't want to see people. I mean, I work every day, but
I think that's pretty
um,
wise though too, honestly, because there's warfare happening really right now, and people are changing. And I've mentioned before, you see
yeah,
it, so we got to be careful,
I see
you know.
people are getting angrier.
Yeah, yeah, people are,
I've
you can
noticed
see
that.
it. I feel like I can almost sense people who aren't saved sometimes out in public, just energy,
Mm,
their look, the way they act or whatever. But I'm the same way, man. I don't get out a lot. I'm not trying to be seen. I'm not trying to, I'm keeping my head down in this world. I'm shining my light here online as much as I can. When I go out, I'm nice and peaceful with everybody. I friendly and smile with people, but just try to keep it real simple. I'm not looking to take on big new friendships or new groups of people or find a girlfriend and settle down. I'm looking to get out of here, So until that happens,
Amen to that.
right, I'm just going to keep working
Yeah.
at it and trying to help the others, But anyway, what else you got for
Yeah.
us, Richard? Anything else for us?
Yeah, not really. I just thought I'd just put my two bobs in and say, thanks for all your great work, mate, and God bless you. And hey, let's
Yeah.
hope, like you say, it's the harpazo, or the
Yes.
rapture, and we can go home. But
We're gonna be
anyway,
filled with joy every second of every moment once we get up there. So we'll have our joy then. I'll see you at the wedding feast, man. We'll have a laugh about it then. How's that?
sounds good to me, mate. Hey, God bless you and all your listeners, and take care, KJ. Keep doing what you're doing, mate. Love you, mate.
Thanks, Richard. You too, man. Take care. Appreciate it. Great talk. Thanks, Richard. Let me take a look over here. We got all right. Still got a full house. Looking good. Too much is coming up. Too much. Give you a new background there. Hey, too much. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. How you doing, KJ? Yeah, it
Hey,
finally
I'm good.
took me a while to call in. I've been listening to you for a long time. It had to maybe be around 2012 or 13 or something like
Oh,
that.
thank you for that.
But yeah, no, I just wanted to let you know that your show has been keeping me going because just with the days and the way everything is right now, it's kind of hard to maintain friendships. I used to have a lot of friends to be in the social crowds, but
Yep.
since I really started getting into like all this information, like even more, like it just seems like when I try to share it with people, oh my goodness,
Well,
they
you probably
reject
just
it.
you probably just heard me and Richard. I honestly think it's a common experience we're all having as followers of Christ is that, we're kind of pulling out of large groups of people, not around so many, and maybe just one or two selective people, maybe family that you're close to.
Yes.
But yeah, that's kind of where we're at, man. It's okay.
Yeah. Yeah. It just seems like when I do open up to people and try to like, people they try to talk to me about sports and different things that I'm not into. Then by
Yeah,
the
me
time I try
too.
to tell them what I'm into, it's just like I don't know. It seems like I end up talking more. You know what I mean? Like I end
Oh
up running
yeah.
the conversation that goes over their head. I'm like, yeah, this and this is going on. Have you seen this? I'm all excited about it, and they're like, okay.
Man, you're like a brother from another mother because I've had that same experience my whole life doing this. I still do, and yeah,
Yes.
you're still that guy. You don't want to be, but just like you said, you're
Oh.
excited. I am too. I get excited. Like if I find someone that's kind of interested, I'm like, oh, I'm excited. Like I've got so much to show you, man. Get
Dude,
ready.
your show has been keeping me going. I'm gonna just let you know. Like, I don't get into the chats or anything, but I finally got it up enough strength to call in. But yeah, it's just like,
Thank
wow,
you.
this is crazy.
Too much. I'm so
Like,
glad you did. I
yeah, and
am.
I've I'm a been a truck driver for a couple years, and I've been a few places, but it just seems like certain places, like I've been through Cleveland, and the actual what is it? The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is a
Oh yeah.
pyramid.
Yeah. Oh,
Isn't
actually,
that crazy?
I get, yo, man, it's everywhere. And let me ask you this too. Since you're a truck driver, have you ever had any weird supernatural experiences out there? Anything weird?
I've seen weird stuff. I haven't seen any, super. You know what? One day, I don't know. No one believes me, but I seen two suns one evening. It was like two. It was like two stars in the sky. It was weird. It was like two suns,
Cool.
and the moon was out at the same time. I was like, "What is that?" But it was like a switch flipped and it was gone. It was so weird.
Ah, interesting. Interesting. I love it. Cap-
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that was a few years ago, but yeah, no, I don't really see too much. I just see like little strange things. Like when I get into Tennessee, there's like a big pyramid. It's like all these cities. There's like a
Oh,
pyramid in each
Memphis.
city you get to. Yes,
Memphis.
like what is that?
Well,
The Bass Pro Shop, or whatever.
well, you know what? I did a video on this about how America mirrors Egypt. I can't remember what I called it, but that whole section out there is it's it's mirrored in Egypt, just like the Nile and everything else. I can't remember all the specifics because I do so many videos and I just lose
Yes,
bits and pieces. But yeah, there's something going on there. It's very interesting.
it is. And I don't know if you've ever been in Minneapolis. Like I took a load out to St. Paul, like Minneapolis. I
I've
noticed
never
that
been there.
Prince and yeah, there's Prince. Well, was it remember Prince the artist or whatever his name
Oh
was?
yeah,
But he's from there, and like all these other music people are from there. But when I drove through out there, a lot of their structures are laid out like pyramids. It's like a lot of weird stuff out there. There's a lot of symbolism, like even like
Oh
with the
man.
G thing, the square and compass. It's like there's so much of that out there. I don't know why, but yeah, just even with Vegas, the Luxor, it's everywhere.
It
And I'm
is. I
trying
mean,
to
it
tell people, yeah, go ahead.
because it's the beast system. I mean, you're seeing it. Just
Yes,
look at houses and churches. Are built with a pyramid with a sun. Little circle in the middle. They have them all
yeah,
over. But remember, a lot of Freemasons are builders, and this goes back. But yeah, I mean that symbol, those symbols are absolutely everywhere, and I love that you're excited about it because I'm still excited about it, even after all these
yeah,
years. I wouldn't do this if I love that the Lord gives us vision to see things. It's like, haha, I get to see what the devil's doing, and I could tell people now. So it's a great thing. Never lose that excitement, and I know it's tough trying to share it with people, man. I trust me, man. But you know what? Sometimes you get lucky. Every now and then I've got lucky. You find a person or two that's really into it. I've even found people through groups of friends that knew about me that have listened to my stuff. It blew me away. I was like, no way.
that's
And this
cool.
one girl, lives up in New York, and she'd seen my movie. I was like, get out of here. She was able to explain stuff, so I knew she wasn't BSing. But that's amazing. Sorry, I'm just kind of rambling now, but go ahead,
No,
man.
that's cool. No, hey, this is a trip for me to actually be talking to you because, like, you know, how people they look, to like rock stars and they're like a certain thing. You're like that to me, dude. You're
Ah,
like, you're
shucks.
cool. Like, I
Thanks,
know,
man.
I know it feels weird, like to get compliments. I'm the same way, but it's just like, yo, bro, like you really keep a lot of people going. Just know that.
Well, I appreciate that too much, man, and I really appreciate you calling. I when people tell me I wasn't going to, but I did. It's like I'm glad you did, man. It's
Yeah, I
nice,
get weird
nice
when I
meeting
get to
you.
speaking. Yeah,
Well,
I
you
don't know.
did
I'm just
great.
like,
Yeah, you did great, man. And you shared an experience a lot of us can relate to. Those of us who are awake and we try to share it with others, and we get we get shut down or not invited to the party next time or whatever. But just hang in there. You're not alone, man.
definitely. Yeah. And, one more thing, like
Yeah.
I don't know if you um experienced this also, but like you get around certain people, they're like, yeah, I'm into God and this and that, but then it's just like I don't know, it's just like they're missing like love. You know what I mean? Like
Oh
love is
yeah.
missing from a lot of people who said that they're followers or of Christ or whatever. Like they're like, yeah, I follow that, but then they use it more of as just like something to say, or I don't know if they were just trained that way. But a lot of people they're actually missing love right now, and it's like the world is so cold. Like I've watched it change the past 10 years. It's getting worse
Right.
every year.
Well, that's where that
Crazy.
scripture comes into my mind. I think it's in Matthew. I'm not sure, but it's that people will be saying, "Lord, Lord, why didn't you take us?" And like we've
Yeah.
and so again, it's like there's so many people that call themselves Christians that honestly aren't, and this. That's what you're saying, and it's true.
Yeah,
They
you
just
can
aren't.
feel it. You
You
can
can
feel
feel
it. Just
it because where's the
yes.
love? Like you said, the key component. That's what
Yeah, people
God
are
is.
still
God
looking
is
at you with
love.
like skeptical eyes and just weird things. It's just like, dude, you're just trying to be positive with people, but it's like this negativity that they just cannot let go. I don't know what that is. Like a snare. I don't know. It's so
You've been
crazy.
given the vision to see them, man. I'm glad. Then do what I do. Stay away from them. I mean, you tried, but yeah, just do your best to stay away. And because you can see, and like you said, man, you
Yeah,
can feel it when you get around someone who loves Jesus and knows Jesus. Man, you feel it and you know it. And
yeah,
and then you get around the tares. You get around people who are dark inside, and the worst ones are the ones who act like they're Christians or complain. Say they're Christians on the outside, but inside are
yes.
ravenous wolves.
Yeah, they're ready to take you down. They're like,
Yeah.
yeah, any moment, buddy. I got an argument for you.
Yes, that's why nowadays for me, I think as Christians, like just be careful. Don't be looking to bring in a lot of new people into your life and getting out like just because there's warfare going on and there's evil people out there that can see you for what you are. We can see them, they can see us. So
Yeah,
I'm just
it seems like the people that are naturally going. Sorry to cut you off. I'm sorry. I'm
no,
just
you're good.
excited. But it seems like the people that are naturally for God right now, they're going towards Him, and the people that aren't, they're going the other way, and it's like so obvious.
That's it.
It's so
That's it.
obvious.
It is, and a part of it breaks my heart, and then another part of it, I can be kind of aloof, and I struggle with that because I know everyone's got free will. God gave us all the same free will, and it's a blessing or a
Hmm.
curse. And you wish you could twist everyone's arm and force them to find Jesus. It just doesn't work that way, man. It's got to be in their heart, and unfortunately, a lot of people have really dark hearts.
Yeah, yeah. And there's so much into the world. Yeah, it's even a scripture I think that talks about like He draws His people to Him basically, and He blinds like the other people from Him. Can't remember
Yeah,
exactly what verse that is, but it's a
but I
verse like
feel that. Yeah, I like that. I
that.
feel
Hmm.
that. It's like he chooses us, we don't choose him so much, even though we do.
Yeah.
But yeah, I love it,
Yeah, so
man.
you can see the hunger, man. You're a hunger, man. I just like I wish there was like 1,000 KJs I could be friends with. Like, yeah, dude, you're cool, but
Man, thank
it's,
you. You know that I've
it's all good. I'm
seriously
not gonna
wanted to.
hold you up, man.
No, you're good. I've seriously wanted to do
Like, go
some
ahead.
hangouts, and I've seriously wanted to try to do like a hangout, with everybody. But since again the times we're in and how short it feels, I'll pray about it because I'd love to meet you guys too. But hey, man, we'll figure
I
something out.
know,
If
dude,
not,
but you
we
don't want
always
to make
have these
yourself a
shows.
target out here. Yeah, people
There's
are they're
that too.
crazy. People are yeah. Like, and
Yeah.
I know, like, yeah, I get it. I get it.
You get it. I'm telling you, I could tell you. Even today, I had a hell of a day. But I'll tell you all about that later. But anyway, too much, man. God bless you. It's been a real pleasure talking to you, man. Thank you.
God bless you too. I'll try to call in another time. But yeah,
You better.
definitely. Just keep going, man. Like we need you. And I remember you saying something about truck drivers want your shows to be longer on one of them. Like
All
just
right.
just keep doing it. I love it. All right.
Thanks, man. I got you. You take
All
care.
right. Thank
Okay.
you.
It was great. Love it. Truck driving. I told y'all I'd looked into that long ago. Truck driving. Danny coming up next. There's two Dannys actually. Danny, and then Denise. This is the first Danny. How you doing, Danny?
Is it me?
Yeah. There
All
you
right,
are.
cool. Cool. Hey, man.
Hey.
Haven't talked to you in a couple of years. I talked to you back when the whole pandemic thing first started.
Oh, okay.
So
Well, it's nice. I'm glad to see you've made it this far.
yeah. So since the house is probably going to be pretty full tonight, I just want to bring up some things real quick.
Yeah.
So first thing, if you had a pencil and paper or a pen and paper, I'd like to recommend a YouTube channel. It's a preacher. He's actually really cool the way he relates things in the Bible.
Okay.
His name is Gene Kim.
Oh
But
my gosh, I watch Gene. I love Gene Kim. He's probably
okay,
my
cool,
favorite. Yeah. I
cool.
don't
Right
I don't
on.
watch a lot of preachers or pastors, but he's one I've watched. Go ahead and tell the people though. He's fantastic.
Yeah. His name's Gene Kim, and the YouTube channel is Real Bible Believers. So I don't know. It's hard for me to explain how he does it, but
But
he
he
just
talks
has.
about all the stuff we do, but he's able to put scripture to everything, which is something I've never been that good at. But he's able to. That's what he
Yes,
does. He's
yeah,
great.
exactly. Um, and then I wanted to say something else too. Bring something up that I'm wondering. I can't say the word probably on this stream since it's on YouTube, but you're uncensored. The topic.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we had a 44-year-old student youth pastor who just had a massive heart attack, and he was juiced and had 2 or 3 helpings of it.
Oh gosh.
Yep. And they do not want to admit that could even possibly remotely be a reason.
Now you mean they as the doctors or they as the pastor himself?
Exactly. The higher ups at the church.
Oh, okay. So that's even worse. Well, the
Yeah.
doctors aren't. They're getting paid, but wow, the pastors are doing that too, huh?
Yeah. And I found out recently that all the staff in our church, all the pastoral people and most of the staff is, blanked.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
I really don't like that. Those are the worst. Really, it's like that. Here's the wolves leading the sheep, right to death.
Well, that or I just think that, we have been grown up since kindergarten in this country to follow authority, look up to authority, even strive to be authority figures when we get older.
That's what
And
school is. You bet.
exactly. And whether that be Sunday school or, the public school. And okay, my pastor, he puts out the gospel every Sunday. So, I mean, clearly he's telling people how to be saved. But he also gets on the big screen up there. They have a big screen because I guess they think they need it. People can't see
Yeah.
that far away or something. But he gets up there and he goes, "At the advice of my doctor, I have my V and my B."
Oh, my parents' preacher did the same thing and bragged about getting the J and J.
Exactly, and I don't understand. So what I'm getting at is, are we going to have like a famine of preachers?
Oh gosh, I'm sure, and we're also going to have millions of people that fall into that category I was discussing with our other friend. But Lord, why am I still here? Why didn't you take? I'm telling you, man,
Right.
these churches, so many of them
Oh,
are dead asleep.
and to top it all off, our pastor is a NASA fanboy.
Oh gosh, it just gets
Yeah,
worse.
yeah, exactly.
I mean, I'm glad
And
he's getting the gospel out, but come on, man.
right, and then we have a gym in our church that's open to the public. And so just last night, I'm working out at the gym, and they have these air freshener things above the doors, right? They spray every 15 minutes or something.
Yeah,
And so you're trying to sit there and lift weights, like, heavy dumbbells or whatever you're
yeah.
lifting.
Mouthful of
And
strawberry potpourri.
exactly, that's probably mixed up with who knows what,
Oh
right?
yeah, well yeah. I
So
don't trust those things either.
so I mentioned it to the guy who's in there, and he says, "Well, I actually took the air freshener out," and then he's like getting all upset. Put the air freshener back in. And long story short, I recommend they use vinegar to freshen up the room because it's natural and it kills any odors in the air.
Yeah.
It actually kills the odor, not masks it. And then you know what he says? He says, since we're open to the public, the CDC won't let us use vinegar.
Oh
So
my gosh.
so the CDC actually has a part, the government. I said, so let me get this straight. We're a church, but we have to listen to Caesar. What Caesar is telling us what we can and can't clean with. Are you
Mhm.
serious? So
Wow.
it just kind of blew my mind when he said that. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah, and that he abided, that he listened. I'm with you though. You're right. Everyone's been trained. I broke free from that a long time ago, man. You know, but I went to the military, so I know what it's like to become compliant. Because that's what boot camp is. It's basically brainwashing you.
Right.
It's
Yeah. I
you
was in
know.
the Navy for 4
Oh, so
years. So yeah.
yeah, How'd you like it?
I thought it was fun, man. The best part about it was being on the small boat. I was an MP,
Oh,
basically,
cool.
or
Yeah, I did that.
master at arms is what they call it in the Navy.
Yeah, I did
And
that for 2 years. MP, not MP, but we were like cops on the water for the Coast Guard. But go ahead.
yeah, and I'll be listening to you. I've been listening to you since you lived in Costa Rica. So
No way. Thanks,
yeah,
man.
yeah.
God,
Since
that feels
before
like
the
a
motor,
lifetime ago.
yeah, since before the motorcycle accident, actually. But
Yeah, wow.
so I can totally relate. When you're talking about being on post all alone, listening to Art Bell
Oh
or something
yeah.
like that. I've been on the small boat so many times, just listening to. Sometimes we could get stations farther out because we had military radios we would listen to, and
Yeah.
we wouldn't. This is way before smartphones and all that, obviously.
I know, isn't that crazy that we're part of that generation to go back and think about that like high school, there was no cell phones and we were still
Uh,
having to sneak out. I was having to sneak out to see my girlfriend all the time in high school. There's no
yeah,
texting.
exactly. And it's so weird to think about. You know what I'm saying, man? The rapture almost has to happen soon because you
I
look
think
at these
so.
little kids nowadays. What in the world are they going to grow up into?
That is what I've said on my shows when I show you guys this, like I'll show you, little kids stripping for these, LGB people and they're getting them dollars. And I'm like, Lord, how much longer?
Hey,
Cause I don't know how much longer it can go.
speaking of little kids, I do want to. It's kind of a bone to pick with you, but not really because I know you have to show it.
No, it's
It's
okay.
just
Go ahead.
it's a Christian hate. It's a godly hate that I just hate seeing on your uncensored show when you show those little innocent children getting that thing put in
Yeah,
their arm. Oh
that's
man, I
rough.
hate it, dude. I hate it.
It's
It's so hard to view that and keep watching the show. And it's like, and when I catch it live, I'm like, man, I can't fast forward it. So, I
I'm
have to
sorry
walk
about
away
that.
for a few minutes.
No, I
No,
understand that. No,
I mean, I know it's a hard pill, but people have to swallow it though, really.
yeah, there's like a coldness I have towards a lot of this stuff just because he made me this way to where I can look at this stuff all day long and show it. But I feel you, man. That's some of the worst. That's why I even try not to think a lot about it, even when I'm showing it, because when you sit there and really start to process it, it's just it's an evil that's so hard to wrap your mind around,
But
But it's
yeah,
happening.
and some of us out here though, like you're more blessed in that area than some of us are. Like, you know, uh, some of us are super sensitive to that, and we get like a righteous anger dwelling up in us, and we just want to go. It's like, okay, who do I go?
I
You know,
understand. Yeah.
who needs to go up in the tree for this?
I understand, but that's natural. I think that's good if you're a red-blooded, a person, a human, especially if you have Jesus. It's normal to have that kind of righteous anger over these things. I think it's okay.
Right. And the only thing I can think of, I was actually just watching this series, The Chosen, the other night, which I actually think so far is really good.
It is
But
really good. I've seen a little bit. Loved
You
it.
know, the Jesus character on there, he was like, you know, vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. So I'm like, okay, I got to remember that it's his. It's not mine. It's his.
Yeah,
So
that's man. I just had to a few weeks ago. I mentioned on one of my shows not long ago, but I got screwed over real bad by this company in my town, real
yeah,
bad.
you
Yeah,
said that.
to where I could take them to court and all kinds of stuff. But I had so much anger, man. I was like, I even wanted to I even picture myself walking up, kicking this door open, this guy's door open, rocking, and then punch him in the face. Had all these bad ideas, and I just had to cut it. I really sat there straight to the Lord. I said, Lord, I'm losing this now. I'm getting rid of it because it's going to keep driving me, and I don't want it. So I'm giving it to you. I'm done. I'm going to forgive him. I'm just going to quit.
Right.
And I felt so much better. Like it's just, it works. It
Yeah,
works.
you almost have to do that, or else you would carry out those actions. You know, really.
Yeah, I'm capable of it. I'm capable of being bad like that, and I know that.
Right,
So
right, right.
yeah.
And really, a lot of us who are in the military are capable, like
Yeah,
in more ways than one, mentally and physically.
yeah, it's true.
So
I'm not scared of it, and that's where even I want to go. I don't want to be here for it, but if I had to be here through the end, then I'd be like, all right, then I'm gonna kill bad people, and if I'm here and it's okay with you, Lord, I'm gonna kill bad people. I mean,
man, I really don't think we are going to be here
I don't
through
either. I don't
the
either,
tribulation,
and that's just
because
my imagination most of the time. But go ahead.
and you know, and we can read the scriptures all we want, but I really don't think we're able to even fathom how bad it's going to be. I don't think we can comprehend it.
Yeah, we only get glimpses. I mean, we get glimpses. Uh, there's like all kinds of stuff that the government's put out in documents and stuff. You can find like Hunger Games. They have real Hunger Games they've planned for the future,
Mhm.
where different groups, like FEMA regions. America's divided into 13, I think, FEMA regions. I think it's 13. But yeah, they'll take each region, and then they'll compete, for food. And they've literally talked this out. There's documents on stuff like this. So that's just a little glimpse, but they have so much evil, dark, weird stuff, I'm sure, planned that.
Right. But I'm talking about that real bad stuff in the book of Revelation, where it talks about 1/3 of the world's population dying, and then 1/3 of the green grass is burnt, and 1/3 of the waters is made bitter, and
Something
you know
happens with the animals too. Like, don't they turn on humans too?
yeah, and being able to kill people with the beasts of the field. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So
So they lose that instinct to,
hey,
you're right.
and
That's so scary.
if you look at that, and then later it says another third. So it's like, not only is a third going to be, well, then what's left, would be 2/3. So another third. So it's like it gets worse every time. And then an earthquake where every mountain is laid down and the island is moved out of its place.
Wait a
I
second,
mean,
Danny. So you're telling me that they're not going to have these beautiful, futuristic, smart cities for all of us to live in, and we could all be one together, and that's not
I
going to
really
happen.
think I really think all that stuff is a distraction.
Oh yeah, I think so. It's baked. It's a lure
You,
because
you,
they don't want to make things better. They want you to either
there's
choose them and go to hell, or die.
right. There's one guy who is pretty secular. I believe he's definitely not a Christian, but his name's Gordy Rose, and in one of those, he has something to do with
D wave.
D Wave, and he said people want to talk about the weather and the next baseball game or ball game of what's going on, but he said what they really should be, but they're not aware of what's going on in the background. And he said something like, these things we are summoning are going to come on the scene, and they're not going to give a. He said shit. He said they're not going to give a shit about us one in the least bit. Like you care about an ant.
Yeah.
That's his words. But I would say he's not going to give a crap. But so I think he's right about what's coming. Like it's going to be all
The
this other
old
stuff is just distractions.
Yeah, the old gods returning, and the aliens, so-called aliens, coming in. So who God only knows what kind of creatures we're going to see with that. And yeah, and they're going to convince a large part of the world that they created us. I mean, that's part of the reason this whole thing's going to go down. It's going to be a great deception, man. And yeah, I wouldn't want to be here for it. None of us in our right minds would.
Right, right. Yeah, there was no way. I don't know how in the world. Hey, and by the way, I have gone, to the thing and got some of those emergency foods off of your link and everything.
Cool, me
But
too. Thanks.
it's cool to have that stuff sitting around. but I
I'm
mean,
hoping it. Yeah.
I don't know if we're gonna.
Hey, I'm right there with you, and that's what I've said before. Is hopefully what it is that we've built this for somebody else because
Exactly.
I don't want to have to
Yeah.
be here to use it, but I've got a heck of a stash for somebody. I mean, I'm
Right.
telling you,
It'll be like a scene from The Walking Dead, where
exactly.
they
That's
come in and they find somebody's stash.
totally what I've pictured in my mind. That's what it's going to be, man. A lot of the stuff really is predictive programming for all of this. So, yeah, it's going to be people just wandering and trying to hide and trying to survive and kicking in doors into old apartments and houses and finding a stash. Oh, holy crap! Look at this. I mean, right? So, yeah.
Hey, hey, let me ask you about this too. I see a lot, and I don't want to take up too much time, but
Okay.
I see a lot of people that are like in, a lot of truthers. I call them truthers because, for lack of a better term, but people in our sphere of influence or whatever in our circle, they'll be on YouTube and and they say like this, they say all this bad stuff, say stuff we just went over, right? And then they'll say at the end, well, what should we do? And then they'll have some guy on there that says, invest heavily in gold and silver.
They run
And
from those people. Run.
I tell you, I hate hearing that because let me tell you what, man. If I have a nasty Big Mac and you bring me a brick, a freaking wheelbarrow full of gold, and I've got the last Big Mac, I'm not trading you for gold, buddy, because I could eat that
Exactly.
Big Mac and I cannot eat your gold.
Yeah.
You
Yep.
know.
It's true. Well, that's I have a sponsor. A lot of what happened is when YouTube really started censoring everybody and screwing people up and demonetizing us, these companies came in that have all these sponsorships. They'll take you on and then they'll offer you all these products that you can try to sell to people, right? So the only thing I've ever had all this time, except from the very beginning, I did a couple things and I felt like crap doing it. Like I actually had to do a couple of ads for stupid stuff. I didn't like it, but at that time I needed to do it just to make a little extra money to keep rolling, just to keep the lights on at that point. But the only one I've kept all these years is that food supply because I've bought some too and I've eaten it and it's good. Not all of
Hey,
it. I've had some, but
I've eaten it too, dude. The
yeah, I
potato
think it's
soup.
good.
Yeah, the cheesy potato soup thing was really good.
I'll have to try that one. I had
And
the broccoli and cheese, macaroni and cheese, stuff like that. That's what I eat. But what I was going to say though is that so I've kept that one. But man, they tried to get me to put my pillow out to you guys. They've tried to get me to do gold and silver for years. I'm not going to do any of that. I told them I like, and if it's just this that I can have, I'd like that, just the food stuff, because I don't want to try to pitch, teeth whiteners and all this other stuff to you guys, and I won't. But anyway, I'm
right.
glad you bought some of that stuff.
Oh
Hopefully, it's
yeah,
for somebody else.
dude. I've probably got a year's worth of it, but
Nice, you're good.
I tell you what, we actually had to use it once. Just a couple packets of it. It was something weird in the wintertime here. We had a pretty bad winter storm, and it was good. I
It
mean,
works.
yeah.
There you go. It works. Well, good. Well, hey, Danny, it's been nice chatting with you, man. Was there anything else you wanted to chat about, or?
Just two things.
Go ahead.
Two last quick things. Okay, so with all this stuff about the juice, so every time I see one of your uncensored shows, man, and since there's people out here that we don't know you, but we love you,
Thanks, man.
and I can't help but think about your parents because you said both your parents got it. So
yeah,
it's just that's a hard one to swallow because it's like if something happened to them, I'm not being selfish, but it's like, would we not hear from you for a long time? Or
that's a great question, man. Let me tell you the truth on that. But here's the thing that I am so kind of over this system, and I know my mom and dad have Jesus, so I know we're going to be together for eternity.
Oh, okay, great.
And we're at the end of the game right here. So I thought about it. Like if they died, it would suck because I'm really close to them, especially my mom. Like we're really close. And
Right.
she is a light. My mom really is just an always smiling and friendly and sweet and just she's incredible. So, but you know what? If it happened, man, I'm good because I'm not even I feel like I'm half in this world and half out. And I felt that way for years. It's just the way my head is. So
Right.
it's easy for me to just say, you know what, I'm done with this place anyway. Mom and dad are past here. That's fine because we're about to go too. So hey, I'll see you in a couple hours or a couple days or whatever. And it'll be even better then. But no, man, I'm going to keep fighting. Like as long as, and I got to get some support. I got support from you guys, and I appreciate it. all the support I get from you guys is it's huge, because I'm totally supported just by the people. And the support's there, man. As long as support's there, I'm here. And I've got my subscribe start scrolling, but still trying to rebuild after Patreon. But I'm telling you, man, the Lord really, he comes through when things are tough. Somebody will send an amount I wasn't expecting or whatever through PayPal or this, and just God bless you all, man. Thank you. It's been incredible. And I hate having to ask. I've never liked having to ask. It would have been really nice if YouTube never demonetized me and I just was able to do that. But that's not the world we're in, so it's okay. But anyway, I'm rambling. But
Man,
thank you, Danny.
ever since Costa Rica, man, I think I've only heard you ask like twice, dude. Not I maybe even once. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And you didn't even really ask. You just said, "Hey guys, here's what's up. It's gonna be like this if I don't get this." And
yeah. Thanks, man.
So,
Yeah, I'm glad you remember that. That's actually where I'm at now. Like right now I've got till about December or January, but I know the Lord's gonna, people will come through and it'll work out. And that's how it's been for years, man. It's just been I could write a book on what it's like trying to just do this stuff online and having to deal with all the people you deal with and the Patreons and the companies coming at you. But anyway, it's been something, but the Lord's been with me, man. I'm good.
And I said it last time we talked, and I'll say it again this time. I love how consistent you are. You don't flip flop. You don't do a freaking 180 on us and start going in any weird directions.
No way.
And,
thanks, man.
And I love it, man. And I love
I
you.
appreciate it.
I love your parents. So we're praying for them. I know there's people out here praying. There's people out here praying for them that they don't even know it. So
thanks, man. Danny, I love you too, man. I appreciate you.
And good luck with your water heater, dude. So
thanks. I know it's funny, right? It seems to be working out. What's funny is they gave me, I'm not even kidding. Now that you bring it up, what they did is they installed a smart water heater. I'm not even kidding. So this one, the water, I have to turn it all the way over to blazing hot, and it never gets blazing hot. It gets hot enough for a shower. It's strange, but anyway, it's working, so I can't complain too much. But everything's going to that smart technology, man. That's what they're doing.
Yeah,
anyway,
it is. So. It is. Yeah, they want to put a smart meter on my house, an electric meter. I told them no, and they said, "Well, I have to pay like $40 extra a month on my electric bill if I refuse a smart meter." Yeah. So I think it's worth $40 a month.
I think so. All right, man. Right. Thanks again, Danny.
Hey, one last thing, real quick. Be careful with the ganja. Because that stuff that the government's putting out, that medical stuff is not, I don't think it's good stuff, man.
Well, I actually been growing my own, but I feel you on that too. But I actually just harvested a plant last week. So,
okay, because my dad,
I appreciate that.
My dad has that medical card and medical ganja card, and the stuff smells like, when he's smoking it, dude, it just smells like I say a disturbed cow patty. Most people wouldn't know what I'm talking about there, but it smells like, dude, it just smells like straight up like burnt feces, man. I mean,
I can tell you, man, it's a whole other level. This stuff is for sure. And I like to know where it's coming from. It's not all government. You can find different farms. And if I find companies I like, I'll just get their products. There's a couple I do like. But yeah, you got to be careful because some of that stuff will send you off into space, man. It's not like the weed that our grandparents smoked,
Yeah, I smoked it a couple times, dude. It was kind of scary. It's definitely not like the stuff from the stuff I smoked when I was in high school to this stuff now. But I haven't smoked in a year now. So
that's good. I've been consistent, but I've been honest with y'all about it, and I mean, it's always in the evening, and I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it, and I don't abuse it. That's the thing. People who abuse it, it'll destroy your life. You can abuse it, it'll destroy your life.
It doesn't seem to hinder your work, so that's good. Or your walk, really. Your work or your walk, seem to be pretty consistent. So
thanks, man. It helps take the edge off. I'm a feeler, so I feel everything. So smoking a little bit helps me just relax. But anyway, nothing.
With as much negativity as you take in order to be able to do some of these shows.
Yes.
You almost got to have something.
That's what exactly, man. I'm telling you, being a feeler, which is really like I feel everything, and looking at this stuff all the time, man, it's like I need something to help take the edge off. Praying helps, sure, but the weeds have been good for me for over 15 years. It's been a long time. But anyway, that's my message to you folks. I'm not telling anyone out there to smoke it because it's not for everybody. And some people do abuse it and they ruin their lives. I've seen it.
They do. And for me, it's a rum and Coke or maybe a margarita. And I don't drink to get drunk. I don't drink to get drunk because I don't enjoy headaches and vomiting.
Yeah.
but just to get a slight,
Take the edge off.
right, because people like us, and I don't mean me and you, I mean us and everybody listening, and everybody, probably all your subscribers. I mean, people like us in this community, we know so much that sometimes it hurts.
Oh yeah, and I think there's scripture. It's like everything's allowed, but it's not. There's a whole script, and I can't remember the exact term for it, but yeah, I think just pray about these things, folks. If it's weed or if you're like a drink here and there, just pray about it. Make sure you're not getting out of hand with it. But all right, Danny, I probably better move on, man.
All right, man.
It's been
I hope
talking to you. It's been good talking to you.
The rest of the show is good. Oh, and hey, man, honestly, I know everybody wants to know what you look like and everything, and wants to meet you in person. But dude, I'm just gonna say, and everybody's probably gonna get mad at me about this, I wouldn't do it, man, because just like the last caller said, it's you could probably trust, and chill with 99% of the people in the room, but there's gonna be those two weirdos that are gonna want to take pictures of you somehow, sneak and say, hey, this is what he looks like, or try to follow you home or something, man.
I'm going to tell you something right here, and this is actually kind of a big deal, I guess, maybe to some people, but I just haven't told you guys about it yet, but I wasn't even sure if I was going to, but I guess I'll tell you now. And not everyone's going to hear this because, but
right.
I actually went on camera over on Subscribestar. I've got 2 videos over there where I actually show myself, and I didn't want to make a big production out of it. And I wasn't going to make a video and say, hey guys, come take a look at me on Subscribestar. But because of the timing we're in, and I used to joke like, I'll show myself on camera when the Antichrist is here and stuff like that. But we're really at that time. So I actually went on camera and I showed myself. So if you want to see me, if people do want to see, I am on Subscribestar. There's a couple videos over there. One's called So How Close Are We Now? And the other one's just called Hi, I'm KJ. So there you go, guys. It's going to be funny because some of you guys have seen these pictures these knuckleheads have put up for years online. Look, we found KJ. Wait till you see how off these idiots were. Okay. But anyway, yeah, that's all. And I just want to do something special for my people over there and, just say hi.
One last thing. Is that you in your old thumbnail pic where you're in like a trench coat and like a fedora hat, and it's kind of like looking through a peephole type thing?
No, it's actually the perfect picture I found though. And when I found it, I was like, that's what I'm taking.
I just often wondered if that was you before. So I was just like, hey, is that him standing there? So
no, but it could be.
Kind of neat. Yeah, could be anybody, I guess, huh?
Yeah. All right, man. Well, hey, Danny, thanks again. It's been good talking to you, man.
All right, you too, and be safe and take care, and wish your parents the best, and Mr. Chubbs.
All right, thanks, man. I'll see you later.
All right,
guys. Thanks again for your patience there. We got Denise up next, Carlbert, Strongman, Ferret 2, Nigel, Jared, Desert Trance, Danny, and Miss Ryan Primrose. Thanks for your patience, you guys. I had someone in there had the name JK to KJ. Now, I don't know if that could have been, I've seen that before. It could have been a troll, someone coming here to troll me. I don't know, but we will find out. Denise, maybe we'll find out. Denise.
Hello, KJ.
Hi, how are you?
What a pleasure to speak with you. I have been listening to you at least since 2013.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yeah, and I got my sister turned on to you as well, and my cousin listens to you. So, I always believe good news can also spread quickly.
Thank you so much. Isn't that crazy how much things have changed since 2013?
Oh my gosh. I'm telling you, I've got a couple of quick topics I'd like to touch bases on.
Sure.
With you. A few years ago, my mom passed away on my birthday.
Sorry.
And ever since that's happened, I've had situations where no matter what, I'll give an example. I go to sleep, I wake up, and I see it's 11:44. And then I could be doing something random when I'm out and about, and I just glance at my clock and I'm seeing 11:44. The patterns I'm seeing is 1:44, 11:11, 33, and 1:14. And it's been that way since she passed away. I had a situation when I was talking to a friend and I had put my clothes on dryer. And I look at it's the digital timer on the dryer as I'm passing through there to go to the garage. I glanced and it went, it was 33 and then it dropped down to 5 minutes left. It happens no matter what room I'm in, what type of, if I'm wearing a watch, if I'm looking at the microwave, I'll just jump up and I look at that and I see it. And I prayed about it and for understanding, because there were a lot of spiritual things that happened after she passed. And you know, when we had her funeral, we actually celebrated because we didn't want my mom to be experiencing what we knew was going to happen, if that makes any sense. She was really
Yeah.
sick. She was out of her pain. She was did so many good works, believed in God and Jesus Christ, and I knew where she was going. Okay. And so that was kind of, let me explain what I believe have come to after prayer and just understanding one day where it just hit me like a lead brick.
And I want to ask real quick, Denise, just so I'm clear. So when you said you knew where she was going, your mom, she went to heaven, right? She knew Jesus.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. She's in one of the mansions. and you know, I was I'm from North Carolina. I moved.
Oh, I love North.
But she helped. Me too. But I flew out, you know, as soon as I got the call from the hospital, that late afternoon. I was out on the first flight the next morning, and she hung on as long as she could. And you know, she refused pain medication and everything, and till I got there. And we were at the hospital for a few days, but there were so many things that happened since my mom has passed. If I tell you another thing, you're probably going to think I'm crazy.
No, you're talking to the right guy. Crazy is my quality. So go ahead.
After her funeral, my face stayed with, it was like sparkling, to the point that my sister was the first one that noticed it. I had friends that were commenting, "What are you doing? Are you using something different?" And that stayed on my face for, I think, almost a month.
See, that's why when you said as soon as your mom passed, these things started happening, I just immediately, my spirit, I thought maybe that's the Lord's letting, it's a comfort for you. You know, maybe that's why the Lord's letting you have all this.
Yeah. And I'm going to go a little bit deeper on this.
Okay.
When I was in California and my mom had first passed, and me and my sister were getting together, you know, mainly me on the funeral arrangements and this and that. And there was a special, I know it sounds petty, but it was a special box that my jewelry box that my sister wanted to take her time on. And I was like, we got to do this, we got to do that. And it rubbed her the wrong way. I knew after we had a night apart, because my best friend was with me and we stayed with her sister. And I told my sister, you know, you stay in the hotel. After we have a night apart, we called each other, and all of a sudden we just broke down and shared. Moving like 9 months later, almost a year later, she tells me that, well, she had told me initially that she had seen my mom in Jesus's arms being taken away. Okay.
Love it.
Okay. With that, there was an unusual peace, because I told her, yeah, I could see that in my mind when I talked to her that morning. What I didn't share with her was my mom was swaddled like an infant, but she had a adult head. And I was working, because I worked hurricanes, because I was a property adjuster. We were sitting out on the patio, you know, just enjoying Sunday. And all of a sudden, she goes into more of a description, and I gasp, because that's what I saw in my mind that she actually saw. So anybody that doesn't know God is real, he is real. There are so many things that's happened. But getting back to these numbers, I figured out the 11 was for the disciples because Judas had betrayed Jesus. 33 is the age that Jesus was when he died. The 144 I keep seeing is 144,000. So he gives you clarity. At the time, I wasn't able to put that together, and it actually took me over a year to understand. And one night I was just up, went to the kitchen to get something to drink at night, and all of a sudden it just hit me. Now I understand. So,
no, sorry, go ahead.
You're fine.
Well,
another thing I see very often is the 9/11 and the 4/11 and the 7/11. And these, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to jump on you like Arian like that, but I was just quickly going to ask, did you know that I see numbers too?
Yes.
Okay. I just didn't know.
I that's what why I'm telling you this, because you talked about it many years ago.
Yeah, I love it. I still get, I'll tell you this, I get 111. It started like 2012. And I just had this other heart attack a few months ago. And when I brought me out, you probably heard me tell it already, but when they brought me out of, doing the surgery, it's like a minor surgery. They put a stent in there. They wheeled me to my room, and that room was 111. Tears.
Wow.
The nurse was looking at me like, "What's wrong?" And I was like, "God gives me these numbers." Yeah, I was like, "The God gives me these numbers, and He's telling me everything's okay." I was seriously freaking out. But it is
because He communicates with us in so many different ways, KJ.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And even in dreams. I just lost my brother a couple of months ago, but thank you. But I know where he is too. People don't understand the calmness when you're a Christian. I don't call myself a Christian. I call myself a believer. Okay.
There you go. Yeah.
One of the more recent dreams I've had was me and my sister, because we're the only two left. She lives with me. I was outside and in this yard with this older white house, and my mother and my brother were in it. But it was so odd that outside I saw withered like corn and tomatoes. But what I did see outside was the grapevine that was so luscious. And then and this was toward the side of the back of the house. Then me and my sister are walking toward the front. And in the front of this house, it had like a little altar that people worship in a bad way, and I even thought in my dream, this isn't good. And so I when I looked at it, it was like a rectangle that was built in, and it had a lean-to behind it, but it had straw and some kind of one of those idols from ancient days of old. But what I found interesting is that there was a cattle back there, and it was like they could do sacrifices and drain it from, the lean-to that was like a platform, if I'm making any sense.
Yeah,
it's like a drain-off system. Yeah. And that kind of put me out. Yeah, because that dream was so vivid.
Wow.
So I know He's coming soon. I know it. I just know it in my heart of hearts.
I'm jealous. I wish I could remember I'm jealous because I wish I could remember my dreams, and I've been praying for, rapture dreams and stuff, but I just don't remember my dreams. But go ahead.
My sister had a dream of New York in a flood.
Oh boy.
Yeah, she had one of those. She woke up telling me about it. Man. But the only dreams I do remember, KJ, are the ones involving my mom and my brother, and then me and my sister are in it. Yeah. Well, and also at a young age, I know that I am with Jesus Christ, because at 5 years old, he brought me up and I was above my body. The second time I felt it was 14 years old, and at my cousin's house, and we were just talking. It was night, you know how kids do life, and we're just talking about everything. All of a sudden, I wasn't there present with her anymore, and I was rising up, and I could just see the edge of heaven. I could see there was a fence, beautiful white fence, and the grass. And I knew there were gates before I knew that they were gates. At 14, I have to admit I didn't know a lot.
Yeah.
And then my last one I had was I was working at a company and had worked there, relatively new. And we were all sitting down at the desk, and all of a sudden there were just a few chosen people that rose up, and it caught me off guard. It was like, but not so scared because I knew what it was. And one of my coworkers, who I didn't even know who they were, but I knew what was going on. They asked me what was going on. I said, we're going up to heaven. So God is good. And I didn't mean to take up too much of your time, but there's
You
some
didn't.
hot topics. Thank
No,
you. There's a couple of hot topics that I don't know if everybody's aware of. First
What do
one
you
is
got?
at Balmoral, where the Queen died. They have a pyramid in back of that castle.
I didn't see that yet. I've been looking for stuff on the Queen, but I haven't found anything really.
Yeah, they put a pyramid from 1852 of one of the queens that lost her husband.
Really? Okay, cool.
Yes, and I don't know. I would send you the link, but I don't know where to send it. If you
That's
have an
okay.
email address,
I'll
and
dig it.
then the
Oh, sorry. I'll dig it up, but no worries. Go ahead.
Okay. The other thing is that after my mom had passed, well, this happened before my mom had passed. I want to start. My sister was living in California. I'm here in North Carolina. I don't normally have nightmares, but I had this dream that I was walking on a bright sunny day, and the little pony cement walls that they have at the colleges where the students sit.
Yeah.
Okay, I was walking down that path, and all of a sudden I felt uneasy. And this guy that was dressed in all white, all of a sudden screams out, "Yeah!" Okay, I didn't know my sister had the same experience, but she was awake because she saw something weird in the sky. And so she had her boyfriend stop, and there were some kids that were behind him that noticed it as well. He had military binoculars. She looks at this thing in the sky, and all of a sudden it rears its face, just like I know you can't see me, but it was the same reaction. Ah! And it scared her so bad, she put those binoculars down and she said, "We gotta go." He says, "I told you." I've got tapes on my phone showing UFOs in my neighborhood. And I know I'm not crazy because I'm on the neighborhood website. And a year later, one of the neighbors in our suburbs posted and asked if we had seen that thing. I didn't say anything to anybody, but I actually have them posted, and it's these orbs. But when you're looking at them, they're moving like they're from another dimension, side by side, up and down. And when I capture it on my phone, it's just crazy. It's got it's just it's not from here. And in fact, it was trying to avoid my camera. So we knew what was going on.
Yeah, and a lot of times, like you said, they know that you're watching. There's people that can summon these things.
Exactly, and we all know what they are. I
wouldn't recommend that. Yeah, we all know what they are. You don't want to be playing.
We all
with
know
those
what they
things.
are. Yeah. So that's pretty much what I wanted to kind of share with you. One quick thing is Biden just signed the biotech bill to allow more
digital currency,
freedom on transhumanism.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and that was I think he signed it yesterday or the day before.
Wow, I'll look that one up. I'll see if I can find that one too. But I'm not surprised. I mean, because
Yes,
that's the well, we're surrounded by a bunch of transhumans right now. Human
we
2.0.
are. Oh my gosh, we are.
Yeah, it's already happening.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, you're not kidding. I mean, I don't know. Me and my sister always said we don't know what we're looking at.
Yeah,
I've got a picture of I'm gonna drop it because I don't care. Rachel Maddow, and her face is so scary and distorted.
yeah.
But
Mm.
you cannot tell me that's just the pixels because everything in the background is normal. How come that's not affected?
Oh yeah, well,
You know
I've
what I'm
I've
saying?
shown that a lot. That's all over. Yeah, and these
Yeah,
because I believe what's going to happen, especially during tribulation time, is that there's going to be no reason for these things to hide. I think it's going to be
right.
like a real nightmare. I think it's going to be like real nightmarish stuff like that. That we're going to
Oh
see
yeah.
these things. And
And they're getting ready to drop it soon because after and I'll make this my last sentence. I'm so sorry. I'm just
no, you're great.
excited to talk to you.
That's okay.
After they released all that so-called information at the Pentagon last year, what they didn't fully advertise is they released another 1,500 pieces. And there's a show that I watched called Redacted, and I think it was earlier this week or late last week. They had a guy on there that he's 85 years old, and he started talking to these other terrestrials at 5. I want to say demons, but other
Hmm.
terrestrials when he was 5, and they kept in contact with him through his life. And he's got so many clear pictures, and they just released one of the clearest ones ever from Scotland just in the last 2 weeks. So I know they're about ready to drop all this very soon.
Is this the guy that was also having sex with these things? Because
No,
okay, there's a
no.
guy. There's an old man. He's like in his 80s,
Uh-huh.
and he's an artist, and he's painted pictures of these things for years, and claims that he's just like this other guy. He's been visited by them. He's had sex with them, and it's just weird. But
Hmm.
anyway,
Yeah, this guy was like a stormtrooper or paratrooper or whatever. And then my son, he's currently in the UK, and I wanted to get a flavor of what they're feeling about this new king. And basically, he told me that everybody's in their own little bubble right now. There's
oh
not a
really?
lot of people that, yeah. And they're kind of upset on the billions of dollars that they've had to spend, on this funeral because they're
Hmm.
going to start they've already been told about their electric bills.
Oh yeah, yeah. They're
So
they're getting hit really hard.
they're getting hit real hard. And my best friend in California told me yesterday, and it's just her and her husband living in uh, the house. They keep off all their lights except when they're in the room, barely watch TV. He works all day long. They got a notice from PG&E saying that they're going to, because they use so much electricity now, which is insane, they're going to put them on a different tier.
Oh boy.
So California is a more expensive tier. And California is also locking up people's water pipes and making it so that they will only have a certain amount of water pressure. So
Oh
it's
yeah.
getting more and more authoritarian. A lot of people do not realize with all this gossip and Will Smith slap and somebody did something. They're doing. You got to pay attention to global and what they're doing behind our backs, because what they're doing behind our
Yes.
backs is taking our freedoms away. And I want to piggyback on what that nice lady had mentioned on that mermaid thing. They did the same thing on that Lord of Rings show that Amazon would not post any of the reviews. All they're doing is trying to keep people separated. Because if we stay separated and angry, we're not going to focus on what we need to be focusing on. And
So
I
true.
pray for you. And I really thank you for hearing me out. You've been a blessing all these years.
Oh, Denise, thank you. And it's been a blessing meeting
Hmm.
you and talking to you. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
But yeah, all right. Well, hey, good talking to you. We'll talk to you next time. And thanks for
For
sharing. Thanks.
sure.
All right.
Okay, thank you. Take
See you
care. Bye
later.
bye.
All right, man. All of y'all been amazing. I mean, I'm telling you, these shows, man, it's every time. It's just, and I'm not just saying that. Like, you guys are great. Strongman is up next. Ferret 2, Nigel, Jared, Miss Ryan Primrose, Danny, Carl Burt, and Desert Trance. Hang in there, Desert Trance. I'll get to you. All right, Denise. And then here in a little while, I'll put the link back up, guys, because we still got a pretty full house here. Strongman. I didn't mean Denise. Sorry, I meant Strongman. Strongman, are you there? Strongman. He might be trying. I hear something happening over there. Maybe he's having trouble with his microphone. I'll give you some time here, Strongman. What I may do, Strongman, I'm going to come back to you. I am going here. Okay, now I can hear you, I think. Are you there?
Hello?
Yeah, there you go. How you doing, man?
Hey, good. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm glad I can hear you. Sorry, we just had a little glitch there. But how you doing tonight?
Oh, not too bad. I wasn't even going to call in. I just wasn't feeling so good today. But I know you don't do these shows very often, so
I'm glad you called in. I had a rough day too, by the way. So I feel you.
Yeah, some days you just kind of feel like, man, you just feel so down. And I know you're talking with another guest about that. It's just this everything in this world. What's going on nowadays. It's it is hard to be a strong man all the time.
Yeah, I mean, at least we have the peace. Like I'll say that. Like the Lord definitely provides us with that peace because I have a peace over all this. But yeah, just that sometimes you feel down, man. Today was one of those days for me, and then it just got piled on because a bunch of crap. I had trouble with my vehicle again today. It's not even with me right now. Like it's a whole long story, but the point is, man, and that was just on top of me already kind of feeling kind of crummy, and a lot of times I don't even know why I'm feeling crummy. I think it's just a sense of what's happening in the world, man. Like I feel bad for other people. I'm not worried about me. I'm worried about just all the other, the pain that's coming because a lot of sadness is coming. And there's already a lot of pain and sadness because of this traumatic mind control people have been under for 2 years now. But anyway, don't let me ramble on. Go ahead, Strongman.
Yeah, well, that's what I do have a couple questions for you too. That's what I was kind of curious. Like, what do you see coming? It's been 2 years of this COVID stuff, and what do you see them pushing this like in the next 5, 6, 7 years, or do you think they're going to move on to like a completely different either virus or just a completely different agenda?
I think it's already what I've been seeing. It's going to be not just this virus, but more viruses. And Jesus even told us there'll be multiple pestilences. So that the real ones are coming in with the created fake ones. So they're going to keep pushing that. They're also going to keep pushing the climate stuff. That's going to be the next move, the climate change agenda. But the thing is, I mean, they're going to push this for the next few years, but I don't even think, as some of you know, I don't think we're all going to be here. But for the people there will be people here, though. Most people are still going to be here for what's coming. And that's what they're going to experience is boosters every 3 months or every few months. They're going to be getting pushed that. I see this just from doing my uncensored shows, and I see the trends. And then all the climate lockdown stuff is coming in. They're going to start blaming the climate change on a lot of issues. Okay, they're going to, it's climate. I'm telling you, man, they're already starting to bleed it in there. But that's what it's going to be. And it's you're either going to be a slave to the system or dead. That's what tribulation is going to be. It's not going to be this beautiful satanic utopia, that the devil always wanted to create to, make people happy. He's coming to steal, kill, and destroy and drag as many of us down to hell with him as he can before he goes. So and I know that doesn't sound good. And it's like, I know that's not a cheery thing and it shouldn't be. That's the time we're in, man. It's like, it's going to be bad. It'll be the worst time in the history of this planet.
Yeah. The food shortages, I could definitely see that. And I did want to mention there was a gentleman that mentioned Gene Kim. There's a pastor that I have been watching over the last couple of years. He actually exposed Gene Kim and also Robert Breaker. They might put out some good stuff, but it does seem like they're definitely putting out a lot of strange things. And if anybody wants to check out the channel, it's Born Again Barbarian. The pastor's name is Brian Denlinger, and he was talking about those guys. But he was definitely talking about the food shortages and showing what's going on with them burning up these facilities and whatnot.
Oh yeah, the food plants are still getting hit. They're still getting hit. Yeah. It's coordinated. It's not, this isn't, oh, wow, what a strange coincidence. There's over 100 have been destroyed already in America. Yeah, so they're still doing it. I mean, we're watching the devil, like we see the devil, the devil in the details here. And that's what this is. It's Satan's hive mind, his minions enacting all of this, trying to destroy everything so they can build back better this one world system, the Antichrist. And that's what it is, man. It's crazy, man. I mean, I've been looking at it for 16 years, and I still wake up sometimes. It's like, God, this is crazy, man. I mean, we're seeing this happen. But the craziest part is that most people are asleep to it. That's really the craziest part. So, like, the videos I do and stuff and other people do and kind of the information we are able to get out there, I don't even think it's really playing its part fully until the tribulation. I think people are going to find this stuff later. Be like, what? These people were talking about this stuff back then? And then hopefully that'll help, help them to make the right choice, which is Jesus, the only choice they could make, or the mark in hell,
Yeah, well, speaking of 33, there's a lot of talk about 33. So Pastor Brian brought up a interesting theory how possibly the rapture could come around 2033. He didn't set a date or anything. He's like, it'd be interesting because I think it was the Vatican, the popes, they basically said by 2040 there's going to be no more resources. So I'm thinking, well, yeah, could it come around that time or maybe 2026, and then 7 years later Christ returns 2033, and that's a very important number, and he was 33 when he died. And could that be the year that, and obviously none of us know exactly, but we could kind of,
but we'll know that we'll know the season. Though the Bible tells us that we'll know the season, and also first off, for the last several years they've been talking about Agenda 2030. Of course, it was Agenda 21 at first, and now we're experiencing that. If you go look, at Agenda 21, you'll see that it's happening now. But Agenda 2030, they recently moved up. They said we're pushing it up to like the next couple of years, because I said even before they did that, 2030 is BS. This stuff's moving so fast. There's no way they're going to wait till 2030. No, it's happening right now. So, yeah. And I don't, I think about dates and stuff. I think about like this year, we're going to have 11/11/2022, which is a 44. And Obama was 44. He's also the Antichrist, so my opinion. So I was thinking, what if something happens on that day? I mean, I think about that stuff a lot. But, it's hard to say because I always miss. I never tell you guys, hey, I'm expecting something on. You don't do that. That's not good. And the people who do that fail, time and time again, because we're not going to know, but I know it's the season, man. I can feel it. It's here.
Yeah. And I think you share too. I don't know if you shared this on one of your shows, but a lot of other people have showed how like the military predicted by like 2025, the United States population was going to drop down to like, 100 million? And,
I think there've been some things like that. Yeah.
So I mean, and all this talk about the shots that have been coming out, and what is it like? I don't know the percentage. Maybe like it's like 70% of Americans, or maybe higher, that got at least one shot.
Yeah, I have a hard time trusting any other numbers anyway. You know what I'm saying? But that sounds about right. But I think it's a lot. I don't even know, man. I can't even guesstimate. But Barack Obama went up and he said, we just had billions. We tested this out on billions of people. He said billions. But he said, we essentially tested this out on them, which is funny because that's exactly what they did. But they wouldn't admit it in the beginning. And now it's like Barack's telling you that's what they did. We tested on you. Ha ha. You're the subject. You're human 2.0. Welcome to the game. It's gross. It's just really gross.
It seems like something big is coming. Like, I just feel like we're in that like middle phase. Like I would say if not this year or early, 2023, it seems like maybe by the end of 2023, like something's going down, and especially with the shots. I mean,
especially with,
you figure, most people got it, at least a year or so ago. So, I mean, we're coming up on 2 years.
And 2 years is the marker. For a lot of it, for most of them.
Yeah, so it seems like 2023, and that could be an important number. So that, it seems like that could be the year that just a lot goes down. And not just with that, but as they're just going to be throwing card after card, and it's just going to be one thing after the other. And it seems like, right from the beginning of 2020, something felt different. And,
Yeah.
this whole decade just seems to be the decade that this is it. This was their plan a long time ago, and they're moving forward. And
Yes.
Pastor Brian did a very interesting video talking about the cursed generation. I know you've covered too about the younger generation as
Gen
well.
Z, like the last letter in the alphabet happens to be right in time for the end of the world. Yeah, it's interesting. But yeah,
Yeah.
they're very programmed, the Gen Zs and millennials, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I was thinking about that, like, okay, like, yeah, the young generation, the millennial, and especially the millennial was like the first to really, like, you know, just be so controlled. But if you think about it, I think it started before. I would say the first generation, and other people agree that I would say the baby boomer generation was the first to kind of get away from traditions. And it's not like they were controlled the same as millennials, but if you go back in like the 70s, they were the very first to just be that rebellious generation. And if you talk to a lot of boomers nowadays, and even if they do say, well, I'm changing my ways, they still hold on to a lot of secular things, and even ones that say they're Christian. And
that's so true. Yeah, they're very programmed in that way too. Go ahead. I see where you're going with this. It's true.
Yeah. So I feel like they were the first. I feel like my grandparents' generation, like most of them are, deceased at this point. But I would say they were like the last generation to try to hold on to the traditions. And obviously it started, in that generation a little bit. But yeah, definitely it seemed like the boomers were like the first to really just kind of get into the world. And I mean, there's some really intelligent boomers as well. I'm not saying that, that they were all bad, just like millennials. It's just, it seems like that's the first, because I feel like the millennials get a lot of heat. They get a lot of, just a lot of bad reputation. And I'm kind of in between millennial and Gen X. So, and I don't know how old you are, but, so like, I feel like there's a small generation, like late 70s to like 85, that's like kind of looked over, and they just kind of group them in either Gen X or mostly millennial,
Mm-hmm.
And, but there's a lot of people in that age range that kind of have the, both sides, like a little bit of the younger, but then also have the influence from the older. So it's interesting.
It is. It is. I'm definitely a Gen Xer for sure. But yeah, I mean, our generation in the early 90s, it was all like, the doom generation. There was all these movies, independent movies came out. They were hyper violent about our generation, about Gen Xers. I'm trying to think of some of those. Gosh, what was that one? True Romance was one. And there's a whole bunch of them out back then about, Generation X, being killers. We all got tattoos and smoked cigarettes and, really rough around the edges.
Well, yeah, it's interesting because like your generation followed the boomers, and I feel like your generation saw just a lot of the strange things of the boomers. So it's kind of like you guys rebelled, but differently than the boomers did. And so it's interesting, like that your generation turned out the way you did, and then following your generation was, the smaller generation, but then the millennials. And it's almost like the millennials completely kind of missed out like a lot of the signs that you guys were putting out there. I mean, you've been doing this for 10 years or longer than that, and and I've been watching you and a lot of people for like at least 10 years, waking me up to all this. And I knew like it was real. Like so many millennials and younger just kind of mocked it, like, oh, this will never happen. And then COVID hit, and it's like, oh, maybe some of this is kind of true.
Right. Yeah, that's actually, I go to TikTok, and I'll show videos from TikTok on my What Happened show. But that's one thing I learned on TikTok is, I mean, I never say it's the entire generation, but there's a lot of good kids in that generation too, that are wise, that are awake, that love Jesus, and they also get everything that we're talking about. They're out there.
Yeah, I think a lot of them have the knowledge. Like I've talked to a lot of millennials. They understand, there's secret groups out there. They understand certain things, but it's almost like just all of the brainwashing and programming, and just it just took away all their strength to really fight it. And not all of them, but a lot of them. And it's sad, because like I said, I feel like if I would have to say boomers over the millennials, I would say boomers definitely hold on to secular things, and especially like the whole Trump movement. And
That's a really good point, though. Yeah, the secular thing, exactly. I mean, even like my mom and dad, are Christians and go to church every Sunday and all that stuff, but they're also, somewhat worldly. They're successful and they like their things and stuff. So there is that aspect. I see that.
Yeah, I mean, there's some definitely good Christians in the boomers. It's just unfortunately, I knew Christian men that probably in their mid 60s by now, and they just held on to some things. And the big problem is the church building thing. And like I know you talked about like speaking in tongues. Like so many boomers are so convinced that the speaking in tongues is and it's just that's not what the Bible was talking about. I mean, that was for the Jews, for one, and for two, it's not some weird, thing you're just, speaking whatever. Like it literally was a language, a tongue, a language that the Jews were, they never studied, but they were speaking it, and that was the gift. And it's just unfortunately the boomers just don't want to hear that. Like I've had people get mad at me. They say, "Oh, you're not spirit filled unless you're speaking in tongues."
Yeah, and I know that's all bunk because I went through it with that group in Maui. I got together with, I call it a cult, but it was a cult in Maui basically. It started off as a Bible fellowship type thing, so I thought it was just going to be that. But then I found out that they were really into speaking in tongues, and they would put me in this room with one of the guys, and he would sit there and try to lead me into speaking in tongues, and I just would fake it eventually just so I could get out of there. And that's when I knew this whole thing was bunk, is bad. I told that story before. There's a lot to it. Those guys are pretty wild, man. They were fighting against AA because AA only mentioned, a God and didn't get into Jesus and stuff. So they had written all these books that were countering AA, and they would send people into AA meetings to recruit them to come to our Bible study. It was a whole thing, but enough about me, man. Sorry, go ahead, strong man.
Yeah. Well, another thing, Pastor Brian is really big on. I think you'd like him. He's in Gen X too, and he really knocks down the church buildings. And that's one thing I would say that the boomers hold on to more than anything. I was talking to someone today, and they're like, "Oh, you got to be around other Christians. You got to go to the church buildings." And so many of that generation just doesn't want to realize that the church buildings were never part. They were never in the Bible. Like it never says, build a $1 million building and call it a church.
Mhm.
And, go there every Sunday and that's the only place to worship. And then the rest of the week you could do whatever you want. But as long as you show up to the church building, it's God says, "Oh, that's good." It's just, I just wish more of that generation would say, you know what, we need to have home churches or, worship outside. And why does it always have to be a 501c3 controlled building? Like
Exactly.
why can't we just worship anywhere? And and if you don't go every Sunday at a building, they say, "Oh, you're not a Christian, or you're not doing what
Backsliding.
God, you're not doing what God would want you to do. He would want you to show up to this building every week."
Boring. Yeah.
And I feel like here, on your platform or Brian Denlinger's platform, like, there's more real Christians on these platforms than you're going to find at a church building.
A lot of times, yeah. And with churches, I've always told people, of course, what my stance is, but I've been to a lot of them in the past. I was searching, back in those days in the military. But I also believe that, it's right for some people's path. You may need church for your path. People out there might need that. Yeah. And that's okay. That's why I tell people, just pray about these things and let the Lord guide you. My experience is I'm not into those buildings. It's just not my thing. But I also understand the importance, especially with children, at least give them a foundation, things like that. But you can do that at home by yourself if you want to.
Exactly. Yeah. I don't think I've ever found one church building. I've tried many different denominations. I've tried even the Messianic movement, where they kind of wanted to go back to like the Jewish roots, and I thought maybe that was the right thing, but then I realized, you know, a lot of the churchgoers actually weren't even Jewish, and they were kind of, you know, so I kind of got away from that. And but yeah, I never really found any sense of belonging in any of these places. And they're, you know, and it's just, you know, it's like Brian says, you know, it's like your Sunday best, you know, you got to have your suit and tie. And I know that a lot of the buildings are getting away from that now. Like it's more casual now, but,
Yeah.
But you know, they still hold on to certain things. And,
Oh yeah.
but yeah, it's just, you know, I think that's the main issue. It's just a lot of people that are just, I don't know now, like I think you were saying this earlier, people are more angry nowadays. And, you know, I think that's a combination of, you know, the shots, that it's changing people. And, you know, it's just a variety of things of just, you know, there's a lot of people that are just not sure what's going on. And, but at the same time, I think people are starting to question things a little bit more than, you know, 10 years ago. Like when I first found you, it just seemed like, oh, you're conspiracy. You know, it wasn't even, they never even gave it a chance. But ever since 2020, I think more people now are like, okay, I'm open into listening. Like even atheists, like they're starting to listen and say, yeah, there's something really strange about this whole thing. And so, you know, that part's good.
Yeah. They're coming around. People are coming around. They have to, like you said. I mean, the world's not going to let them. And again, some people are still going to choose, though, to be an ostrich and put their head in the sand and just go with whatever they're told to do. There's going to be that element, but more and more people are waking up. It's that time, man. And as these other things start unfolding, it's going to become so obvious. Can you imagine what it's going to be like when the pit opens and when these creatures come out that are stinging men that have the hair of lions and faces of men and stuff? I mean, dude, it's just, I mean, we're in for a heck of a show. It's going to be crazy.
Well, I'm wondering what's going to happen here in North America. Okay, you talked about Canada and how the prime minister there, he's already pushing, like, or kind of putting it out there that there's going to be more lockdowns. And
Yeah.
it doesn't seem like Canadians are ever going to be able to leave that country unless they get it, you know, the shot. So it seems like that's, I don't know. I mean, hopefully that's not the case, but it just seems like they don't want to change. So I'm just wondering if this country is gonna like kind of do the same as Canada. I pray not. I hope not. But I'm just wondering if they're going to say, okay, if you know want to travel even to a different state, you got to get a shot. Or I just don't know how bad it's going to get here.
I think that's going to be worst case. Yeah, I think that eventually, probably after the events and maybe hopefully after we're gone, but they'll lock down the FEMA regions. They've already talked about having like interstate taxes and stuff like in between the states. And, you know, it really, like, it'll be just everything. It's the devil, you know, this is the devil, like getting to finally do everything he wants to out in the open in his playground. So, you know, everything bad or evil you can imagine, I think that's what tribulation's going to be like. It's just going to be hell on earth, you know, and I pray we're not here for it, you know.
Well, one thing that's kind of a change of topic I kind of wanted to talk about. I know
Sure.
you guys were mentioning like different cities and like different pyramids and stuff. You know, one city I've noticed that never gets any discussion but should is Phoenix, Arizona. And I don't know if you've covered it or if anyone else has ever. I've never seen it, but it's always like Las Vegas and California. You've mentioned the Denver airport, all the symbols there. But what I've noticed about Phoenix is like, okay, they have the symbol, and you talk about the Phoenix rising, and they have that symbol for the city of Phoenix.
I'll have to look it up. I may have covered it in something in the past. I don't know, but
and no one ever talks about. They even have a soccer team called the Phoenix Rising.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, and it's crazy, and it never really gets any recognition. So like, you know, that was like, whoa, because like I never even knew what the Phoenix Rising was, and I guess that's like the rising of the Antichrist, correct?
Well, yeah, and the rising of his final system. You know, that's what Build Back Better is. It's the Phoenix Rising. It's and all the Phoenix symbolism with Freemasons around America as well, because America was built to be destroyed for this purpose.
Wow.
You know, yeah, once America goes down, then follows the world. So they knew this. All this stuff is planned, man. we were blessed. Some people may say cursed. I say we're blessed to be a part of this generation. And I'm so grateful that I get to do this and I get to see things and tell people and talk to you guys. And I'm super grateful to even be a part of this, man.
Yeah, so it was just interesting to me, like thinking about that, because they named a city Phoenix, and they even have the bird and the soccer team. So it's like, wow, like, so there's got to be. I mean, I've been there, so there's a lot of strange energy out there, a lot of wickedness, and a lot of people that go there, they end up going back, whether they're from another city or state, and they say, yeah, it wasn't a good experience. I mean, some not everybody, but
all right, I'll look into it, man.
But yeah, definitely check that out.
I will.
So. But one other thing I wanted to ask you, I know you're real big on Obama being the Antichrist.
Yeah.
I mean, are you pretty much set on that? Because like I was kind of thinking about that. I always thought like the Antichrist would come back as like a more of a younger, like very handsome. I know Obama's charismatic and all that. I just would think he would be like younger. And like maybe 30s, like around the same age as Christ was.
Yeah, I know. We all have these ideas, and there have been movies about it, which gives us these ideas. And then a lot of the churches have been wrong and still are about what's actually going on and what it's going to look like. I would tell you, look up. There's a couple documentaries Jonathan Kleck made, and the reason I like them so much is because he uses the Bible and he shows you Obama all through it. He shows you how it's connected there, and I can't remember the names.
Sorry to cut you off. I watched his video, and the only thing about him is he denied there being a physical third temple, and I was like, oh, that was one thing, because the Bible's clear. There's definitely going to be a physical third temple.
Yeah, I don't know, but that's what I would tell you, man. Is I would find I can't remember the names of them off the top of my head, but those are some of the best I've ever seen. And then I've done videos on it in the past too. There's just so many things that point to Obama that make it, to me, very obvious. But that's where I tell people, I don't force it on you guys. I'm not trying to twist your arm. I'm not that way. I'm not like, oh, they better see it the way I do. It's like, it's okay, man. See what you want, but pray about it. But yeah, I've felt and known it as Obama, in my opinion, for many years now. But we'll see. I mean, we don't got to wait much longer, folks. I'm telling you, this Biden, whatever that is, clone or double or whatever the heck that thing is, that thing ain't going to last much longer. I mean, it's going to start decaying soon. So this whole thing's falling apart, man. And it's like right there, dude. It's coming.
Well, speaking of the third temple, I feel like that's the only thing that could be, stalling the rapture. Pastor Brian thinks it could take several years. I don't know, but I mean, it's going to take at least a year to couple years possibly. I mean, because if you think about it, this is the third temple for the Antichrist. I mean,
well, they're already getting ready. They got all the red heifers. I just saw a news story today that some of the rabbis have got a bunch of red heifers out there ready to go.
Yeah,
sacrifice.
So you would think that this is going to be a very luxurious type temple. I don't think they're just going to put up some little tent or something.
Yeah,
it's going to be big. It's going to be well planned, and so I don't know how long that's going to take. The question is, between the time of the rapture until the time that the Antichrist confirms the covenant. I mean, I don't know, like, is it days, weeks, or months? That's another thing. Like, could the rapture happen and then there could be a couple months or a year go by, and then they confirm the covenant and start the 7 years? That's something I've been trying to pray about. And
maybe, man, maybe. It's an interesting theory. I've even wondered about this, that Obama, let's say Obama being the Antichrist, he's already running things right now. He's not, this isn't Biden. Obama's running things. Could that mean that his 7 years has already started, but we don't get like an official, oh, okay, now it's starting, guys? Because that's where the church, I think, gets a lot of these things wrong. Like, okay, now we can look for this. It's like, no, maybe it's this, but so maybe he's already started the 7 years. Maybe once the rapture comes, the last remaining years will be, like 3 years, 4 years, however long it is. And that'll be, I don't know, man. We can imagine and speculate, but all I do know for sure when I pray about this is not because I just see something very plainly and I feel it in my spirit, and it's imminence. That's what I get. Imminence. That's the word I see in my head. Imminence. So it's like something's coming quickly, man. That's all I can tell you guys. And I feel it in every fiber of my being.
Yeah, and even if it does take them, 3.5 years to build this temple, I mean, if the rapture comes, and like I said, there's even if it's days apart, I mean, they could. I think they could do it in 3.5 years, build that temple. So, I mean, I guess the rapture could happen this year, next year, whenever. So, a lot of us are. I'm sure you feel, you're ready now, and
Yeah.
it seems like September was another kind of watch date. Seems like, this could be a good month, but who knows?
Yeah. We'll see, man.
But it's
We'll
just
see.
everything that that's been going on. It's like, speaking of how people are, it's just, man, like I know you showed that one guy's channel, that guy that kind of goes in the Walgreens and CVS, and he kind of exposes those
Oh, yeah.
pharmacists.
Yep.
I kind of like what he's doing, but some of the things he says, like the language, it's like, but but he's showing like how these pharmacists and how these people are, where basically they want nothing to do with the truth.
Nope.
It's like he's trying to show them something, and they're like, nope, my company says this, I follow this. And that's what kind of scares me, is that most people will do whatever their company says, and at the same time, the system kind of set it up where if you don't, most people don't have several $1,000s saved in the bank, where if they lose their job, they could be homeless so quickly.
Yeah.
So it's just, the system has been designed for people to basically do whatever their job wants them to do. And maybe years back, it didn't seem like it was that big, but COVID really showed, okay, where are these corporate companies, where are they at? Are they going to care about their employees or care about the money?
Yeah. It's the money.
Yeah.
And because this is, now we're talking life or death. It may have been different in the past with pharmacists, whatever, but no, man, now this potion is killing people, and it's maiming them, like it's harming them. So this is real serious stuff. So shame on them for what they're doing. But telling you, man, it's just, these are crazy times, and people better get wise and realize what's going on, and act correctly, because judgment is coming.
Yeah, I'm trying to warn a lot of people about that, and sometimes you just feel angry, like a righteous anger, when you just look around, and it's like, people just only care about the material things in this life, and they don't care how many people they screw over to have it. And it goes back to the shots. I feel like the shots are changing people, not just,
Oh yeah,
not
I've
just
done videos on it.
not just the skin conditions and all that, but like, it's changing their emotions, it's changing their mind.
Human 2.0.
Yeah, I mean, people really, I mean, you could see it in their eyes. It's just, they have hatred now. And it's interesting because I don't know if you've ever covered it, but how, I think it was in the Pentagon, they did this long time ago, how they talked about coming out with shots that could basically control a part of the religious part of your brain.
Yep, I posted that clip too. Yep, it's a good one. I mean, it's not good. It's not nice information, but it's good. Yeah, you're right. They were finding a way to create a potion that would remove that, exactly, that whatever from a human being that causes you to worship the Lord. Like,
Yeah,
literally.
My only thing is, what if a true Christian got the shot? I mean, is it pretty much like, having the being Holy Spirit filled, that basically he'll, not allow that to happen? Like, because obviously, if you're Holy Spirit filled, you're not going to be like, hating God. I mean, it's, so that's one thing I'm unsure about. Like, is how are these the true Christians? How are they just getting these? Why would they get the shots? And then also, how is it affecting them, being Spirit filled,
Man, I don't know. A lot of pastors are telling him to do it. That's why a lot of them are doing it. And then with the rest, isn't there's scripture that talks about that their poison won't harm you or something? I mean, again, I'm not the best at quoting my scriptures, but there's some scripture about how, when you're Holy Spirit filled or whatever, that there's certain, somehow, like, the poisons won't harm you. I'm sorry, guys, I don't know that scripture, but I've wondered about that too. I just think that, I mean, a lot of good Christians got tricked into this, or they did it because they were told to by their jobs. Everyone has their reasons, and lots of Christians took this, because I know a lot of them that did. In fact, everyone at my parents' church did. But
I would say that there's more false Christians that got. I mean, I know there's real Christians too that got it, but I
Yeah.
would say more false Christians that are not truly born again. Because I talked to one guy, and he was all for the vaccines. He got 3 of them, and then he was saying, "Oh, I even made money off the monkeypox vaccines." I don't know exactly, but and this is a guy that goes to church every Sunday and claims to be
Yeah.
Christian. And I'm like,
Oh,
wow.
and just be careful using the V word just in case, strong man. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah. It's just, man, like, I don't know how people could say they're Christian and then just have no conviction, like, of making money off of it and just,
or just being open to getting more. I mean, like I said, I deal with it with my own folks, man. I love them to death, but they're all for it. They believe it all. They made me wear a mask again recently. I mean, they asked me to, and I said, guys, come on, seriously. I mean, I have to do that with them now and be like, guys, you realize everyone that's getting sick went and got this, right? Yeah, but it keeps you safe for longer. Like, no, it doesn't, guys. Guys, please. I mean, I really talk like this. And they'll just be smiling and looking at me kind of all doe-eyed, like, okay, Jay. And I'm like, I'm serious, guys. But, what can you do, man? You got to pray for them and just hope that, because they're older and they're already dealing with a lot of ailments. So I don't know what's coming on because of the potion or what's not at this point. But, what can you do? Just pray for them, man. That's all I can do. I pray for them and I have to just force myself not to sit around, thinking about it all the time. And I don't.
Well, one main issue I would say is like a lot of the truth community is basically putting out so much information. There was one channel on BitChute. I don't know if you ever recommended them. It's called Fall Cabal.
Never heard of them.
It sounds like these two. I guess it's these 2 European ladies that kind of really exposed it, and I was shocked some of the information. I mean, they were really getting it out there. And you have to check them out. But the only thing is they never mention the Bible. They never mention God. Maybe once, but it's almost like they make us feel like we're doomed, like we have no hope. And
right.
And that's the only problem. It's like, yeah,
That's
I understand this is how bad it is. I appreciate the information you're giving. I learned a lot from them. But definitely God is the answer, like, because she made it seem like, oh, there's no answer. It's just
that's terrible.
And
stay away from that.
Yeah, even if like tomorrow all of these elitists, pass away, the devil's going to replace them very quickly.
Yeah.
So it's not like as long as the devil's here, there's going to be elitists, there's going to be sin, there's going to be all kinds of stuff. So for Jesus said, this is a spiritual battle. It's not only physical.
Yeah.
And, once the devil is thrown into the, for the 1,000 years and Christ is here, there's going to be no crying. There's going to be no suffering. And, I've been wanting that since the time I became Christian, 20 years now.
And right there with you, man. It's coming.
And it's just thinking of 1,000 years with Christ, but then after 1,000 years, you're going to have some people that are after a perfect paradise for 1,000 years. There's going to be people that say, you know what, I'm done with Jesus. I'm going back to the devil when he's released. And
that's so freaky.
I know. Can you imagine?
I try. Yeah, it's hard to. It really is. It's hard to, man.
So I definitely want to end on that, like something positive. Like look forward to the 1,000-year reign with Christ. Everybody that's Christian here, stay strong and just realize God is there. And days like today, I was feeling down. We're always going to have those days where we feel down. But if you're Holy Spirit filled, He's going to pick you up.
I love it. Good message, strong man. Thank you. Nice meeting you too.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, man. Take care. Thanks again.
You too, KJ.
Okay, bye-bye. All right, guys. Another great one. Next up, I got Ferret 2. Ferret 2.
Hey, KJ.
Hey, how you doing, man?
I just saw your channel a couple years ago, and I'm so glad I saw it. And I'm actually glad to connect with you today.
Me too. Hey, do you actually have a pet ferret?
Yeah, I do. It's great. It's called Minx.
They are so crazy. I had a friend that had one.
Yeah, they're great. They're little rascals.
Man, but my buddy, his ferret was burrowing into his couch though. Like he had holes in the side of his couch because the ferret was getting in there. Is that?
Oh yeah, he like plays in my bed and goes under the sheets and
Oh,
like hides
they're cute.
underneath there. Yeah, it's so adorable.
Good, nice. Adorable pets make life a lot easier.
Oh yeah, definitely. So I just want to say like this is a great chance to just like talk about things and how
Yeah.
crazy things going on.
What
And
do you
I just
got?
want to share like an experience I had. So like a few months ago I had like thinking to myself, I was like, man, this like so many bad things going on. How can the Lord like let all these things just go on? Like there's got to be like a stopping point. Like somewhere there's got to be stopped. And then literally, I kid you not, the next day I was just walking on the street with my girlfriend. We're just walking. We got approached by another couple, and then she like said, "Jesus is gone." And that's what I heard. And I was like, "What? What?" And then my
Some
girlfriend
girl said
stopped
that.
her. And
A
then
girl said that.
yeah, she said, I thought she said Jesus was gone. And then I was
Okay.
like so confused. And but she had an
Uh-huh.
accent. She repeated herself, and I was like, this caught my attention. She said, Jesus is God. And I was
Okay.
like, whoa, okay, this is what is the chances of that?
From out of
And we
nowhere.
just and and we really just like started to talk about like all this stuff, and they saying like, yeah, we're just spiritual beings and we're just right now it's just experiencing the flesh body, and then after life is like the spirit. And
Yes.
it's kind of just that really like opened up my eyes. I was like, whoa, it's like this is like a really crazy thing. It's like it feels like God is almost talking to me
I love it.
in a way.
I think he was. That gave you reassurance and comfort when that happened, didn't it?
Yeah, and I just like I mean I was so scared to like I was like so shocked to even talk to him because it's just so relevant, and even my thoughts. I even brought up like so what happens if like someone like something happens with the government says um like there's aliens, and then people just start losing their faith in God, and then we just get this great divide. And then she said, well, we're reaching a new age and people just have different beliefs, and you're just going to have to follow what you believe in, and like read the book, read the Bible, just stay like on point with it. And that's what she said. I was like, wow, that's pretty crazy because a lot of things I'm hearing, it's just coming right back at me in real life.
That's great. I love that. Yeah, I think that's one of the ways he communicates with us, man. It should be a great comfort to you. There's so many ways he talks to us. You know what I mean. And it'll be stuff that it's him. Like the numbers are from me. Like I get them all the time. And then sometimes other weird things will happen. I've mentioned this once before. I'll tell you this in quickly. This happened a few months ago. I have a relative that I've helped out financially whenever I can, from time to time, because they're always in a bad spot. So they're that kind of person. They're always in a bad spot, and they just make bad choices, And a lot of times it has to do with men chasing men around. Okay, so there's a whole story there. But I've tried to help this person out a few times, and I was editing a video a while back, and I'll make these musical numbers in the beginning sometimes of my videos, and I edited the musical part and it ended on a certain number, like, 2 minutes, 45 seconds, whatever. And in my spirit, the Lord speaks to you. He told me to look that up, like look up that number. So I was like, all right. So I went and I looked up, that number in the Bible, and it was scriptures that having to do with, if somebody asks you for something, give it to them, always right, like helping people out and stuff like that. I was like, oh, okay, cool. And I was just like, okay, cool, whatever, thank you, Lord. And then went back to editing. And after a little bit, I went and picked up my phone. And sure enough, it was this family member of mine. I hadn't talked to him in quite a while, who was in another really bad spot and really needed some financial help. And I had a little bit I could send, and I did. But, things like that, man, he'll talk to you, in ways that you can understand. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think like even that same day when I got approached by that couple, we saw like a museum in New York City, it's the Met Cloisters. It's like a medieval castle looks like.
Yeah.
So a lot of religious artwork, and like it's very interesting because like we literally just went there and then got approached by them. They're talking about God. It just seemed too like coincidental.
I love it. Did you get their number? Are you going to still be friends with them, or was it just a
No,
passing
I,
thing?
I actually got so scared of them that we just lied and said that we're from like another state. It was just so unreal. Like we were
Oh,
absolutely like scared.
that's funny because I know what you mean. Because it's so weird because we're so used to kind of having to hide our identity a little bit in this world. I feel because when you start talking about Jesus and God and the end of the world and all that, you're a loon to most people. So that's why it had to. Now I see what you're saying. It had to be really weird. You meet someone who's like, "Hi, Jesus is God. Let's talk." Like, "Whoa, wait a second, wait a second." Yeah. So I get you.
Yeah, I just wanted to like tell you that experience. That was
Cool.
probably the most amazing experience I had recently,
Well,
and
thanks for sharing, man. Yeah.
and
Thanks.
I want my girlfriend to give you another shout out. Let me put her on for a second.
Yeah.
Hi, KJ.
Hey, how are you doing?
I'm good. Oh my God, it's so nice to hear from you.
Well, thanks. It's nice talking to you too.
I wanted to say that you're, a huge inspiration in life and in general. So thank you for all you do, and especially, all your channels. It's very like I always tell my parents because with what's happening in the world
Yeah.
with the J&J and everything. Unfortunately, my dad did get stage 4 cancer,
Oh,
and
sorry.
it wasn't well, he was diagnosed before, but after he got the J&J, it kicked back again.
That's I've seen
So
that a lot. I'm sorry to hear that, but I've seen it a lot
thank you.
in the stories.
So yeah, it's just inspiration for all the stuff that you do, and I just wanted to say thank you.
You're so sweet. Thank you so much, and uh, best of luck with everything with your father there. Okay,
Thank
we'll
you so
pray for
much.
him. You bet. Thank you. Nice talking to you.
You too.
All right. Bye
All right,
bye.
thank you. Bye. Do you want to say anything else?
Strong man. Yeah, I'll say bye to him. Hey, strong man. I'll just say it was nice talking to you. Okay, I think that was it. All right, guys. Thank you. It was nice talking to you both. All right, still got a lineup here. I got Nigel coming up next. Nigel, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, man. You all right?
Yeah, how you doing, Nigel? Nice to hear from you.
I'm all right, man. I'm all right. It's like what's time? It's 3:26 in the morning in London. In London.
I know. I'm sorry about that with my friends
No,
over there. I do a lot of shows at 2 in the afternoon for you guys, but I
no,
figured it'd
no,
be
no.
late for you. But thanks for staying up late.
No, it's cool, man. It's cool, cool, cool. I want to talk to us about a few things. Hold on. I'll write it down on my phone. So,
Okay, sure. And
so,
and while you're looking, what's your opinion on Prince Charles or King Charles now?
um, well, um, I don't know. Well, basically, I don't like the royals anyway. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Because, like, I know what they stand for. Do you know what I mean? And
yeah.
it's like I don't turn on TV because my
There you
TV's
go.
off.
You're probably
Like,
better off that way. Actually, I
yeah,
know you
yeah.
are.
Like it was off like 2020, and that was it. Bang for me, man. Do you know what I mean? And I don't watch him. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Because
it's good.
the thing is, like, all the money they got, and is what my mum said to me anyway. All the money they've got, it's God's money. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, punching around and blah blah blah. But end of the day, God's going to come down and get collect. Do you know what I
Hmm.
mean?
Yeah, I like
And
it.
we'll be up there and woo. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I was
So go on.
I was actually corrupted at an early age. I was a little boy, and there was a channel I could find that actually showed a TV show from BBC called Benny Hill,
Oh
and
yeah, yeah. I
I
know.
was watching Benny Hill, and it showed nudity on there. I was a little
Yeah.
kid, and I mean, it showed it nudity, and first time I ever saw that kind of thing. But I watched Benny Hill as a little kid for probably 3 years. Benny Hill and Jackie. I love Jackie.
Yeah,
He was my
yeah,
favorite.
yeah, yeah. But yeah, right. Okay, I've got my phone up. So
Yeah.
right, first thing I wanted to well, basically, I was baptized on June the 11th. I don't even know. I spoke to you about, I don't know, maybe Jennifer, March, April, May, June, maybe April, May, or something like that. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
and I said again, I said to you, I'm going to get baptized, and he said, yeah, great stuff. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I
And
got
you did it.
baptized. Yeah, yeah,
Great.
yeah, definitely, man. Do you know what I
Great.
mean?
I'm
And
proud of you, man.
yeah, yeah, cool, man. And like, it's a weird. I don't know. It's like basically, there's 4 people who were going out to get baptized. And I was the third in line, and they said, "Call me up." You know, 90 by this, blah blah. And I didn't have anything written down, but I was basically like, I'll basically uh, I'll spit it out when I got to the stage. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
When
Yeah.
I got to the stage, different story. Like tears is coming down, tears,
Oh,
man. You know what I mean?
good.
Like,
Love it.
but you know, it's like I'm crying, and all I can say is basically like there's basically my mum said we can't worship 2 masters, and and everybody said yeah, amen. Do you know what I mean? And
Yeah.
you know, and then they baptized me, and that was it. Do you know what I mean? But it's like when I went out there to the stage, like I've been crying for about 2 minutes, solid. Do you know what I mean? It's like
Yeah.
I think, what's going on? Do you know what I mean? Because at one point I was down on the podium, and I was like, okay, this is what I'm going to say, blah blah blah. And went up to the stage, and then I was like, do you know what I
Yeah.
mean? It's like, oh my god, do you know what I mean? And
He was
like,
moving on you. I love it. The Holy Spirit was moving.
yeah, basically, yeah, basically, do you know what I mean? Because uh, I've got to make the video it, and I sent it to my mum, and she's really chuffed. And she's been with the Lord for about 35, 40 years,
Great.
so she knows what's going on. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, it's
And
beautiful, Nigel. Best decision ever. I'm so proud of you, man.
oh yeah, man, you know, I can't wait to get up with him because I'm done with this world, man. I'm done. I'm done. I'm
Right?
done. I'm
Me
done.
too.
I'm
And
done.
you know, when I say it, I don't want anyone to ever think that it's like a depressing or a sad thing. Like
No,
I hate this place. No, it's not like that. I mean, you know, you still live your life. You shine your light, man. You know, I'm still going to do
yeah, yeah,
shows and videos as long as we're here. And
yeah.
yeah, yeah, I got you.
You know what I mean? It's like I'm done. And basically, uh, like I don't know.
Yeah, it's a great, isn't it a great feeling to not be afraid of death? I mean,
Oh yeah,
I've
cool,
had
no
to,
man.
I come close a few times myself, man. No fears. Like, all right, Lord, you ready? Let's go. If
No,
not,
no, no fear at all. And also, like now, it's like I read my Bible every day, maybe like I don't know, 5 scriptures or six chapters a night. Do you know
that's
what I
really
mean?
good, man. That's better than I'm doing. Good for you.
And you know, it's it's quite it's quite daunting, but on the other hand, I just keep reading it. Do you know what I mean?
Good. I love it,
And
man.
you know, that's what I want to say. And oh, anyway, is it? And I want to ask you, the 9/11. I was watching. It's about a 20-second, 26-second video, and basically, you know, the building blew up. But the thing is, I saw a face. What basically was going up basically was basically the devil's face. Do you know what I mean?
Yes. Did you know? I don't know if you knew this or not, but there were so many faces that came out of the smoke and all that during 9/11 that they actually had those on some of the news reports. Like,
Yeah.
oh wow, this is weird. Yeah, man, I've shown some throughout the years in different videos. I'll find compilations. I'm able to pull, but man, yeah, there was. I mean, there's like 4 distinct I can think of the top of my head. There was even one
Right.
on the side of a building that looked like George Bush. I'm telling you, man. I mean, and yeah, I mean, 9/11 was just, it was a huge ritual right in front of our
Oh
face.
yeah,
And
of course. Do
that's
you
when the
mean?
energy changed, man. That's when things really, that was really the beginning of kind of this beast system. You know what I mean? Like it's
Exactly.
really grew out of that with TSA and all that stuff. So,
Exactly. And it's like for me, it's like you know what? I'm done because devil's here, man. Do you know what I mean? And
Yeah.
people don't want to don't want to look at it. Do you know what I mean? Or like, you're basically the second person I've told. Do you know what I mean? Because people just don't want to look at it. Gone are their lives. Now I understand that, but like, they just don't want to look at it at all. Do you know what I mean? I was just thinking, wow, man. Also, there's a, what was it? I think about, I don't know, maybe this year, maybe a few months ago, my mum come round to my house to drop off some food, and she had allotment, and she dropped some food off, and we're talking outside the front of my house, and there's people walking past, and one particular man, he stared me and my mum all the way down the street, and when he got close up, he stared us out in the face, and I said to her, "That's a demon, isn't it?" I said, "Yeah." She said, "Yeah."
Hmm.
I thought, "Whoa." You know what I mean? And I was thinking, wow. But the thing is, man, my mum was perturbed by it. You know what I mean? She's like, you know what? You know, it's okay, man. You know what I mean? Because
I love it. That's how I am too. Yeah. And now you see it. So now you've
oh
got the
yeah, of course,
vision.
yeah, of
See?
course,
Yeah, man. It really is like the Matrix like that. It's really crazy.
yeah,
Agent
yeah,
Smith, the demon
yeah,
can pop up anywhere in these people. And they
yeah.
see you. They see you. I had a weird encounter in Costa Rica with a guy that I know was demon filled. Same thing though. He was coming at me and just cursing me, and oh man, the look in his face. It was one of the weirdest things, man.
Yeah. The look on him was like disgust, and because we're only talking. Do you know what I mean? And it's like he walked down, and like his face is all craggy, and he's just looking, and I'm thinking, oh my god! I said, that's a
They're
demon.
Yeah, those things they're pathetic and desperate. They really
Oh yeah,
are.
of course,
They're
of course.
pathetic and desperate, and they can't have us now. So they're really gonna hate you now, man.
Oh
They're
yeah, of course,
really gonna
man.
hate you. And same with me. That's what happens with us. But Lord will protect us.
Oh
The
yeah, of
demons
course.
might get a couple digs in here and there, but
Yeah,
we're
yeah,
we're all right.
yeah, of course, man. And also, oh, did what was it? Did he did a show, maybe about, I don't know, one of your shows. Well, like a video, about, I don't know, 2 years ago.
Hmm.
And the place is in Mexico, and my mate was around there. Anyway, there's a face. What is it? A shapeshifter changed into a guy, and then changed to a girl. I don't know. I think it's a girl or a guy. Do you remember that?
I do, man. And do you know what I found out later? In fact, here's a story behind that.
Yeah,
Um, it's okay. So I did a video on tears,
yeah,
shapeshifters and stuff.
yeah, yeah.
And I put that clip in there, and then that's one of those I had to go back and remove that video and take that dumb clip out because I found out later it was a fake. It was all made up for some Netflix some
No way.
Netflix. Yeah, man, they made that up for this Netflix TV series, and it looked completely authentic. Am I right?
Yeah,
Like it was in the movie theater,
yeah,
and all the people rushed in, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is one of the best things I've seen when it comes to shapeshifters. So I
yeah.
thought it was good, but and that's sometimes I'll get so excited about something and I won't dig in, which I usually do just to make sure because
Yeah,
you
yeah,
have
yeah.
to, man. There's so many fakes out there and stuff, but that really
Oh yeah.
sucked because that was such an incredible video. I was like, I wish that was real, man.
Yeah,
But yeah,
yeah,
it
yeah.
happens. We all get
Oh,
tricked.
oh yeah. So we are. So we are.
Yeah.
Anyway, third one, lateral flow test. Lateral flow test. So
Okay.
basically they don't have to basically stick the thing up your nose. Basically, you basically can stick it to your brain. They had to put it slightly in and twirl it around 5 times or 4 times or whatever, and then they basically,
Breaks the blood-brain barrier,
yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
and uh
Basically,
and and on hydrogel's got those little graphene snakes all over it, so it's
yeah.
just all of it's gross.
So anyway, like I've got one here now, and the packet, because I've got a leak recorder in my chest
Yeah.
because of a stroke I had.
Okay.
Basically, it's like a timer. It like records my
Wow.
heart and stuff
Well, hey,
like that, you know.
we're in the same club. I'm not there, but I got 4 stents in this heart over here, so it's just
Yeah, but the thing is, like I don't even need it. Do you know what I mean? I don't even need it because, like, when I was going for the test, well, the lateral flow thing, when it first started, maybe last year or whatever, inside me, I was like, I don't want it. I don't want it. And I'm thinking, I'm in the orange. Should I go for it? Should I go for it? Should I not? Should I not? Should I? Should I? Should I not? Do you know what I mean? And I'm thinking, okay, but it's like God's trying to warn me, don't go for it. Do you know what I mean? Don't go for it. Do you know what I mean? And
yeah.
but you know, it's cool. Do you know what I mean? Anyway,
Yeah, you went for it, but it's okay. I mean, because he'll still help you. You know, I mean,
yeah, yeah,
we all make the wrong choices
yeah,
sometimes.
yeah,
You
yeah.
know?
And also like lateral flow test. I mean lateral flow test. Like I went to the doctors about 3 weeks ago, and the blood he had some blood taken because he used to do like a MOT. So he said my cholesterol's high, and basically it's about 7.5, and my cholesterol level should be like 5 point. Do you know what I mean? So it's extremely high. Anyway, he said to me, "Oh, do you? I'll have 60 grams of statin waiting for you." And I'm thinking, what? And I'm thinking, no. But you know, like I went down to the pharmacy and picked up my prescription. Anyway, I told to my mum. I said, no, don't take that. She said, get some turmeric, put it in a tea, put a bit of honey in it, and basically that was it. Basically, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's
And that,
great. I take turmeric every day. I take turmeric, apple cider vinegar, and cinnamon capsules
and,
every day.
and basically, that's all you need. You know what I mean?
Fights
You-
inflammation. Yeah, it's really
yeah,
good for that.
basically, you know what I mean. So, like 60 grams of statin is sitting over there. Do you know what I mean? But the thing is,
Yeah.
like statins is the devil's drug because it numbs. I have to put it. It happened to me because when I first started taking it, like last year or year before, um, I felt like it's like a brain
Depressed.
fog. The
Oh my
brain fog.
gosh.
Yeah,
Nigel, real quick, I don't know if you knew this, but you know, after my first heart attack, they put me on like 12 drugs, and some of them are statins, right? I
yeah.
had statins, and man, after a couple of weeks, I was getting suicidal ideations. I did a live show and talked about it after all this stuff was done, but
Mm.
I was getting suicidal thoughts. I was depressed, just like you said. I had brain fog. I felt like a
Yeah,
freaking zombie.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, man, I figured it out. I had to, I got rid of some of that stuff. Actually, what I did is I quit everything pretty much
Hmm.
except for like one medication. I
Hmm.
went, you know, by diet, exercise, and everything like that. But I guess I didn't do enough because I had a second heart attack a few months ago. So
Right.
now I'm taking all their medication, but I don't have any statins, which is good.
Yeah.
So
Don't take it, man, because that's the devil's drug, man. Because you take that, and then I looked on the side effects, and basically it's like it's something with the liver or whatever it is, and then they'll put you on something else to go on that, and then they will put you on something else to go on that. And I'm thinking, no, man.
yeah,
I
it's just
mean,
going to be a chain because they don't want you getting better, of course. They
of
want to keep
course,
you just well enough to keep paying them, of
yeah,
course. So,
exactly. So like um,
hmm.
like screw them, man, because
Yeah, exactly.
because they don't have our well-being uh, in mind. Do you know what I mean?
Oh
All
no.
they think about is money, 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 money.
Especially now that the government's been paying them to push the potions and stuff.
Oh
It's
yeah, of
just,
course,
you know,
man.
and put them on a
And
ventilator. Yeah,
yeah,
15
yeah,
grand for a ventilator. Yeah, I mean, it's disgusting. It really is.
and
But
also one last thing. I think there's a call on you. No, caller talking about potion, and basically my mum took it. Yeah, she took 3 of them,
yeah, my parents too.
and but she's fine because basically she's been with the Lord 35, 40 years, and nothing's going to touch her. Do you know what I mean?
There you go. Yep.
And basically I said, what happened to you? Well, I had a dead arm, and then I went, I prayed to the Lord, said, take me up, take all these drugs out of me. Do you know what I mean? And basically that was it, and she's fine.
Great.
Do you know what I mean? So basically,
Yeah.
just keep in the book, in the word. That's all I can say, man. Just keep in the word, man, and God will show you, man.
I love it. That's all the nutrition you need.
Yeah, exactly, man. And one more thing, shout out to Tam. So yeah, basically that's about it.
There you go. I'm sure she'll appreciate that, man.
Yeah, cool,
Tamara
man.
loves you guys. I know she does. Hey,
Yeah,
Nigel, I'm so proud of you, man, and thanks for chatting. It's always good talking to you.
yeah, cool, man. Take care, Pete.
You too, man. See you next
All right,
time. All right, guys, let me tell you who's up in the lineup. Jared, Desert Trance, Glory One, Murray, Carly, Paul, Little Nike, Danny, Scipio Africanus, and Buddha Mick Mike. Guys, thank you so much for your patience and coming on to Jared.
Hey, how's it going, KJ? Can you
Hey,
hear me?
Jared. Good to hear
Can you
from
hear
you.
me?
Oh, I can, but if you could maybe turn your volume down a bit in the
Hey,
back, I
better?
can hear me. Yeah, that's better. Thanks, man. But I can't hear you now, actually. Sorry, Jared. Oh, you turned off your microphone on
Muted.
accident. There you go.
There. That better?
Perfect. Oops.
All right, great. I think this is my second time talking to you, KJ.
Yeah, I remember last time, man. How you been?
Pretty good. Busy, man. Got two boys, and then a third one on the way.
Oh, congrats.
Yeah. It's been crazy. Crazy
I
couple
bet.
years.
Because you're a relatively young man yourself, aren't you?
I just turned 28 last Saturday, so.
Yeah, you're still in your 20s, man. So it's good that you got started now.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I think everyone's a child.
Yeah, that's the way to look at it. That's true.
Like, ever since I was 8 years old, I even saw like old people as children. Like, it's not like
I like that.
I see them as children, but like they're spirits. They haven't been around on the earth long enough to be anything other than a child.
I love it. That's so true. I mean, even at my age, you do gain wisdom. That's one thing you gain, but you're still at your core, still that goofy little 10-year-old or 8-year-old
Yeah.
you always were,
You never grow past it because you're not supposed to. And I think Christ said it best is it's like in order to inherit the kingdom, you have to be as one of these little children.
Yes. And I've always, you know what? And that's the way I look at my relationship with him too. I don't complicate it. I come to him as an innocent child, my mind, and just innocently and with love and just, the whole thing, man. I love the mysteries of the Lord. That's what I love. I love the mystery. I love the weirdness, the strangeness. So I don't feel like I need to know everything. I know he's with me and I'm good with that,
I have an obsession with finding out what's true though. Like I have to know
That's
what's
good.
true.
That's good though.
Even since I was probably like, dude, it's been such a long time I've been this way. Probably since I was like, I think the first I remember really wanting to know everything that's true was probably when I was like 7 years old.
Was that around the time you were led to Christ, or when did you start trying to figure that out?
So I figured that out probably right around then. I figured out about demons and stuff, and actually recently I figured out a reality of demons being passed down from your father.
Oh yeah, the sins or the what is it? The sins of the or generational curses. Sorry, sins of the father.
Yeah.
Generational. You betcha. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of what happened to me with my sleep paralysis and nightmares, because I think it was like a year or two ago I found out that my father he molested people, and I never knew this.
That's what I wasn't going to say, but I was waiting for you to see if that was it, because that's definitely one of the ways they passed that curse off for sure.
Yeah,
it's molestation.
And it's crazy because like all throughout my childhood, I knew there was a deep secret in my family, and when I turned 18 years old, I told my dad that I've always felt like there's something he hasn't told me,
Oh,
and I didn't figure out what it was until like I was like 26, 27.
That's very brave of you, man.
Yeah, it was really rough growing up because I was like really depressed all the time. I never really knew why. Um, Later, when I got married, I was diagnosed with schizoaffective disorder, but I was just always kind of slightly paranoid about things, like
But you seem
someone
highly
was always watching.
you seem highly functioning though to me, just talking to you.
Well,
I have a
I'm very
cousin.
high functioning. I always have been, and people would have never known that I was. I'm a quirky guy, but I'm kind of weird a little bit sometimes with like how my brain works and what I think about and stuff. But
Yeah.
I think that's just quirky. I don't think it's anything abnormal.
And that's stuff I love about people. I like that you think different and see things different. It's a good thing. But go
Yeah,
ahead.
it really is. And another thing is like this year when I found like the weirdest thing happened is like when I found out the truth, like I was 100% sure because I was like wrestling with it for a while because I didn't want to believe it. Because no one would, you know.
Yeah, it's a hard
And
pill to swallow.
yeah, and it was like 1,000 pounds lifted off my spirit when I figured out the truth.
I love it. That's so good to hear.
And now I'm off all antipsychotic medication. I don't really have any symptoms of schizoaffective disorder anymore.
Beautiful.
I went through a few years of therapy, and yeah, it's just a crazy, crazy life, I guess. It doesn't look that way though. Like if I wrote out my entire life, like I think it looked pretty normal.
Yeah.
I mean, I was homeschooled and had a huge family, but other than that, like I think my childhood was mostly okay. It was mostly good.
What's
Just
your
having
relationship
fun.
like with your dad now?
I can't talk to him. It's him and I don't talk anymore. It's just like he never took responsibility for it. So I don't know how to have a relationship with him unless he does that.
Wow, I bet you that's really helping somebody out there that's listening right now because I know other people have been in those kind of situations. That's interesting. Thanks for sharing too.
Yeah,
I know
no
it's got to be
problem.
tough.
It is. It's easy for me to talk about it now because like I don't feel any kind of weight anymore about it.
Good, good, man. Yeah, you're free.
Yeah, exactly.
Then you're
Um,
good. Yeah, and you know what? I've had to do that too. Sometimes you gotta have people out of your life. I mean, it's okay. You know,
I don't. It's weird because like I don't hate him. Um, I don't know how to have a relationship with him at all.
and maybe it's best for you not. Again,
It
if
could
he's
be.
still, I don't know what his like. I mean, is he with Jesus at all? Is he, or does he claim to, or does he really have
He
him? Or
claims to, but like I don't know. You can't really pin him down. It's
that's
just
interesting.
one of those people you can't pin down. And I'm
Hmm.
kind of an empath too,
Yeah, I
but
know what that's like.
it's I don't it's really difficult because most people I can pin down. Like I can kind of figure out like what kind of gets their goat. But him, I think he's just has so many dark secrets
Yeah,
that it's
could
just like
be.
when it becomes a part of you, there's this shame that's attached to who you are and it makes it impossible to read.
Oh, wow, that's a good observation. Hey, when you're getting a feeling on somebody that's not a good feeling, do you get it down in your belly, like around your navel, like around your belly button? Just like a crushing, icky feeling, or
Yeah.
what's it like
It's
for
like
you?
right in
Yeah,
the diaphragm.
yeah, man. Oh my gosh, gosh, and yeah, I get that a lot, especially around just in public around some people or something, man. It'll just be crushing, and then I have to start evaluating. Like, am I depressed about something, or is there something I'm anxious about, or is this I'm feeling somebody else's stuff?
Well, do you also feel like different spirits in different cities? Like every city has a different spirit to it?
I could say I would call it a vibe, but spirit's
Yeah.
probably a better way to put it. But yeah, man, I get feelings off of locations, and I mean, even right now, I'm out here at the lake. I came out to my parents' lake place for the weekend just to get out of the town, and it's quiet. I even left Chubbs with mom and dad, so I'm just out here to be in nature for a little bit, man. I'm gonna be doing shows tonight, tomorrow, and then Monday. But in between, I'm gonna be out at the water and just trying to get out and talking to God and nature.
Yeah. I honestly need to do more of that, more praying and being more mindful of him being around everywhere.
That's good you know that because see, I think I'm good at that, but I'm bad at reading my Bible. I don't read it as much as I should. I know I don't.
You know,
You
I
know?
have to listen to stuff
Yeah, I
'cause
like listening.
when I read things, it just goes in one ear and out the other. But like when I
Yeah.
listen and read, it sticks with me.
That's a good point. I like listening to preachers here and there, but yeah, I need to probably. I do feel bad about that. Because you study to show yourself approved. I always hear in my
Well,
mind.
there's different forms of study, and like for the longest period of time, people could only hear. They could
Oh
only
yeah,
hear like what the priest said, what church leaders said. They could only hear what the apostles said, what Jesus said. Like a lot of people were illiterate, and I don't think God holds that against people.
I love it. Yeah, I think that goes back to the childlike thing. I really try not to picture God as, having his arms folded, looking at us, shaking his head like, "Oh, you little sinner." No,
Well,
he's,
it's interesting because now that I'm a father, I view him more as like a loving father, like because it's like when your child does something he's not supposed to. It's just like you don't beat your kid, you know. You don't
right. You don't.
you
Yeah,
don't lock your kid in a jail for eternity. But
yeah,
like you want to avoid doing things that separate your kid from you. Like, you don't let them run out in the street because they'll die and then they'll be separated from you for, you know,
yeah. Good
ever.
observation.
And it's the same way with God is it's like when we sin, it's not that like, oh, now God needs to damn us to hell. It's like, no, it's like now you're going to experience God as he is, but in a state where you will be burned.
Man, that's what that makes me think of is here's something I had a hard time dealing with truth with the Lord and everything, but I finally came to it a long time ago. No matter how close you are with the Lord, no matter how good you are in a relationship with the Lord, you still have to suffer the consequences of your sins.
You
And
do.
I used to really struggle with that, like why? But it's like okay, I get it now, and I do. Like there's things I did throughout my life that I've suffered the consequences of big time,
Yeah.
and I deserved it, so I can't be mad.
Well, that's another thing, like, because, like, I think a lot of people don't know how to assess consequences, and it's easy for me to assess consequences because growing up and not being able to trust people or even the people that said they cared about me, um, I question everything, even the things I think I question, um, especially the things I think. So, like, I have to assess all consequences of each decision, and before
Yeah,
I make a decision, I accept all possible outcomes of that decision.
that's a good way to look at things. That's wise. That's good. You're being analytical.
It
It's a
it
good.
it
It's a
is
good thing.
good. It is good, but it does kind of give you analysis paralysis sometimes.
Well, there's the other side because you know I'm I'm similar to where my brain never turns off, and I am always say this, and it's true. I feel like I'm half in this reality and I'm half out. I'm half up in the clouds, and I've
Yeah.
always felt that way. And even when I went to the military, I remember thinking, I'm going to need this because I need logic. I mean this back then. I was so dreamy minded because I'm an
Hmm.
artist too. I'm very
Yeah.
creative, and I was so dreamy, man, and just I couldn't hold on to the ground. So I was like, I need to go to the military, get my ass kicked, do this boot camp thing, and just get just pounded into the ground. I don't know why it felt like I knew I needed it. I didn't know exactly why, but I'm really glad I did because it did, in a sense, make me more of a man. It made me grow up in a lot of ways, but
You
it
know what's
also made.
interesting? I think you and I actually share that a lot. I never joined the military, so I'm not gonna like, steal honor or whatever. But
Yeah,
even when I was a little kid, I fantasized about being a Marine, um, being in boot camp because
yeah,
I knew somewhere that I needed discipline. I needed
right.
structure.
Yes, you said it. I needed discipline and structure. Yeah.
Because I'm an artist myself. Like, when I was 17, I recorded an album with my friends.
Oh,
It was
cool.
like 6 songs. Um, they're not great, but if you were ever curious, our music is on Reverb Nation, and we're called
Okay.
Glorious Outcasts.
Cool. Glorious Outcasts, Reverb Nation.
Yeah,
All
but
right.
that was like 11 years ago.
Okay. We won't hold you to it, Jared.
But I was a singer in the band, so yeah,
Cool.
I'm kind of an artist too. I love writing, but I also love logic. Um, like I really like you turned me on to Jay Dyer, um, because you were on the Boiler Room one time with him.
Oh, you remember that? I think that I think that Truth Stream Media was on there too, and that's the only time I've ever talked to them. And
Yeah.
I didn't even talk a whole lot on that show, but yeah, Jay's a friend. I haven't talked to him in a long time, but we've talked on the phone before, and I should probably hit him up. It's been a couple of years, honestly, but Jay's
Yeah.
fantastic. He really is.
He's really good with debates and logic and all
Oh
that sort
yeah,
of stuff, and his
very much so.
transcendental arguments.
Yeah, because for me, I like to go into the weird, and that's where Jay's great. Like you said, he can kind of reel it in and kind of give you good facts behind a lot of the weird stuff we talk about. And yeah, he's good, man.
Yeah, and I also really liked what you guys were talking about, like with the millennium and stuff. I kind of have a different take on it. I think we're actually in the millennium.
Interesting.
I have a different kind of interpretation of a lot of it.
Well, let's hear it, because I love everyone's opinions, man. And I don't, like I told y'all, I don't ever hold anyone to what I believe. Like, oh, if you're not on my page, no,
right.
Man, stay open. So go ahead, let's hear it.
Well, the thing is, when like prophecies and stuff in scripture say like 1,000 years, like in the ancient languages, that was actually just like a placeholder. Like we don't know how much time it is, but we know it's going to be a long time. So that's basically what 1,000-year kind of reign would be. It's not like actual literal 1,000 years. It's just, a long period of time. And I think it makes sense to believe that we're in the 1,000-year reign because Christ is at the right hand of the Father. He is ruling over the world. The devil can't do anything that Christ won't let him. And I think us as Christians, we are reigning in God's kingdom right now. We just don't see it that way because there's still sin here. There's still corruption here. We still have to deal with ourselves and our nature.
Very interesting.
But I believe that the time of Satan being released is either really close or it's right now.
Man, I think it's definitely right now. Look at the games they had, the Manchester games recently, and they were literally saying, they were talking over the devil coming out, Baal, the bull, is finally being released. I mean, that's just one example, but it's in everything. This is the stuff I've been watching for years and showing you guys, all this symbolism and subliminal messages about the Antichrist from years ago. It's all been in there. Everything's about welcoming the Antichrist, bringing in the Antichrist. Here comes
and it happens so fast.
Oh yeah, certainly. Yeah. It's really sped up over the last few years. Like we're talking to my friend earlier, from 2013, she said she's been on here watching. And yeah, I mean, man, this last 2 years has been quicker than anything I've seen. Like every day it's something new.
Well, I just made this connection today. So, when I was 6 years old when 9/11 happened. And I think this is when I really started remembering like my thought processes and like what I thought about, because I thought by the time I was 18 that the Antichrist would be here.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Okay.
And I thought the world would be ending. I mean, when I was 7. So it was I was always like thinking about that and like had that in my mind. So I was like kind of like paranoid. I was reading the Bible like a freaking mad person. I think by the time I was like 10 years old, I read through the Bible like 3 or 4 times.
Wow.
And another reason is like, I didn't grow up in one church. I grew up in like 7 different churches and we like alternated because my parents just never could find one they agreed with. And I mean, I think they were right on a lot of levels. It's like there's not one really that they could agree with or at least get behind, because a lot of the ones we went to were kind of culty.
Yeah.
And if they weren't culty, they were like business church. That's what I call it. It's just like business church. It's like we have church at the mall.
Yeah, or just overly cheesy. Just like overly religiously cheesy and cheeseball and
and like it's like rock band Jesus. I'm just like,
yeah.
I don't think that's real.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's very dishonest. It's like Jesus wouldn't be in a rock band, bro.
I remember always as a 12, 13-year-old or whatever, because I'd go to my grandma's house and she was always watching TBN, Trinity Broadcast Network, and it would have all those people on there and they always had weird hair. Like even the guys.
It's like Elvis, dude.
Yeah, right. The big bouffant hair and heavy makeup, and it was cheesy. And I remember, just looking at that as a kid, and every time I'd go over there and thinking, am I that? Are we this? Is that?
Yeah.
How are we together? I don't get that,
Yeah. I mean, that's kind
Good.
of like I'm leaning more towards like kind of where Jay Dyer is. Like, he's an Eastern Orthodox Christian.
Yeah.
I'm kind of leaning more towards that now because I've been studying it for like 3 years now. I'm not here to like convince you of anything. I
No,
think
that's
everybody
okay.
should go on their own journey and find out what's true
Sure.
themselves. But I'm kind of leaning towards that because like when I read Revelation, it just seems like more of a like I guess traditional kind of like it seems like a liturgical service that's happening in heaven in Revelation. Because you have like the
Interesting.
candlesticks, you have the angels singing holy, holy, holy right next to the throne of God, and it's this thunderous spectacle. It's not at all like a rock band. It's like
Hmm.
this magnificent kind of paternistic, artistic, mind blowing kind of ancient worship.
Wow. Sounds pretty cool.
But that's kind of like what I think about. And then like I think, that's kind of the God we have is like he's he has logic, he has principles, he's powerful and like
He's cisgender. I'm just kidding. No, man. I
oh
would
gosh.
definitely, I would definitely follow that, whatever path that he's leading you on. With
Yeah.
me, it's always with me. It really is just keep it simple, like a child. And I don't get involved in any churches or anything. But that's just the way it's been with me, and that's why I don't push it on other people, man. Like you agree. I'm right there with you. Everyone's got their own walk with the Lord, and I don't know where that's going to take you. Let Him just take you on it. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
and I can't say who's saved and who's not saved. Like I always have to remember I have to work out my salvation with fear and trembling
Yeah, I say
because
that a lot.
it's about being humble.
Yeah, and just I'm always praying for forgiveness for the sins I don't realize I'm committing. I'm always feeling like I'm probably doing bad stuff that I don't even realize.
Well, dude, I know I can be so vulgar, especially at work. I work construction, so
Oh,
I
then that's
mean,
gonna be tough to, yeah. When I was in the military, it was a lot of dirty words too. I know how that is.
and
Boys
like
being boys.
yeah, exactly. And we're joking, making crude jokes and stuff. It's funny, and I don't think anybody like gets hurt by it. But like,
Nah,
no,
it's
I
just
don't think definitely don't
boys.
think Jesus would be making these jokes.
No, I'm sure he wouldn't, but you know how it is. We're just a bunch of silly dogs when we get around each other.
But yeah, yeah, I know what you mean. But I really enjoyed like your channel. I've watched you for probably close to 7, 8 years.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Are
Yeah,
you
I mean
seeing
like
are you seeing the videos off of YouTube too?
I follow your website,
Oh,
so yeah,
great. You're good then. Okay, thanks, man. I just
I
want to make
watch all your
sure.
bit shoot. I mean, dude, honestly, a lot of your videos probably saved me from getting the shot.
Wow, thank you, man. Well, thank the Lord, but thank you, man. I'm so glad to hear that. That's what I want.
It's
I
like,
want those to be effective and help people.
oh, it was so hard. There's so much peer pressure from family and from like coworkers and from like all these people. And I knew better. Like I follow a guy, Anthony Patch. You know who that is?
He's fantastic. I really like his work. Yeah, I've put his
Dude,
clips and videos for years too.
back in 2014, he predicted everything that's happened here.
I showed that clip. Yeah, he's I had a weird thing with him actually, and it was probably back 2015 or so or 16 when I was in Costa Rica. He used to do a podcast, a short-lived podcast. He had a couple guests on there.
Yep.
One of the girls he had on there, she turned out to be a witch, and he didn't know this. All this came out later. She turned out to be a witch because she started stalking my channel and she started making videos against me
Well, that's one of the reasons he stopped doing that.
because of the weirdos.
Yeah, because the weirdos, they would just like come like pretending to be like Christian and agree with
Right.
him, and
That's
then
what
they
happened.
hijack everything.
I did not. Okay, well, I'm glad to hear that because I experienced it firsthand. I was like, who is this person? I even put her on blast on I used to do a show called Catching Up with KJ. And I put her email up, I put her face up, everything that she was writing me. This lady was a loon. But yeah, man. Anyway, that's interesting. Yeah. Well, I've always wondered what happened with him on this podcast because I enjoyed him.
So he has Subscribestar now, and he just does deals with Subscribestar. He doesn't do interviews or YouTube or anything like that.
Okay, I'll have to check him out over there then. Thanks
Yeah,
for
in
telling me.
order to be a part of his thing, you have to go to anthonypatch.com. He has his magazine and everything. called Entangled Magazine, which is great. He talks about like quantum computing and all that fun stuff, and like the mark of the beast and all the stuff that Anthony Patch talks about. I really like his work.
Me too. Yeah. And it reminds me, Rob Skiba also predicted all this stuff many years ago in a book he wrote. Did you know that?
Oh,
Rob
yeah.
Skiba? Yeah. He was ahead of the curve too on that.
It's kind of crazy, like how God works in so many different people.
I love it.
With so many different views on things.
Totally, man. We're all different branches of the same tree. And then we just have to learn to get along with each other. That's on us, you know, different denominations and this and that. And we just have to learn to get along with each other. Because a lot of times I'm shaking my head, when I'm seeing other religious people and stuff. I'm like, oh boy,
I think
is my family.
I think it's like this is like people struggle with a couple things, and one of the things I struggle with, like, yeah, I can figure out what's true because God guides me in that area, and I naturally just want to love what's true, but it is hard for me to love people, like especially when I know kind of like what they're like.
Well, I think that's part of us being, I'm sorry to cut you off. I just think that's part of us being feelers like that, because it's real tough for me to get super close to anybody because I don't think most people don't have the capacity I think we have to go that deep and to be that connected with I can like really connect with somebody because I mean I could tell their problems to them, without them telling me. I mean, the whole thing, man. So I think being friends with feelers sometimes with empaths can be a little bit much for people because I think we can be a lot,
I didn't figure out I was introverted till like this year because I just realized like when I'm around so many people, I'm feeling so many different things. By the end of it, I'm just completely wiped.
You just nailed it. That's exactly it. Yeah.
I want to be around people, but it's like my soul is just, it has nothing left.
Dude, that's why I'm in a little cabin out by the lake surrounded by nothing right now. I got to come to these do this kind of stuff to recharge, yeah, I trust me, I feel you. And I'm glad you figured it out. I figured it out later on in life too. It's probably about 5 years ago. I started getting it and I understood I'm an introvert and an empath, a feeler, the personality stuff, INFP or whatever it is. But, I used to not care about all that. But then I was like, man, it explains so much. So, yeah, it's a good thing. But anyway, I'm rambling. But anything else you got for us?
There's that. And like, if people are like really struggling with depression and stuff, like, I totally know what that's like. It's like the best thing in your life died. And there's definitely Christ to help with that, but there's also you're a person who has strength, and you can not to say that you won't struggle and it won't suck, but you're strong enough to overcome that and to become better. And there's healing. There really is.
That's a great message, Jared.
But other than that, I really enjoy like talking with you, KJ.
Me too, man.
It's weird because like I've listened to you so long. I think we're like close friends, but I realized, oh my gosh, we've like talked twice.
Well, it feels like I know you. It's like with a lot of you guys, it really does. And I always just think about the wedding feast, man. I just can't wait to actually see you guys, and it's going to be incredible. And we'll be
It'll be great.
Be in our new bodies, and it's going to be awesome, man.
And everybody else on the chats like is great at telling their stories and great at talking, and it's just so good listening to everybody else.
Thanks, man. I agree. I'm blessed with these amazing people, and just thank you for being one of them. It's nice talking to you again, Jared.
You too, KJ.
All right, take care, man.
Will do.
All right, guys, loving it. Next up, I've got Glorian Murray, if I'm saying that name right.
Yes, you are, KJ, and I'm so happy. This is also my second time up here.
Hey, nice to talk to you. I know we talked before. I remember the name.
Yeah, I was at work, and when my phone started acting up, I got a little paranoid about that. Yeah. I'm like, here we go again, speaking truth, and now AT&T wants to cut my services.
Yeah, the spirits of the air, right?
Facts.
Yep.
Facts. But I'm not going to take up too much of your time. The last caller and a couple of other people really touched on the depression side. Like
Yeah.
I deal with bipolar depression,
Oh, I'm sorry.
and it is what it is because we all have illnesses that, okay, we don't have a cure of, so we just
Yeah.
deal with it. And I've been dealing with mine ever since I was a little girl. So it is what it is, and I
That's
just
a
want
great
people.
attitude.
I mean, and I can say that because I've been through so much with this thing, and what actually happened to even get there. It's like, okay, it's a part of you, so let's just figure out how we can still live life dealing with that. And plus, being in recovery from alcoholism and marijuana for 9 years. So it's a pretty tall order.
Yeah.
the,
No.
just to just to try, because sometimes I can't get out of bed. I don't want. I am so old. Is it okay for me to say I'm just so over this?
No, it's
this
okay. Look, hey, you know what?
over it.
I even the physical stuff, I just had that second heart attack a few months ago. Well, I mean, I feel the
Yes.
difference. I feel kind of my energy levels are off sometimes, and I feel like my chest hurts, and I feel same thing. And I just don't sit there and think about it. I'm like, all right, because I know the Lord's got me, and
Right.
I've already put the prayer requests in. I said, Lord, can I please just be here till you come get us? I mean, I'd like to be here and keep doing my stuff until the very end, and then you know what I mean. So, and also, I don't
Yeah.
want to die. I don't want to die before my parents. That's the other big one. I don't mind
E-
dying, honestly, but I just don't want to break their hearts because they're cuckoo for cocoa puffs about me, man. I'm telling you, they're crazy about me.
Exactly.
you
Like
know?
my father passed away in 2013, so I only have my mom left. So
Oh,
yeah, so when I try to make the best decisions, not to say I did it all the time because I put myself in a lot of life and death situations, and the one thing I prayed was, y'all just don't let me die like this because it will really break my mom's heart.
there you go. Yep, I can
It,
relate.
it will really break her heart. So, um, yeah, and
Especially
it's
back when we were doing dumb things, because I'm sure I did that too as a
yes,
teenager, right? You're all high and drunk and probably doing
yes,
something dumb. We jumped off a building into a pool at an apartment complex one time, and just stuff like that.
yes.
You think anything could have gone wrong, but anyway,
Like
go ahead.
you just want to party all night and you just go into different spots, but you high and drunk as I don't know what, but you think it's
Yes,
a good idea to keep
yeah,
doing that.
more, 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 more. Yeah, crazier,
More.
crazier.
The sun ain't up yet.
Yeah,
More.
gosh, I'm so glad I'm done with those days, man. Oh,
I am too. They can have it. They can have all of it because it it has been by the grace of God that I'm am literally talking on the phone with you, and vice versa. Because I didn't even know you had another heart attack.
yeah,
But
it was in May.
yeah, because I had one in 2019. Had two stents placed in my heart, and
Yep,
then in 2021, I was informed that another artery was clogging,
yep.
and I think that they would have been able to catch it in time, but because we deal with dumbass, I'm sorry for my language, we deal
No,
with
you're all
dumb
right.
health, yes, we deal with dumb healthcare in this country.
Yeah,
That, to make a long story short, I wound up getting two more stints. So I'm with you, KJ. I got
I
four
got
stints in my
4. You
four.
too, right? Yeah, I got
Like,
4
hey,
also. So
let's
trust me, I'm
start
right there with you.
let's start a club. I mean,
Yeah,
I
right.
don't know.
It's
I don't.
but it's also, it was in a weird way, it was a good experience because it just proved to me what I already knew, that I'm not scared to die. I'm
Yeah.
fine with it. I'm not holding on to this world. In fact, I'm ready to be done with it. But, like I mentioned earlier, I've been seeing numbers 111 since 2012. And like I
Hmm.
said, they
Hmm.
wheeled me from my room. It was 111. So I know even that moment, I was like, I'm in your hands, Lord, and I'll take care of myself like I've been trying, and I'll keep exercising, eating right, da da da. But just don't take me before mom and dad. That's the big one.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm like every day, and I can honestly say that my walk has gotten closer to God because there's so much that He has We don't have that type of time to tell you all that he has protected me from.
Right.
All. We won't be done until 2024. So I'm gonna spare the audience that. But
That's all right.
I just want people to, like, if you do have a mental illness and stuff like that, I mean, lean on God with everything that you got, because basically that's how you're gonna make it through. Like, I haven't been this saddened or depressed with how society is since you put out, you remember that video that you put out about 6 years back? It was about a guy, he was a commentator, and he was really into social justice and social consciousness. And the more that he was seeing around him, it made him more depressed, to the
Oh
point
yeah.
where, yes. Yeah.
It will.
I haven't felt that this sad now since you put out that video, because I don't get it. I'm over it. I'd rather take my chances with judgment than living on this earth. I'm just being honest.
No,
I'll
I'm
take
right
my
there.
chances. I'll
Yeah,
take my chances.
I'm right there with you. And because I mean, that's what we're doing here is we're literally watching the devil's plan unfold. We're
Oh
watching
my gosh.
people fall under his spell. We're watching people go crazy. So I'm right there with you. Like I said, I try to live a good, quiet life. When I'm out in public,
Right.
I'm friendly with people and da da da. But I'm not flirting. I'm not trying to hook up. I ain't trying to. I just want to make it through the day, get what I need, and then that's it. And but I'm happier that way because I know what time it is. There's warfare taking place, so it's you got to be careful, man. I'm not trying to make people
Yes.
paranoid, but in a spiritual sense, there is
Yeah, me
warfare
neither. But
right
it is
now.
what it is.
Yeah, it
And
is.
it's
But
going to get worse. That's the thing, people. It's going to get worse, but still try to enjoy the life that you was blessed with.
yeah,
Because
exactly.
a lot of people didn't wake up in New York City. In New
Yeah,
York City, people are still dying
yeah,
daily and deadly, you know.
it's true. So, well,
So
thanks for sharing that with the audience. Is there anything else you
not
wanted
a,
to?
no, just put people, just prepare, stock up, protect your mental health, and lean on y'all as much as possible, because we haven't seen nothing yet. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
when I found out earlier this year that Bill Gates was coming out with fake breast milk, I was like, nah, I'm out. I'm like, yo, can you come please? Because
He is little
I'm
Billy.
not.
Yeah, little Billy is something else, man. He is
Yeah,
just the naughtiest little boy in town. I'm telling you,
that little
little
rascal
Billy.
there.
What a
That little
rascal!
rascal there.
That little psychopathic rascal. He's
You
always
know
into
what I'm
something.
saying?
I tell you.
Well, you have a good one, KJ. And I am so glad I got to speak with you again.
Well, you too. It's been a blessing. I look forward to next time. We'll talk again. Okay.
Yeah, because I've been with you since 2014. As a matter of fact, I was in your first live stream, the very
Oh,
first one that you did.
no
I
way.
was
That's
there.
awesome. Well, thank you, man.
Yes.
That's
So
awesome. Well, thanks for coming back.
not a problem, and I'm still gonna be here. So
All right. Well, take care out there and stay safe, and we'll talk to you soon.
you too, hon.
All right. See you later. Bye
God bless.
bye. All right. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, like at the end there. And here's the rest of the list, guys. I got Carly, Paul, Donnie, Scipio, Buddha, Natalie, Todd, Desert Trance, and Little Nike. So here's the thing, guys. I'm probably going to stop putting the link up. So I'm going to tackle the folks I got in here because it's about 3 hours and 20 minutes. So yeah, I'm going to stop putting the link up. Sorry, guys, if you missed out, but I'll do another one of these again soon. It was a few months since I did this last one, but I'll try to do one a little sooner. And hopefully you can get in on that one, man. I appreciate you. And for those of you waiting in line here, thanks for your patience, guys. I appreciate you. Carly. Hi,
Hi.
Carly. Hey, how you doing?
Hello. Man, it's good.
Good. Thanks for calling in. What's going on?
Oh, I have lots of testimonies and stuff. I like to get off my chest.
Oh, I'd love to hear them.
Yeah, because I was sleeping a lot and stuff, and I encountered Jesus Christ in many of my dreams.
Cool. And what happened?
So I was in like how do I explain it? Like I was sitting down, and he's right next to me, and he gave me like a peace offering, like a croissant, because I like those. And
Okay.
yeah, um he, it's like, like a telepathy. It's like you can understand them almost, like
I
talking
understand.
wise.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you have one of those?
No, I can't say I have. I don't typically remember my dreams, and then when I do, I have recurring dreams. I have dreams that I'm usually around water, or I'm on top of a really high structure that's unstable and shaking. And this has been for years. But that's kind of my dream stuff. But no, I never had a dream of Jesus though. I'd love to. I've asked for dreams like that, dreams of the rapture and things like that. But no. Any
Yeah,
other dreams?
he was wearing a light blue robe and stuff.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
And were you a Christian when you had this dream, or was this before you became one?
before I came on actually,
Oh, cool.
because I never,
Is that
I was, not- I was never really, I mean, I had like spiritual, but I wasn't like open to that type of encounter.
and so is that what kind of led you to become a Christian?
Yeah, because I'm still a newbie.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you did. What did you do? Did you go to a church or something and get
Well,
baptized, or did?
I don't go to, well, when I was smaller, I used to go to church with a lady, who was my next door neighbor actually.
Oh, okay, cool. But so you don't go to church now?
Oh, because oh, was it a week ago? I watched this, was it this documentary called Enemies Within the Church, and did you watch that one?
No, but I'm sure I've seen similar information because I know there's
Yeah,
a lot of enemies in the church.
yeah. Unfortunately, I I like going to church though. It surprised me because I'll be honest with you, KJ. The school's really infiltrated woke academics and stuff, and the teachers are really crazy.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I see it every week. And I guess are you still in school?
Well, I wanted to go to Christian school actually.
Oh well, hopefully you can. I don't think they'll be teaching CRT there or trans ideology. Hopefully not. It's hard to say with
Yeah,
some of these new churches out there. But
yeah. If you watch that, it's crazy.
so so then I guess so. What did you? How did you? So you just asked Jesus to be your savior and all that?
Yeah, it was
Excellent.
it was like it's like the when I saw his like his facial expression within that dream, he looked very like sorrowful, very sad.
I'm sure
And
he
I
is
and I
seeing all the stuff we're doing here on the earth.
unfortunately, yes,
Yeah. Well, that's an
because
interesting dream. But go ahead.
because it was like the sky was gray, and then there was just like he was more or less answering my question, and he was telling like the ground was shaking and stuff.
Interesting.
I must sound like craziness though, but
No, no, not at all. But I mean, is that what you wanted to share? Was the dreams?
yeah. And then another one was I was um um I was in these bleachers. It was Crystal, and he was descending down these steps, like like when you're in a jury, you kind of like see you how do I say it, like I was in the bleachers, like type of thing,
Hmm.
and these steps were like crystal, and I saw this big glowing orb.
Cool.
I know. I didn't know what. I know you're not supposed to interpret dreams though, but I'm just experiencing what I experienced.
Hmm. Well, that is interesting. Well, I appreciate you sharing it.
Yeah.
Was there anything else you wanted to share?
Mm, yeah. I noticed that people are really strange and like people are a lot more crazier than ever, because like like stores and stuff, they're not carrying a lot of food like they used to.
Yep, that's true. Sign of the times, my friend. Buckle up for more. All right, Carly. Hey, I appreciate you sharing those dreams. Appreciate it, man. And I'm glad you made the decision to become a Christian or to follow Christ.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Thank you. Have a good night. All right. Next up, I've got Paul.
Hey,
Paul.
KJ.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Not too bad. It's nice to talk to you. I've been following you now for maybe the last 4 years. Been in the shadows, just a lot of things that you do. I've followed other people as well, and come to Jesus now. It's been about 7 years there.
Great.
But yeah, everything you're doing out there, I'm so grateful for you, man. I really appreciate you.
Well, thanks, man. I appreciate that.
Well, I just wanted to talk to you a little bit. I used to have some fame back in the 80s, the mid to later 80s. I had a few rock bands.
No way. What were they?
The more popular ones were Paradise, like Rolling Dice, Paradise, and then Lancia was one of the bigger ones. And I wanted to talk to you about what had happened to me. It was the year was 92. I had finally got my record deal. Poison, Warrant, Guns N' Roses had all come out, and we were playing with all these
it's all
bands.
big back then.
Yeah, so we
That's
were
my
right
generation
there.
too. So go
right
ahead.
on,
This
brother.
is cool.
I figured as much.
Oh yeah, I loved I loved the hair metal stuff, and then of course when grunge came, I totally jumped into the grunge. But yeah, man, I'm with you on those days. Those are some good days. I'll tell you, that's the one thing a lot of the new generations missed out on is the '80s and a bit of the '90s. Best generations ever, I think, man.
Oh
I
man, the
mean,
music's so
dude,
solid. Yeah.
music, movies, all of it, right?
Yeah.
But go ahead.
Some of the bands you had mentioned a few weeks ago, I went and checked out the big guy, the 300-pounder in Seattle. Man, that guy
Tad.
was awesome. Yes.
Tad is awesome. I'm glad you like him.
Yes, I dug it. Totally.
Good. I'm glad you found it. He's not a lot of people know about him. That 300-pound mountain man chewing
Yeah.
tobacco and making rock
Apparently
music.
he's still doing some stuff too.
Oh yeah, he's prolific. He's out there still.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
I wanted to talk to you about. The year was 92. Okay, I just got my record deal. We did 2 sold out nights at the Roxy, and at this time, my girlfriend, I planned on marrying her. Well, she was my girlfriend at this time, was pregnant, right? And I just found all this out, and I just got my record deal. So it's like these things were hitting me all at once. The people I was surrounded by, like these record people and management type of people and the record business type of people, they were dark. They were just, there were witches around me. I didn't know at the time because I wasn't hip to what I am hip to now.
Yeah.
And, I was just getting sucked into all this dark stuff. And I didn't even realize it was happening until it was too late. But so anyways, we did these 2 sold out shows at the Roxy. Everything was going great. The business, I mean, it just seemed like everything was going to fall into place. The second night before I went on, my girl told me, "Hey, I'm moving and I don't want to get involved in this business with you." And it just broke my heart. Right? I was like,
"What caused that?"
I have no idea. She just said, "I'm leaving." And I was like, "You're leaving? Where are you going? How am I going to, And it was right before I went on stage. So I was like freaking out. Right.
Whoa. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
And then, so after the night, we did our thing and, it was true. She left. I talk to her friends. Nobody would tell me anything. Right. She had went back to Detroit. I figured out later. But wouldn't talk to me ever again. So years went by. I tracked her down finally, and I had to go to court and just crazy things to even see my daughter, right? But that's not the thing I wanted to get into is what happened to me. It was October because it was Halloween. I had been hanging around these people that were very dark in the business, right? And I had no idea what I was into, but a couple of nights, I had seen some pretty wicked things happening, and I didn't know if I was losing my mind, but And now I know what they were, but at this time I had no idea. I was in this room one night and we were supposed to be playing a show this night, and I was just so freaked out about what was happening to me. And in this room, there were these candles burning all around the room, and I was with this girl who happened to leave me to go to the show I was supposed to be performing at. I'm a singer, by the way. And I find out that they went on stage with another singer that night. So now my mind is like, what is freaking going on here, right?
Wow. Yeah, you're getting
So,
hit.
big time. So what happened to me in this room, I'm sitting there and I'm just miserable at this time. My life's falling apart. These candles in the room, they just start shooting up these flames, just like maybe 6-7 inches, just and they're making this noise, right? And I'm like freaking out, like, what the hell's going on? And I see myself in the mirror across the room, and it's like me, but it's like the demon me. And Jonathan Kleck, he talks about like these, there's us down there feeding off of us, right? And I'm like, oh my God, I'm looking at myself, but it's the demon me looking back at me.
Wow.
And sitting next to me, there's this old Indian woman, an old Indian man, right? And I don't know if they're like spirit guides or whatever, but I feel like all this electricity going through my body, like my pant leg on the left side is just going up all by itself. And I'm like, what the heck is going on? And the weird thing, KJ, is I was kind of calm while this was happening, but freaking out at the same time, right?
Yeah.
And then I'm just looking at myself and I'm going, what the heck is going on? And in myself, I'm smirking at myself in the mirror, and I'm like, what the heck? And then all of a sudden, these candles started doing these flame things, right? And the Bible falls off a bookshelf. Boom, it just opens in the middle of the floor, and I just immediately grabbed it and I started reading I think it was like Thessalonians. It was a scripture by Paul. And all of a sudden the whole room just shook, like boom. And I'm like, what the heck just happened? Well, now I know what happened, but then I had no idea because the whole place shook. So what I believe had happened, because I had seen a video on YouTube about a guy talking about how he had to leave these different places because it was infested with demons, right? And they were strong demons. And he had the same type of story. Like he came to God and then the demon had to leave. And when the demon left, the whole place went boom. And it sounded just like what happened to me. So this night, I didn't know if they were trying to get rid of me so they could become I had no idea what was going on.
Yeah, you might have been a sacrifice.
Exactly. And these are things I'm learning now because so many years, KJ, I carried this and nobody would even give me the time of day because it was so crazy, right?
Oh my
like,
gosh.
You're on drugs, man. Yeah, whatever.
I want to tell you,
man, come on.
I want to tell you, man, this is okay. So I'm a writer. That's what I went to college for. I was writing when I was 7 and 8 years old. I was writing short stories. I've always been a writer. And lately, again, knowing it's the end of days and all that, but, you still think about like if it was 40 years ago or something, or maybe we started over and it's not the end of days. I've got this script that I've been working on off and on in my head and then some on paper, but it would be a TV show all about like the satanic Illuminati and how they've, like in Hollywood and how it works out there, right? It would be a show exposing it. It'd be about a young person moving out to Hollywood trying to get in, get famous, but they would fall into the world of it all. And recently, part of what I was working on was a whole like episode of the victim, of the guy that's getting set up to be the sacrifice, and what it looks like.
God.
I swear, and like what it looks like for
wow.
him, and how evil it is because everyone in the room knows but him, and it's just like,
oh my God, KJ, that is crazy.
Yeah.
No wonder why I'm talking to you. Let me tell you the other part of this story then.
Okay, go ahead.
Wow. Okay, so after that happened, I was like, what is going on? I started talking to this girl. Her name was, I better not even say her name, but I come to find out she's a witch, right? I didn't know at the time. I thought she was this totally cool chick who was listening to my, stories on, what was happening to me. So I was with this girl. It was Halloween. I think it was 92. The moon was a full moon this night. And all of a sudden, I'm moving out of this apartment that I was in, and I'm going back to get the rest of my things, right? and she's with me. And all of a sudden I go into the apartment and I start to feel weird right away. Just something hit me. Like I just started to feel so weird, like out of place, out of sorts. And then I started to look over to the back rooms and I kept seeing these shadows like animals running across the wall. And I'm like, what the heck is going on? And I'm like, do you see what I'm seeing? I was with the girl and she's like, yeah, I see this. She's explaining exactly what she's seeing. And I'm saying, yeah, that's exactly what I see. So then we go into the back room where I had to get some of my stuff, and through the back window over the fence to the house on the other side, I see this seance going on, right? Like all these people in black robes, and there was a red robe person facing them with the hoods over. I couldn't see any faces.
Wow.
But I'm seeing these things, like the ones that aren't at the seance are kind of in the backyard moving around. They're not walking, they're just floating around, right? I'm like, oh my God, are you seeing this? She's like, yeah, I see exactly this. So we're bouncing off each other and we're seeing exactly the same thing. Okay. And then so after we look at this area where the seance is happening, it kind of disappears, and we look over to the left of this backyard, and what do we see? We see this woman, a naked young woman tied to 4 posts. And I see this midget is kind of like a circus. I'm like, what is going on? And I'm
Wow.
explaining to her, she's telling me the same things. We're bouncing off each other and everything's happening, right? It's in real time. We're both explaining the same situation. And it's like, okay, I'll just get to the point. So I see this midget, I see the woman tied to 4 posts. And then what do I see creep up on her? I didn't know what this creature was back then. I had no idea. But it's a Baphomet, right?
Whoa.
I see this creature with the goat legs and this male, female-ish body on the type and a goat head getting ready to mount the girl, right?
Whoa.
And at this time, I looked over at her and she's telling me she's seeing the same thing. And I'm like, oh my God, I got to get out of here, because I started to get freaked out at this point, right? I mean, fear started coming into me at this point. All the other time when we were talking to each other, I wasn't really scared. I was just excited. But at this point, when I saw him and he started to get ready to mount her, fear just creeped in on me. And I turned around in the apartment, and my front door had a window, like a mirrored window, where it had almost like the Catholic churches, those type of patterns in it. What do I see in the window but a cross that's lit up like the sunlight at night? Just boom! Like I'm like, we got to go this way,
man.
And I got out of that apartment, and I'm telling you, that was God right there telling me that you have to come this way. I felt that in my heart. And anyways, that's what happened to me. I left the business a week later. I moved from Hollywood out to Las Vegas.
I bet.
That's another story, but I moved. I left the business. I left the contract. I left everything, man. I had to just get out.
Man, I love it. See, that goes back to the whole thing with how he chooses us. We always think, oh, it's us choosing him, but he chooses us in some cases. I mean, he chose you. He told you,
He saved me. He saved my life, man. I am so grateful.
Man, that is just so crazy. Yeah, because man, you could have had that life, right? Could have had that life.
Yeah, or it could have been a sacrifice, or who knows? I was, that's what it was feeling like. Something was going to happen. So anyways, the band that I was in, as soon as I left, a year later, they turned into the Atomic Punks, and they had some type of fame.
I've heard of them.
Right. And so that band was my band. That was Lancia, after my last name.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
So they did get some type of fame, right?
Some type, yeah. They're out there. Green Jelly, that's another name that pops up in my head. I don't know. I don't think they're associated, but kind of in that vein. They're punk, right? They're kind of punk, aren't they? Yeah.
They were a Van Halen cover band, Atomic Punk.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, then I'm not thinking of the same thing, but that's
Steel Panther. Cool. You've heard of them, right?
I actually went and saw them in Oklahoma. They was out here last year.
Okay, well, Ralph, that's the singer of that band, used to sing for Atomic Punks.
Oh, okay. No way. Wow, that's interesting. Those guys are huge.
Yeah, we used to be pretty good friends at one time.
No way. Yeah, they were because I lived out in LA myself, and they used to play out there. That's where I first found them.
Nice. What
Yeah,
years were you in LA?
I guess it was probably about 20 years ago or so.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd have to break it down. Let me think. I don't want to date myself too much, folks, but it's been a long time. It's been a while. But
Yeah, the other thing I was going to say to you, I was trying to send you some music to your email. I know that you probably get a ton of emails, so you probably never even had a chance to see it. I was trying to send you some of the newer stuff I've been working on that's inspired by Jesus.
oh, cool, man. Well, I'll look it up. Okay, I'll go in there and try to find it.
Awesome.
Yeah, man. Thank you for sharing the story too, Paul. That's a barn burner right there.
Right. And I had to hold on to it for so many years because nobody would even want to hear that. Before all the stuff came out, people were like, what are you talking about? That's craziness. But now I can tell it.
Yeah, and now you see that it reflected in movies and TV shows all the time. They had the Sabrina the Teenage Witch, which is super satanic. It was on Netflix, and they even had the Baphomet character in there, just like you described, the actual character. And he's been in other things. There's a movie I did a video on it a while back. It was about Baphomet, and they had him in there. But yeah, man, thank you for sharing though. That's some wild stuff, Paul.
It's
Anything
real,
else for
man.
us?
No, I appreciate your time, man. Keep up the
All right.
good work.
I will. Thanks for talking, man. I'll see you later.
All right, take
All
care.
right, bye-bye. All right, and next I've got Danny. Hey, Danny.
KJ.
How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good. Can you hear me pretty good?
Yeah, you're coming in fine.
Okay, man. It's been man, over 3 years since I last talked to you. I talked to you on the Halloween show on I
Oh,
think your
cool.
main channel.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm the guy that ran into the anti-chubs when I was playing
Oh,
Pokemon Go.
okay. Yeah. You know what? Now you got
Yeah.
me thinking. I wonder if I should do another Halloween show. That was a lot of fun.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
It was
It
all the
was.
creepy
It was.
stories. But go ahead, man.
It,
It's good to hear from you again.
oh man, yeah. And I was going through a lot at that time, but I'm doing a lot better now. And
Good.
so yeah, the last couple of years, man, they've been crazy. I mean, when this whole thing first kicked off, it was like a switch flip, right? Like
Yeah.
it was like, one day you go in the store, it's normal. The very next day, everyone's masked up. They're looking at you like you're abnormal, and like it's always been that way.
Yep.
It's so weird. It's so weird.
Isn't it
And
crazy how quickly so many people just dove into this and did
yes,
it?
and I was like, no, it could never happen like that. But it proved me wrong. I mean, because I was mind blown at how people just like rolled over. I mean, I don't.
But then you think about all the years of the mind control, right? Like that's where
Oh
this
yeah,
pays off. All the years of programming and mind control and dumbing down. That's where it pays off because now you got a
yeah,
populace that's just like, oh, okay, we'll do it. Like whatever you want, sir. And
right.
yeah, it's crazy. It was shocking. It definitely is shocking.
Yeah, even like you could go back to Ultraviolet. They had the mask in there, and
oh yeah,
yeah. So it's always been there. I haven't watched Contagion yet. That has the talking head in there.
Yeah.
Gupta. I still can't find it, but I'll get it. But yeah, pretty much everyone I love has it. You're right.
Me too, buddy. Me too.
Yeah.
Everybody.
And it's hard, man. Me and you are actually a lot alike. I'm adopted as well.
Hey,
And,
how's that affected you?
oh man. Well, see, I know my mother, but I don't know my father.
Okay.
And my mother wasn't really there for me. She had me at 17. And
I got you.
so I get you about not really feeling like you belong anywhere.
Always. Not in
Yeah.
a bad way, right? Like, I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
you can tolerate it, but I've
I guess
just never felt like I really, belonged anywhere ever
yeah. Yeah, I guess because you don't really know your roots or
at all.
yeah, right. And my parents' house pretty much is the only place I could ever really call home, because I grew up there. But
Yeah.
anything else, and it's in the country. So I'm a
Yeah.
country boy. I'm in Alabama, and it's been okay, but it
Alabama's
hasn't been
great.
like yeah, yeah.
You got beautiful lakes out there.
Oh yeah. I do a lot of fishing out here.
No, that's great, man.
Yeah.
I'm in Oklahoma. We're right next door. We're pretty close at least. So yeah.
Oh yeah. That's cool. No, I never really knew how far we were. I didn't look on the map to see.
I know.
I
I
just
guess we're
like to
not next
listen to
door,
you,
but
man.
we're pretty close. But it's country out here too. In Oklahoma, I guess I'd
Yeah.
consider it. It's they say Midwest, but it's more country, and I've got a lot of family that's like super country. And it's good. It's a good mix, man. This is the Bible Belt. It's good people, and I
Yeah.
like fishing too. And I never got into hunting, but yeah, man. It's all my sister. She's a cowgirl, and she used to drive a truck with monster mutter tires on it when she was in high school, and so we got some of that out here. It's good though. I like it.
Oh yeah. Okay. That's pretty cool, man. It's like that out here. We do a lot of like mud riding
There you
and
go.
riding down dirt trails.
Yeah,
but
that's great.
bro, you really put me on a nice podcast. Playing with fire. It had like the witch or something on there. There's a
Yeah,
couple shows back you did. Uh, but have you heard of Blurry Creatures?
Blurry Creatures. Is it a podcast?
Yes.
I haven't, but I'm going to look it up now. What is it? Is it weird stuff?
Yeah, crypto,
Oh, that's
zoology,
perfect. I'll
the
definitely look
fallen.
that up.
Yeah. It's a mix of different ideas, but
Cool. I'll look it up.
it's
That's right up my alley.
yeah. I know. That's why I thought to mention it to you. I was like, oh man, if I ever get the chance to talk to KZ, I'm gonna mention this
Thank you,
because
man. I'm going to look up Blurry Creatures for real. But yeah, I need more of that. I had Mavi. He used to be called is a YouTube channel Mavi777. Then he changed to Mavi UFO Alarm. He was now that he's gone. I can definitely say he's the best channel I've ever seen that did compilations on UFOs. I mean, he would get the best footage, tons of footage every week. Several clips a week, and he just disappeared. Man, it sucks. I mean, he was
oh
like a
yeah,
real resource for me. So yeah, I'm always looking for new suggestions for places that do compilations of the
yeah.
UFOs and weird stuff. Go ahead.
Well,
Sorry, man.
now this is audio only. This is an
Oh,
audio
okay.
podcast. Yeah. So yeah, I had found it like on Google Podcasts. Yeah, and it's pretty good. It has people like Tim Alberino and a few others.
Oh yeah, I like him. I like Tim.
Yeah. And oh yeah, I have a couple of dreams I want to tell you I had over the
Let's hear
years.
him.
Man, so I have a son now, and I say a few months after he was born, I started having weird dreams. I guess they were kind of like warnings to me.
Yeah.
The first one, like I was in this kind of club, like area, and I saw my cousin, who I haven't seen in years, and it's the checkered floor, and out of nowhere, I just started sliding down, and I had my I had my son on my chest. I'm holding him up, right? Yeah, and like I said, he's a few months old at this point, and I was just sliding down this. I don't know, and then I woke up, and he's still asleep on my chest, and then I had a repeating dream, which this one really kind of shook me awake and realized, oh, okay, you gotta get it together. Really simple though. So I'm at this airport, but it's not like a big one. It's kind of like a oh man, I really don't know. It's almost like a desert, but there's still a little green like where the building is, and it's
Okay.
not like a full runway. It's like I guess something like you would where you would kind of land a helicopter or something like that.
Yeah.
But we're in a private jet, and I get on the plane, and it's me, my son, and someone to my left. I don't know who it is, but and she's quiet and masked up. The plane takes off, and we kind of swooped down through between these trees, and think of like going down and into a curve like you would on a roller coaster. So
Yeah.
it's kind of like that kind of feel. And then we kind of go off in the air and the dream ends. And I'd say about a week later, I had the same dream, same thing happened, but this time the plane went up in the air, and next thing you know, I'm falling out of the plane, and my baby is still on the plane with whoever that is on the plane. And like, oh, I don't know,
That's a
I didn't
nightmare.
jump out the plane. Yeah,
Wow, that's
but
seriously a nightmare. You're falling from the plane, but you know your baby's still on there with somebody you don't know.
yeah,
Yeah,
right,
that's
yeah.
terrible.
But the thing is, I was so peaceful, but I just knew it wasn't right because I mean that I,
You're like,
you
finally,
really
I can
don't
get
need
some
it.
sleep. No, I'm just
Yeah,
kidding.
it really wasn't. It didn't need interpreted for me. I felt like okay, that seems like that might be the apostle, like because
Yeah,
that's the way I looked at it. I'm like, okay, I know I got to get it right because
yeah.
you know he's still innocent, so he kind of got to get out of jail free card right now. So
Yeah,
need to
that's
focus
right.
on me before he gets to the age.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I had this. This has nothing to do with that anymore, but this is another dream
Okay.
where it's a pretty short one where I'm walking out of my parents' door, and this big horned owl starts attacking my left arm like with his claws, and but I don't feel it, and I just felt like the rustling and all that, and it started yelling Terminator, and it freaked me out because my dreams really don't stick with me, but the ones that do are weird. And
Yeah.
yeah, so I started looking up what that meant, and it kind of scared myself. So I stopped looking at the internet for a while,
There
and
you go.
then uh, I think that's all. I think I had one other last dream that was weird. That I was looking out. This was when I was in an apartment. I was looking down on the parking lot, and it's filled with water, as if it was like you know how water looks
Yeah, like a
when you
glass.
when you're on a boat when you're on a boat ramp though. You know what I'm saying? Like the gradient.
Oh yeah.
Like yeah. So I had that kind of look like it, as if it was like a deep surface, but it wasn't. It's not. It's flat ground, and it's filled with all these fish. And I see a guy out there just picking them up, and then I go out there and I start looking at them, and they're like the most beautiful fish I've ever seen. They look almost like beach fish, but you know I'm in the middle of the city.
Yeah.
But yeah, well ocean fish. That's what you said. But yeah. So then a few of the other things I had to ask you. Was it Charles that said a guy would have trillions at his disposal, or was that
Oh
someone else?
yeah. It was. In fact, I was thinking about I might do a little compilation here soon. I'm just waiting to find more stuff on the Queen and Charles, and I look for the symbols and signs, and then I look for messages, and so if I come up with something, but I was actually going to put that clip in, and I'll tell the people what you're talking about. There's a
Yeah.
clip that Prince Charles said maybe 2 weeks ago, or maybe a month ago. It's been pretty recent at some meeting, probably Davos or one of those things out there. But he was talking about somebody coming very soon that's going to have all the money at their disposal to basically do everything that they want to do for this new agenda that they're trying to push. And he didn't say who it was, but it seemed like he was kind of hinting at the Antichrist, really, that they're expecting.
Yeah.
Somebody's going to come along that's going to have all the money they need, and they're going to do everything they want. Yeah, so I'll try to find that, or maybe the folks might be looking for it now, but try to find
Yeah.
that and see exactly what he said. But it was cryptic. It was interesting.
Yeah. And it kind of makes me think about what he's going to do with his reign. Like,
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, if anything, because again, it's the
yeah.
Antichrist is going to be the king.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, as in like relinquishing it, and
Right.
that would be big.
That would be big. Yeah, maybe we'll
Yeah.
see Prince Charles like kneel down and kiss the Antichrist's ring or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
But,
And you know what's so weird though? you have the perfect name. Scariest movie ever. It's perfect because I mean,
Thanks, man.
it cannot be written any like better. What's happening? You know, because the Bible is the perfect story. I mean, full of all the emotions from like fear to love, and it even has some horror aspects to it. I mean, like
Yeah,
yeah,
got crazy
it's
stuff too. Talking
yeah.
donkeys. Yeah,
Oh yes, yes. I actually saw that not too long ago. That
yeah,
was pretty cool. I think
it
that's
is
like the
cool.
only yeah. I
I
think
love
that's like
stuff
the
like that.
only yeah. And you know, it's crazy. I think it took God 3 times. I want to say to actually see what was going on because the donkey did not want to keep going because it saw the angel in the past. Like
Yeah,
I don't know what it saw. Like that's it's pretty cool to know that you know we have them among us, and it's kind of freaky too at the same time. If I'm
yeah,
being honest, because it's like these things are so much more advanced than we are. And a lot of people like to talk about the devil as if he's stupid or something, but he's older than all of us combined. I'm guessing.
yeah. No,
Like
he's people don't give him enough credit, and they should.
yeah,
Really, it's a big
because
issue.
even Michael did. Even Michael respected him in the sense of his control over what he had. You know, he knew he didn't just talk down on the devil as if he was like this weakling. Even I mean, because
Yeah,
the devil still has some kind of power, and what God has granted him.
yeah. And
And
one of the ways you see all that power playing out in this world is how little people think about him. People don't think he's
yeah,
got power. They don't. Some people don't even think he's real. But
yeah, yeah. And where I'm from, a lot of people. If I try to start exposing what the devil is doing, they'll no. We don't talk about the devil here. That's demonic. Like what are
yeah,
you talking about? What you
yeah.
have like what are you supposed to do then?
That's most churches, and we're told we're supposed to watch and we're supposed to expose. It's they don't do that. It's one of the biggest things they should be doing is exposing Satan in this world, but they don't. But
Yeah.
anyway, man, anything else you got for us?
Oh yeah, man. I still try to plan for the future, even though I feel like we don't have long left. And one of my biggest dreams is to like start a homestead. I know. I think you mentioned something like that as well.
Yeah, I like that idea too.
Yeah.
Hey, and no, that's what you got to do. And I always say that. I hate to be the doom guy, like it's all over, guys. But I mean, we're still here, so you still have to plan and live your life, and do things because we don't know exactly when everything's going to go. I know it's the season. I feel it, and I've been watching this come for 16 years, even back before it was so obvious. I was doing videos on this stuff, so it's here. So I know what's coming, but yeah, you still got to live your life day by day, be in the moment, don't live in the past, don't fear the future, right? Be here now and be the best you can be the best,
Right.
Danny God wants, him to be, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. And the one last thing. This is it. But for a long time, I did not think I didn't think much of the whole zombie thing. But what's happening right now is freaking me out, man.
Yeah, well,
I'm
they're
not gonna
already
lie
there.
to you. I had to take a break from your I had to. I was like, hold on.
It's
Let
okay.
me
People tell me that a lot, actually. People tell
yeah.
me that a lot. You'd be surprised, but no, that's okay, man. I get it. Trust me.
Yeah, yeah, but
Trust me. I
I
get it.
really still go back to it, and this is the crazy thing. My wife, she she was very close to getting it, and I was praying so hard. Like I said, God, please, and I was trying not to like wish anything bad on her coworkers that had got it, but I'm like, God, please show her that she is not supposed to take this,
Yeah.
and And it got down to the day that she was supposed to do it. She was actually in the chair, and
Wow.
they were going through the questions, and she was like, "Okay, have you been having any problems?" I'm sorry, motorcycle. They were asking, "Have you been having any problems?" And she said, "Yeah, my chest has kind of been hurting." And they said, "Oh no, well we can't give it to you." And I kid you not, the whole time that I know she's supposed to be getting this thing, I'm spamming her with all the stuff that I found on Cincy.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, it's probably like crazy, dude, but I'm like, look, this is what could possibly happen if you
Good.
do this.
Yeah,
You
any
know,
way you can. Yeah, show it to the people. Any way
yeah,
you can get it in their eyes. And just say,
yeah,
look, they're not telling you this, but look at this girl and show one of these people with the ticks and be like, this can be you. This is real
yeah,
stuff, man.
exactly,
Yeah, like it's
exactly.
super dangerous what's happening.
Yeah, and I
But I'm
remember
glad.
I remember you did I think it was on Uncensored where the guy had went in Walgreens and got that little card just show you what was in it,
Oh
and
yeah.
I did that before I saw the video because I was trying to get something. I was trying to test this stuff, and they do actually give you that little thing, and I tried to give it to this woman who's in there with her 6, 7 year old son, and I'm like, hey, this could possibly you don't want to look over this first because it's showing right here that all the stuff that they say could happen is happening, and she did not want to see it. She said no, it's okay, and it broke my heart. Like I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
I did not know what to do, so I pray for people because I know I'll die before I take it.
Yeah,
And
same. So
yeah, yeah,
same. Yes, all you can do is pray for him, man. I mean, it's it's unfortunate, and unfortunately, we can't save them all. It's just, and I hate to seem
yeah,
callous, but I've had to become that way over the years. Just you care about people, you pray for them, but then you can't sit there and be heartbroken every time we lose somebody because it's
yeah.
going to happen, you know.
Because
But
you ready to yell at God to rip the sky open and so everybody can fall to the knees,
if
stuff like
only. But
that.
yeah,
Yeah,
unfortunately, the system is much more complicated, isn't it? And
yeah, yeah, yeah.
we see why
Well,
so many people don't make it.
yeah,
But all
yeah.
right,
You're right.
all right, Danny, man. Hey,
All
it's
right, I
good.
appreciate you, KJ.
Yeah, no, it's good chatting with you, man. And I hope we got everything out from you. I don't want to rush you off or anything.
I know you good. I know you got other people, man. I try to catch you on the other show if I'm lucky.
We'll do it, man. You're a pleasure, Danny, and take care out there, okay?
All right, you too, KJ.
All right, see ya. All right, guys. Next up, we still got Scipio, Buddha, Natalie, Desert Trance, Little Nike, guys. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna give me just like 3 minutes, and I'll be right back. I just got to get some more water. It's really that simple. Be right back, guys. Hold on 1 second. Let me mute this for a second. Okay, I'll be right back. 3 minutes. I promise. A couple minutes. Okay, guys, thanks. I'm back. So next up, I believe, was Scipio. Scipio.
Hey KJ, how's it going? Can you hear me okay? I got my headset in.
Yeah, you sound great, man. Thank you for your patience too. I appreciate it.
No worries. Thank you for your patience. You're very gracious having us all on. It's been 4 hours and it's really late, so that's cool,
Oh
man.
man, I love it. You're welcome, man. You're welcome. Thank you, man.
I'm kind of the opposite of Jared. I found you through Jay Dyer. You dropped your name a few years back, and I've been listening ever since.
Oh,
I
that
dig
was
what you
nice of
do.
him, man. Thank you. Like I said, I
Yeah,
feel bad because we used to talk a little more, and we haven't. I think he got married though, and I think he's got a life. You know what I mean? And plus,
yeah,
he's
he's a
been
pretty busy guy.
yeah, he's doing bits over on Infowars too. I think now.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
But no, thanks,
Yeah,
man.
man. Yeah, no, totally. Yeah, no, I appreciate what you do. I think it's really important the work that you do, bringing all of the beast system stuff to people's awareness.
Thanks.
I'm Orthodox too, so like we may not see eye to eye on everything, but I think we see eye to eye on a lot. Like I think it's pretty clear that we may be living in the end days, and things are getting pretty crazy. So
Yeah, and how's that affecting you? Like, has it made you change anything in your life, or I mean, what are you just still taking it day by day, or?
yeah, so I guess yeah. I mean, I found Dyer a few years back, and I've always sort of dabbled in conspiracy, been sort of skeptical, kind of big into apologetics and end time stuff. But yeah, no, I've definitely, I got married a few years back, and my wife and I, we've been stockpiling food, and
Oh yeah.
I mean, who knows what's going to happen? But
Seriously, I'm for that. I really think it's a good idea, just because of everything that's coming, and we see them like literally trying to create this, so it's a smart thing. But go ahead.
for sure, yeah. I just like I hear a lot of people talking about the rapture and all that. I know it may be a slightly different view, being Orthodox. I thought I'd maybe just share some of my
Yeah, of course.
thoughts on that.
I'd love it.
I think it'd be great. A lot of your listeners believe in the rapture and all that. I think it'd be great for people to be sort of cautious, and if God raptures us, like that would be amazing. But I think we should also prepare for, the rapture theology is pretty young. It's only like 200 years old. I think it'd be good for all Christians to sort of prepare also to not be raptured. It could be, we could end up, being back in sort of the time of the martyrs. And, if we are here for the end, we should be prepared for that. And we should
I just want to throw this out there real quick, but
yeah.
I see that too, and I have said that too, because I have the emergency food. I've bought it, and I've sold some. So yeah, man, I'm for preparing anyway, no matter what, because even if
sure.
right, say rapture comes, but we don't know what's coming before that, and then also, like we've talked about before, you could be preparing stuff for other people, who are really going to need it. But either
Totally.
way, it's good because of look at the crazy stuff happening just with weather in general and everything else, So you never know what's going to come your way. We live in Tornado Alley out here, but no. So I've tried to do that too, to like show both sides and say, I pray for the Harpazo, and I pray, that I'm worthy to go. But then, if that didn't happen, if my interpretation's off or everybody else who believes is off, what happens? Well, just in case, I like to have everything. So I'm prepped. I've got good preps. I'm all set up for anything to come, and I've got backup plans. And I would suggest everybody else do that too. Anyway, just it's good just to have a plan.
Definitely, yeah. I'm assuming you probably aren't super familiar. Have you heard any of like the 20th century Orthodox saints' prophecies on the end times at all?
No, I haven't. I'd like to though.
Yeah, so a couple of our saints have prophesied that the end times will be kicked off with a war between Greece and Turkey, which is interesting because right now in the news it's sort of like things are pretty crazy between Greece and Turkey.
Yeah, I thought there was something going on in Turkey. I may have a clip from there of something happening out there.
And I think there's also a prophecy that it might be like a nuclear war, and maybe a another czar in Russia, and sort of Russia standing up to the Antichrist. But yeah, I mean for me, like I always take everything in the end times with a grain of salt, because like who really knows what's going to happen. I mean, I agree with you on a lot of things about like the beast system, and I think there'll be a third temple. Even the Orthodox agree that, you know, if we see another temple in Jerusalem, it'll be a sign that the end is imminent. So,
Oh, do the Orthodox believe? Excuse me. Do the Orthodox believe that Putin right now is, because I showed a clip of one of Putin's. I don't know what he was. He was somebody high up there allegedly, but he was saying the way that they see it is they're fighting a war against the Antichrist right now.
yeah, well, I mean, you know, I'm not a hardcore Putin guy. I don't believe all the Western propaganda about him necessarily. But you know, I kind of see. I look at America these days. You know, I'm American. I love America. But you know, the things that we're pushing on the world. You know, global homo and all that.
Yeah, it's almost Babylonian.
Yeah, you know, we're trying to push that on the world, and I sort of see Russia, and I see, you know, the Balkans, and I see these sort of Orthodox countries kind of pushing back against it. And yeah, I'm only recently Orthodox. I actually grew up Protestant. I was like I was Protestant for 30 years. I became Orthodox about 2 years ago. But
okay,
it's actually interesting. Orthodox is exploding in my generation. I'm a millennial. A lot of guys my age are becoming Orthodox these days.
What made you want to make the transition?
I just got kind of fed up with my Protestant upbringing. You know, shifting sands, always conceding to liberalism, conceding to
fast food Christianity, really.
Right. Yeah. You know, the church I grew up in, like, schism 3 times. You know, they would switch pastors and then would split, and there'd be like 2 more churches in town, and then like 2 more churches in town.
Oh wow!
And I was like, this can't be how Christianity was founded. So I was curious. I was actually on the road to Catholicism for a long time. Obviously, I have a lot of issues with Catholicism.
Yeah.
But through that journey, I found Orthodoxy, and I was just looking for, like, you know, if Christ founded a church, where is it? And surely that church is still around. And for my own personal journey, I found the Orthodox Church to be sort of the historical instantiation of that. You know, they've got, you know, you've got the church councils, and they've got all of that. And I don't know. That's probably a terrible explanation, but
no, it's interesting. I wonder though, why do you think it is that people in your generation are being drawn to that? And you know what? Here's my thing: is I'm good with anything as long as people find Christ. That's it. Like, you know, whatever path you chose, whatever, it doesn't matter, man. If you get Jesus and you genuinely have in your heart, man, good on you. So, but why do you think that they're being drawn to this? I wonder.
Well, I think part of it is the unshakableness of the Christian tradition. You know, Orthodoxy is this strong pillar of truth in the world. Obviously, it has its problems. I'm not saying Orthodoxy is perfect. You know, we've got our bishops that are moving towards liberalism and all that.
But
we've got this.
Sounds like,
structure is this unchanging. You know, Orthodox believes this is the truth. Like, it's like the most objective of objective truths out there. You know, it's like, this is the truth. There is no, you know, there's not like multiple interpretations of the truth. This is the truth. And it, you know, the Orthodoxy today is the same as the Orthodoxy of the 9th century, which is the same as the Orthodoxy of like the 4th century or whatever. So I think that's what drew me in, aside from other, you know, aspects of the spiritual life of the church. You know, I never fasted or as a Protestant, and just learning how to like fast and pray, and just the spiritual elements of like the Eucharist and all that. That's what drew me to Orthodoxy. But
I think that's really interesting, man. It is, because I am different than that, but I still respect it because I understand it. I understand having a need for something structured and like an order and something you can always count on that's not going to be changing. And I get that, man. I can respect it. I'm very woo. You know that I'm kind of out in the clouds, but that's the way I've always been with all this. So I'm a little more like that, even with my relationship with the Lord and everything. It's just, you know, I keep it more, I don't know, ethereal in my head or metaphysical something. But so I'm not in with structure, but I can totally respect it, man. And I see it. And you're right, because in your generation, you guys have been pushed this programming so much and so hard that that it's an interesting way that you can fight back. A lot of them are choosing to fight back. Like, no, we're getting tired of this. Oh, now my pronouns are changing. Like every day
Totally.
it's something new. So you want structure and something solid. And as long as it's Christ centered, man, that's great. Then
Yeah. I mean, Christ is King. Christ is everything. He's the center of it all. But yeah.
There you go, man.
Yeah, like
Well,
I mean, I pray for all all my family's Protestant. My parents are Protestant boomers. They got the coof jab or
I think
whatever, and
that whole those boomers did, man. They dove right in, didn't they?
it's that Cold War programming. They were programmed to believe, like, trust in the government, and
Mhm.
we're the good guys and they're the bad guys, and like the
Right.
government isn't out to hurt us, and I don't know, but
Right. You're right. That's what that is. You're right. And they got the early on programming because they got to see the television in the 50s, right? So like they
yeah.
got the early pro America stuff,
Yeah,
early on.
my parents got it even worse because, like, my family, we're all from South Africa and Rhodesia, so
Oh wow, really?
America was always that city on a hill, that, like, oh, America, freedom and city on a hill, and the American dream, and like we moved over here, and so they've always sort of had that sort of trusting, America is like the pinnacle of good in the world, which, us being sort of the internet generation, we have access to all this information. Like, for one, I don't think I ever would have found orthodoxy without the internet. The internet's been this tool of, almost like a missionary tool. I mean, there's a lot of terrible things about the internet, but like,
It's
I mean,
just
like, finding Jay Dyer or whatever, like, I feel like Jay Dyer is like a modern day missionary in a sense, like he's
yeah.
awakening all these people to deep spiritual truths that we wouldn't have been aware of before. But
Yeah, he's doing great.
Yeah. But anyways, yeah.
No,
Go ahead.
I feel like I was going to ask you, yeah, what would you, for people out there that might be listening that would be interested in that, what would you tell them about how to kind of look into it more, or orthodoxy?
Yeah, that's a good question. Well, there's some great channels on YouTube. Obviously, I'd also say, look into the early church fathers. Look into what the disciples of, like, the Apostle John believed, like Polycarp and Ignatius. They were disciples of the Apostle John, and they have writings that you can read, like, talking about, the church and its structure, and they believed in bishops and they believed in all this stuff. I know the Catholics make the similar argument, but you got that whole context of the Great Schism and the Pope trying to claim temporal power over everybody. So, like, Orthodox, a lot of people sort of see Orthodoxy and Catholicism as the same thing, but they're not at all. Like, Catholicism broke off from Orthodoxy and did their own thing, and they've innovated, and they've gone way off the rails, and that's part of why we had the Protestant Reformation or whatever. So I'd encourage people to sort of look into church history, maybe visit an Orthodox church, and put your presuppositions aside and engage with it honestly. Look at it, like, from a historical perspective. Read the church fathers, like, from their context. Where were they at? What were they thinking, type thing. But
Man, I
I don't know.
appreciate you. I can tell you have passion for it too. I appreciate you sharing that. I'm sure someone's going to look into it out there, not just somebody, but you're going to reach people. That's good.
Yeah, I hope so. Well, I really appreciate you having me on, and I mean, it's like so late, and you've been so patient having all these callers on. So
No
thanks
problem,
for
man.
taking the time, man.
You're welcome, Scipio. Is a pleasure, and seriously, and everyone else listening too. Always feel free when we're on these shows to just, of course, share your opinion, even if it's counter to mine or whatever. And because I'm not that guy, at all. I'm not a hard salesman here.
Yeah, and I
I
dig that
really
about you.
I appreciate everyone's own path. It's beautiful. So, all right, Scipio, God bless, man. Take care. Thanks.
Yeah, have a good one, KJ.
Okay, bye bye. All right, guys, and moving on. I'm gonna go to Buta Mike.
AJ.
If I'm saying that right. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. So good to talk to you again. It's been, I don't know, 3 or 4 years, and I've been praying
Yeah.
for another chance to speak with you. I've switched my YouTube name up a few times. It used to just be Mike Heyman, my real name, and then I went to Third Eye Mike, and now it's Buddha Mike. And Buddha is actually break out of the algorithm because I'm
Oh,
so
okay.
sick of the algorithm.
I was gonna say, are they taking your channels down or what?
No. I am tempted to kind of start something though. You've inspired me over the years.
Go for it. Just
Yeah,
be careful. Susan don't play over on
it
YouTube.
would literally be a channel about exposing all of the different creators I enjoy, so that, like, because like I said, the algorithm seems to push you in the same direction. You get in a little bubble, and I think it's important to explore and get out of the algorithm so that you're not, in that little lane they want to try and push you into.
Yeah, they push a lot of really random stuff on me in the sidebar there.
Oh, I'm sure. With
Stuff
what
that
you
doesn't
look
even.
up.
Yeah, it gets weird. But a lot of times it's stuff that just doesn't get any views. It'll be like somebody with a channel that the video's been up 5 days and it's got 4 views. Like, I'll get a lot of those kind of suggestions. It's weird. Anyway.
I've noticed it really strange just recently. YouTube goes through these cycles. We had the big purge when Alex, that's kind of when,
Oh,
and
yeah.
then a few months later, it was you and everybody else. And I've just noticed lately, probably the last 3 or 4 months, it's terrible. I'm getting all kinds of flat Earth stuff when I'm looking up megalithic structures and checking out ancient Egypt and Pumapuco, or and it's just like, why are you showing me flat Earth stuff when I'm looking up ancient megalithic structure? It's like,
BitChute is really bad about that, because over on BitChute you get hammered in the comment section and it's always 2 subjects. One is flat Earth, and the other one is, it's the JOOZ. You know what I mean? It's the Jew. It's always that stuff with Israel or whatever, like over there, and it's nonstop. And I don't talk about any of that stuff, but yeah.
right.
So there's something, it's a bot system or something, right?
Definitely.
Just
But
flooding it.
at the same time, I kind of count my blessings because I was smart enough to never download TikTok, and so I'm not getting the other leftist
Oh yeah,
beast system pushing at me all the time. So
yeah, that's good.
yeah, I see plenty of it just on meme shows or whatever, just watching non-mainstream news outlets like Anomaly or Tim Pool, or kind of the more conservative side of the news. But
Yeah, I've liked Anomaly. I check in with him sometimes and watch his shows. He seems like
yeah,
just a genuinely good dude,
yeah, he does. Yeah, and funny enough, I kind of get my news from Russell Brand on occasion, which I never in a million years thought I would say that. But
No, you know how it is. You just discern, right? You pick,
yeah,
because they're going to tell you the truth. Some, right? It's the deception we got to watch out for. But yeah, man, the same I do with Infowars and all the other stuff out there. You take what you need and leave the rest.
right, right. And I believe that you were onto something. You mentioned it earlier, how the beast system kind of has to work. I truly believe that you're onto something there. I feel like they have to tell us their plans in order for them to get away with doing it.
Yeah,
And that's
that's
why
some
I
kind
love
of
your
an
show
occult
so
law.
much. Yeah. Yeah, I think they think that it may eliminate the karma that's coming to them, if you want to believe
Yeah,
in that word. But
that's true.
maybe
That's
that's what they believe.
Yeah, that's a cremation of care. They do that out at the what is it, Bohemian Grove,
Yeah,
where so that's how that's how they halt their karma. So they think. Creeps.
yeah, yeah,
Weirdos.
definitely. Yeah. So I've literally been praying for you to have another call-in show, and I just missed the last one you had a month or so ago. I've been begging Tamara like crazy in the chat, asking when you're going to have another call-in show. I'm feeling so grateful because this is my anniversary week. I've been alcohol and opiate free for 8 years now, and
Oh, congrats.
thank you. Yeah, it feels great. No desire. It's just not a part of me anymore, other than my
Excellent.
dreams. I fight it in my dreams all the time, and I wanted to share something that happened to me that was really special. Share it with everybody. I love your chat. There's so many great Christians and great people in your community, and it's just been just a great place to be a part of. But
Thanks, man. It's awesome over there.
It's all you, brother. You attract the great people, and you've got some amazing mods. I mean, I can't tell you how many
Yeah.
times Tamara has lifted my spirits and made me feel special, and
That's great,
you
man.
know, yeah. And
Love to
there's so
hear it.
many more. But there was something I wanted to ask you, and maybe recommend. Well, first of all, I want to mention it. You said you weren't having dreams. I quit smoking weed about a year ago, and my dreams are back with a vengeance.
I'm
So
pretty sure that's it. Yeah, I've
yeah,
read that.
just yeah. I was gonna say it's scientifically proven, but I don't really believe the science anymore these days after what we've seen the last couple of years.
Yeah.
So, but
Yeah,
I
I'm
know
gonna
for
have to.
me,
I'm gonna have to do that. Test it a little bit, or maybe
yeah,
just
take a little break.
smoke in the day and not at night, because I only do it at nighttime. But yeah, that's it. I do it before I go to bed. So of course that's gonna. And like I said, though, the dreams that I've had recurring dreams for years. It's always I'm around water, or I'm in the water, or I'm on top of a really tall thing that's unstable. And I mentioned one I had. I'll never forget it, but it was like in a New York City thing on top of an Empire State Building, but they had a huge water slide, and people were going up the line and just sliding off and just falling into the city. And I was going down it, experienced the falling and everything, man. Like, so I don't know if I want
You
to have
wake up.
dreams.
Did you wake up before you hit?
Sometimes, sometimes no, no, I
Because
don't.
when I was younger, I had a reoccurring dream of an alien invasion, and I would always wake up before I got blown up.
Oh wow, that's
Yeah,
crazy.
I'm fairly lucid in my dreams, especially lately. They've been so intense, and I'll get into
Yeah, go for
kind
it.
of some of the battles I've been fighting in my dreams. But I want to share an experience I had. So I grew up in Utah, born and raised LDS. Went on a mission as a Mormon for 2 years, and that's my background and where I learned about Christ. And when I got home, I was so ready to party and so sick of church that I just went out into the world, man, just full blown, partied it up, and never really lost my testimony, but definitely wasn't active in church whatsoever. And so about 4 or 5 years ago, I kind of started to come back to my roots. I went to a non-denominational Christian church. I lived in Austin for this past 18 years, and we went to Gateway. You probably know Gateway or even Lakeline. You were in Austin for a year.
Yeah, so I was about to
Yeah.
say that's cool. I was out there because I lived off William Cannon.
Yeah, so I was at the Gateway North, but they had one right down near you where you were
There
at in
was
William
one.
Cannon.
Yep,
Yeah,
I know what you're talking about. Go
yeah.
ahead.
Great Christianity, good community, good people, but just kind of not what I grew up with. And I don't know why I had just kind of a calling to get back to my roots. Probably, just the foundation I had from my family. And
Yeah.
but anyways, I had like a full-blown spiritual awakening in 2019, and then COVID hit, and I just went into a depression. And I even had to take a break from watching your shows. And
Yeah, I'm
it's
not
just
laughing at you. People tell me that a lot, which I don't blame you, honestly. I'm
yeah.
telling you, he made me where I can do this stuff, but like all the
For
time.
sure,
But
for
that's where
sure.
I
I tell that to my wife all the time. I'm like, KJ is so strong. He has the strongest testimony to be able to see this stuff all the time and still just continue plugging away. It's really, truly a blessing, and we need it, man. I mean, there's so many people that need to be aware of that, how the adversary operates, and I really appreciate it.
Thanks, man.
And to be honest, I wish I kind of wouldn't have taken a break because my dad was having some heart problems, and right after the poison came out, I had a chance to go up and visit my parents, and they kind of, they were boomers, in their 80s, and they were
Yep.
like what Scipio was saying, the older generation, kind of like his parents. So you go from an Orthodox to a Mormon. Interesting conversation tonight.
It's great. I love it.
But
I love it.
I know, right?
Yep,
And we
great.
all get along.
We
That's
do.
the best thing. The whole chat, we all get along. And that's what Christ will do for all of us. I think
Oh yeah.
that's kind of something that I want to bring up is oftentimes I'll see some judgment in the chat. I'm just like, look, y'all, we need to be praying for these people, like,
Yeah.
and especially each other. We all come from different backgrounds and different places on the planet, and let's come together. This is a chance to see the evil but share the glory. But so yeah,
Beautiful.
I ended up going against. I prayed about it for weeks, and I knew it wasn't right. But I was finally convinced by an older sibling, and kind of told by my mom, like, you shouldn't come. And I couldn't go up there and lie to my mom, but like literally, I got handed the passport, and the lady at the pharmacy came back to, you know, perform the jab, and
boy.
I was about to run out, man. My conscience, like I just felt it. But I prayed before I went in. I said, Heavenly Father, I'm doing this for my parents. You know, please don't let this kill me, because I just felt that strongly about it. But within about 2 to 3 minutes, I felt like I had a metal BB rolling around in my wrist, and within, I don't know, maybe 6 hours, I couldn't get out of bed. I couldn't think straight. I felt like I'd been hit by a truck. I could not move. It completely ruined my trip to Utah. I assumed my whole family thought I was on drugs again. Just for the first time in my life.
Would they not accept that it was a V injury, or?
Again, it's right when it first came out.
Oh, right.
And
Okay, I got you.
so
it's fresh.
They didn't, yeah, it was fresh. They accepted it, but I don't know if they believed it, again, because of my history. I was the psychedelic sheep in the family. And so they, you know, they had known me for so long as kind of that, you know, that problem child, that I just assumed I was in such a bad state that, you know, I just assumed that they thought I was up to something. But yeah, so after I got home from vacation and was just depressed, for the first time in my life, I was even suicidal, because I'm a full-time caregiver. My wife has a legitimate chronic pain condition that has an 80% suicide attempt rate. It's called complex regional pain syndrome, CRPS.
Wow.
And I just felt like I can't even take care of myself. How am I going to take care of my wife? And yeah, for the first time in my life, I started thinking about ending it. And I reached out to a ward member that I didn't really know all that well, but I felt comfortable enough to talk to him. You know, when you get around the right people, you feel their spirit, and you're just like, okay, like, even though I've only talked to this guy twice, I felt like calling him up, and he's like, Mike, why haven't you asked for a blessing? And I'm like, man, I don't know. I could have had my dad and my brothers do it. You know, I never thought about it. I've been so lost and so scared and so afraid and thinking I'm going to die and not being able to think straight. So I ended up, his son, he was out of town. He was in Kansas, and he called up his son and 2 other gentlemen from my local ward, and they came over that day, probably about an hour after I got off the phone with him. And I looked them all in the eyes, and I said, one at a time, and I said, do you believe that Jesus can heal me? And they all looked me right in the eyes and said yes, and I believed it as well. And they pulled out some oil that had been consecrated for healing and administering to the sick and afflicted, and put it on the crown of my head and blessed it. And then all 3 of them put their hands on my head. And KJ, I felt God for the first time in my life.
Love it.
Like, physically, spiritually, emotionally, it felt like the sun started to shine and rise inside of me. And I've had plenty of spiritual experiences where you just get that warm, fuzzy, beautiful thing when you just know it's truth. This was another level. This was literally felt like as if Christ had joined my body spiritually, and the fear was gone. The brain fog, 95% gone. Immediately knew I needed to go to the doctor and get my blood drawn. And the pain in my wrist went away for the most part, but I can still feel it whenever it's around my cell phone or a microwave. So I may still have a Hydra in me, but I'm not scared anymore. I know that God is with me. Yeah, I know that God is with me. And I share this because I know there's others out there listening
I'm really
to you.
glad you're sharing it. I'm really glad you are.
I'm telling you, it almost took my life. Yeah, it almost took my life. And I'm saying that just like, God can heal us. If we have faith and we pray, and if you need to find others around you that have that same belief, then do it. Search for those people and pray together, and God can heal you. And yeah, it happened for me. And when I went and had my blood work done, I found out my testosterone was at 67. And so I've been on T therapy now for about 1.5 years, almost 2 years.
Feel
and
a lot better, don't you?
Oh, way better. Yeah, 100% better. I mean, I have to fight off women in my dreams all the time because I still have my same morals in my dreams. It's a whole new challenge, but yeah, I feel amazing. I'm gaining weight for the first time in years, and I'm active in the church, and I constantly seek to share the gospel and Christ's message with others all the time. And yeah, I feel
Love it.
extremely blessed, and I'm
Doing
able to
great.
watch your entire show without freaking out and thinking,
There you
that
go.
I'm not going to make it. So,
That's great, man. Man, I'm so glad you
um,
shared that testimony, man. I know people needed to hear that. I love it.
God is good,
Good. Yeah, they
and
got to know they got hope
Christ is,
still.
yeah, definitely. And so I wanted to share that, and then I wanted to ask you a personal favor.
Sure.
I love your random thoughts at the beginning, but I also think just a few doom breaks is what you call them, a
Yeah.
few positive stories or a few testimonies to kind of get the show started. And then also at least 5 minutes at the end of your shows, some positive, uplifting testimonies or happy stories. I think that would really help your shows for people, because mental health is a big challenge right now. A lot of us are really scared with what's going on. We're seeing stuff pushed so hard that I feel like it would really help your show. And again, you've been doing this for over a decade, so I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I
No,
just felt
because
impressed to tell you that I really feel it would help bring more in to get started, because a lot of Christians would instantly get into your show and see all this doom stuff and not handle it. But if you started off as like, okay, look, here's some testimonies, and then let's show you what the adversary or the beast is up to, and then again end it off on a light note that allows us to have, okay, we got this, let's go out and spread the good news.
yeah, so I will work on that because I've tried to, you've probably noticed, but in the show I've brought in more testimonies throughout the show and more kind of, Christian perspectives, our
I've
perspectives on
definitely noticed
things.
it.
And
Yes,
then
your
then
last
I
few shows.
good, man. So I'm
Yep.
I'm consciously doing it, and also even at the end, I always make sure I show the salvation steps to salvation and
Yep.
pray.
And your prayer. Yes, priceless. I love it, KJ.
Thanks,
It
man.
literally is, it's great. You are a gem, my
Oh
friend.
shucks, I'm
Thank
just
you.
telling. You're welcome, man. I'm just telling you that to let you know that I felt it too. So I know that. So I'm definitely thinking along those lines. I appreciate it, man, and I try to keep that in mind. Not everybody is as cold and callous towards this stuff as I am, So I have to keep that in mind. But thank you, man. Either way, I love it, man. I appreciate it all, and testimony especially. Thank you for that.
My pleasure. Thank you. I'm going to let the rest of the group that's been waiting to speak and let others get some sleep. But it's been a beautiful Friday evening. And again, thank you, KJ, and may God continue to be with you and all of your family and fans that you have. So take care.
Shucks. You're welcome, and thank you, sir. I'll talk to you soon, Buddha.
Sounds good.
All
Bye.
right, bye-bye. All right, guys. Thanks again for your wonderful patience. Only a few more to go. I got Natalie coming up next. Hi, Natalie.
Hi.
Hey, how you doing?
Doing okay. I must say you're quite a special human being, KJ, because I certainly would not have what it takes to do this. You're going
Shucks.
on what, 4.5 hours, almost 5 hours.
Yeah.
I get
Thanks.
I stopped to talk to an acquaintance in a grocery store for like 40 minutes the other day, and I felt hungover afterward, like exhausted. I'm exhausted
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I originally was coming on with a few things I thought I'd discuss, but
Yeah.
other people say things that get my brain jogging, and
Yeah.
must say
Whatever you got.
I had a few things in common with that Jared, and he said he had schizoaffective disorder. I have schizoaffective tendencies and borderline personality disorder, which is a highly pervasive disorder.
Big time. Yeah, BPD's
So,
big time. Yep.
yes.
What do you
I
do you think
mean,
the culture's kind of fed into that too, huh? Like selfies and things like this and just kind of the me. I guess that's kind of
oh no, it's not even like that.
okay.
Do you mean that's more of narcissism, right?
Or what is the other one? Not bipolar, but I forget. There's another one I was thinking of. Sorry.
That's
Go ahead.
Well, I'm not sure what you think of, but
Oh,
borderline person.
borderline personality. Yeah,
Yeah,
in
there
some
is.
cases, borderline personality, they like they're hypersexual, right? And things like this. Am I wrong
Well,
or
that can be when you're
okay.
not like in a good place, and when a person's using, you know, bad things to try to cope or distract themselves, or also that might stem from the instability of self, of a sense of self.
Right.
You
And then
know, people could jump around trying to find like, who am I?
and also is it have there's also, and I could be wrong, so but another part of borderline personality, isn't it something to do in relationships, like they have a hard time being uh turned down or broken up with or something? Is that
Well,
that's a whole
yes,
okay.
there's idealization and devaluation, in which case the self can get lost in the other, the self being the one with the disorder can become lost in the other. I mean, this is all when one does not have mindfulness. That is the key. That is why so much time is spent focusing on mindfulness in dialectical behavioral therapy, which I just did 2 years of.
Wow.
But so, and then there's the so about the self being lost in the other, where the identity becomes synonymous with the other. So if the other does things that make the self happy, the self can also be viewed as good because the other is viewed as good. If the other does things that makes, the self unhappy, then well, the self must also be bad because the other is bad. Really twisted.
Mhm.
And it's amazing to see, when you do take dialectical behavioral therapy, because it's mostly just a class. You're like learning about yourself and about your brain, about the human brain and like human, personality, how it works, specifically for folks with BPD, because it's so unique. And
Wow.
I wonder myself about like a lot of these things. Like, where does the line between mental illness and the demonic begin? Because someone
That's
might
a
see
great
someone say
question.
that person's possessed. Someone says, no, I know that person. That person has this. That person's crazy. Well, that's very black and white thinking of them. That's what we learn not to do in DBT. Both things can be true at the same time. You know.
That is a
Um.
great question, though. Wow,
Yeah.
because I have a cousin. He's passed now, unfortunately. It was a few years ago, but we were
Mhm.
close. He even followed me out to Los Angeles, lived with me out there for a little while, and but he suffered from schizoaffective disorder, and it was even on
Mm.
medication, and he even got like disability payments. So he wound up just kind of traveling. That's what was a lot his life was, and he was a really gifted musician, and just a really interesting guy. But he did have it pretty bad, and he wouldn't take his medication, and he would tell me like the things that he was hearing and experiencing. It was pretty wild. But
Mhm.
that's what I always wondered, though. Even I never asked him about this, but I always wondered about that just personally. Like, where is that line? Because sometimes
Mhm.
not just him, but others that I'd seen, like online, to see in interviews and stuff. But there's always seems to be a demonic component, always, or an angel, or
Mhm.
God is there, or it's Jesus. Like,
Mhm.
there's oftentimes there's that kind of that experience. So yeah, there's something there, right?
Right. Can't
It's
just be for
interesting.
no reason that that's present, not just a coincidence.
Yeah. Maybe
Mhm.
there are people who are just a little bit more in tune with that, with the Lord and with, the spirit realm or whatever. I mean, seriously,
Yes.
maybe they are,
Yeah.
and that does make them stand out and seem quote weird, to people in the world, normie type people. I mean,
Yes. And it could make one think, like, I went through this myself. So where am I going to find answers that I need? In the church or with a therapist? And well, again, it doesn't have to be one or the other. Like you say, there's the source. Take what you need. Take what's working. Um, mindfulness again is the key, because with that and discernment and experience, it takes time as you're going through these to see how one will manifest differently than the other. There might be additional symptoms, and it just requires, one has to put the time and the focus into understanding themselves when it's that complicated, or you just don't know what's happening. Like you said, you'll be out and you'll be feeling what others are feeling almost more than they are before they even know what they
I know what that
quite
is. Yeah.
understand what they're going through, and that's kind of a big situation with me. That can be hard to deal with if you're not, you know, key discernment, right?
Do you have a nice quiet like place at your home, like that's nice and quiet, you can get away from everything and you can recharge? Do you have a good place to go for that?
Oh, well, see, not really, but what I've learned is like you have to have that place inside yourself.
There you
You
go.
have to find a
Okay.
way to access it because you don't know where you're going to be and what's going to be happening, right?
Yeah.
Like you might not have the opportunity to go if you have a certain place.
Yeah, that's good. I like it.
Um,
Interesting. Go ahead. What else? What else you got for us?
Oh, well, let's see. Also, Jared had mentioned generational curse.
Yes.
I believe that's something that I'm dealing with. I believe I'm the first in my family and however many generations to try to be the one to change that. Now, what was mentioned in this discussion was that like something big has to happen for that curse to be present. Like, what was it? Molestation, I believe the person mentioned.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't know that to be the case. I never experienced anything like that. From my understanding, my experience is the father who basically raised me while my mom was working was just like a really like horrible human being. Like he's one of those people who, curses God every other word
Ooh,
or every
rough.
other sentence. Yeah, pretty
Yeah.
gross. Even grosser is right now due to certain circumstances. Long story, won't get into all of that. You've been talking to a lot of people for a long time. I am living in this house with him. And I'm
Oh,
with
okay. That's why you don't have a place you can go recharge. I got you. I got you. Okay.
Well, no, even if I did have, when I do, I'm working on it. Long story. Again, it still holds true that I have to be able to have that self, and
Inside. Yeah.
that place inside self. I
I like
recommend
it.
it to others too.
Yeah, you got it. It's good.
Yeah. But so the generational curse, one of my favorite quotes of the Bible, I'll just paraphrase real quick. Like, you shall have no other gods before me, for I am a jealous God, visiting the iniquities of the father upon the children. Let's see, visiting the iniquities of the father unto the children, upon the children, unto the third and fourth generations of them that hate me. Pardon me, I'm very tired. And
That's okay. It's my fault. I'm sorry. I'm the
I
one
am
should be
so
apologizing.
I'm so proud of myself for sticking through this. Like it's hard for me to even watch this much content at once, let alone be here,
Oh,
present,
good. Well,
listening,
thank you.
calling in. This is great.
Yeah, I'm glad you did.
Well, not to mention, I was quite nervous at first. For most of my life, I couldn't stand the sound of my voice. Like my first best friend played for me a recording. I left, a voice message. And I couldn't
Oh, yeah. Isn't
stand
that
it, so I
weird?
would never leave voice messages. I never wanted to hear my voice. So you tell me what I sound like. I don't
No,
really
you
know.
sound great to me.
All right, awesome. I got a big laugh out of when that guy was telling the story of his dream. He's fallen from the plane, the child's still on the plane. You're like, oh, that's awful. Or finally I can get some sleep. Man, I got a queen size bed, but my toddler will still kick me out of it each night.
Oh boy.
One of the things I've been struggling with is like getting a sense of self back and a sense of freedom back, because like I decided, her father and I, even though we live separately, rightfully so, has to be that way. Too bad for Verity. She really loves us both and wants both of us together. But okay, I'm totally rambling now, KJ, and I'm going a little fast.
You're all right. Go ahead, Natalie.
Well, what was I saying? Okay, now.
About your daughter wants both y'all to be together.
Oh, well, no, that's where I get to rambling and I lose my train of thought.
I can relate.
Yeah.
But that's all right.
So,
No problem. Go ahead.
yes, I really needed a break. We're doing like the parenting style of attachment style parenting. The benefit of this is those children tend to have less behavioral problems than their
Yeah.
peers, which me and her father were both known for. So, the downside is it's easy to lose a sense of self, which unfortunately I already have a disorder that has it as part of the symptoms. So it's really been
Yeah.
like clinging to sanity and praying.
Well, it sounds like you're doing real good, I think. It sounds like you got a grip on it.
Thanks. And a miracle kind of did happen a little bit, like just a week and a half ago. My daughter started finally napping with her father and being able to nap, being able to spend the night with him for the first
Good.
time in 3 years.
Well, good.
It's weird to get used to. Like right now, I'm here in our bed, surrounded by her awesome stuff and her artwork. Her presence
Aw.
is missed and felt when it's gone. It's like
There you go.
um. So so I'm gonna try not to ramble anymore and jump right into what I was originally gonna talk about, which we
Okay.
touched on just slightly already. So I've been having trouble with the honor thy father and thy mother thing. You might have some insights on this for me because you apparently have a good relationship with your parents.
Yeah, but I'll tell you this much. Like here's something that when I came back to America from Costa Rica, I didn't want to come back. I mean, when I left, I was planning on still doing my shows and videos, of course, but just from out there. I never wanted to come back and live here again. I was finished with America. But America wasn't finished with me. So I had to come back. When I came back to my home state, which is Oklahoma, and my mom and dad are here. And they've been married like 40 something years, still very much in love, very beautiful, wonderful people. But, I left here when I was maybe 20 to go to the military. So I left pretty much as soon as I could. I got an apartment when I was 18, worked, at Love's Country Store for a couple years and left. And so I was gone most of my adult life. I've never really been here. I'd come visit a couple times a year, and that's been my experience with my folks. So I was faced with, do I do what I want to do, which is leave this country again and never come back? Maybe come back for visits, but never come back. That's really what I wanted to do. I wanted to go to Peru or Brazil was my next stop. But or do I do the right thing, which is what we're talking about, honoring your mother and father? And I believe this is the right thing, and stay here, while because they're in their 80s too, and stay here and be there for them because they do need me, man. I go help them move stuff and whatever else, man. So, so
Yeah.
that's it. It's giving up
Oh,
what
that's great.
like your selfish desires to do what's the right thing.
Oh, that's great. See, that's what I kind of wanted to start with wondering what was meant by the word honor, because I wonder if it was translated in a way that's kind of excluding a big part of what, you know,
Yeah,
the meaning that was
perhaps.
originally held by the original word
Perhaps.
there.
I just
Because,
know Go ahead.
oh,
No, I'm
because
sorry.
I was worried I wasn't doing that. I wasn't honoring them. But then I thought, like, maybe certain people shouldn't be honored. I mean, is honoring them doing what they ask of you? In that case, I would have aborted my child. That was the first thing my mom told me to do. These are the
Yeah.
kind of people,
Yeah.
that they are. So, but I do what you had mentioned, like, to care for them. Care for their home, help them maintain it.
Help them, yeah.
Um,
Be a helper to them
I,
because they were a helper for us when we were little, so let's return the
yeah,
favor.
yes. In fact, I'm kind of thinking into the future when they cannot move around. I need to, because I've sinned a lot in the past. There's, God will give you a blessing, but like for it to come all through to full fruition, like there are these tests along the way. Like if I can do this, if I really mean business and I can make it through this and that and the other, doing the right thing, then I will have, proved myself. And although I don't see myself being floated up to the sky in the harpazo, I think I've probably done too many awful things. Um, Maybe there'll be a place for me
You'll be
when
okay.
I die battling like for Christ on earth. I might be
Yeah,
left behind. It'll be
no,
horrible. I'll fight for him. I'll die, and maybe there's a place for me in heaven.
Oh, you'll be okay. You've got him. You'll be all right.
All right.
But Natalie,
I'll
but
take
thanks
your word
though.
for it.
Yeah, you'll be all right. No, it's good. It's good though. I appreciate you sharing all that. Is there anything else you want to share with us?
I don't. It's getting kind of long as it is. There were a few other things, but everyone's tired.
No, it's okay. I mean, if you want to go ahead, I'll give you a couple more minutes if there's something you just want to throw out there real quick.
Ooh, real quick. Well, the next thing I was just talk about was the struggle of mothers. You know, people hear stories of like a mom drives a car into a river with herself and children inside and they all die, and people say, oh, so horrible, how could something like this happen? I don't understand. But I wonder how many people that mother said to, like, I wonder how many people she's told, like, I can't do this, this is too much for me, I need help, and how many people actually helped, and then things like that end up happening. I'm as like an empath and exploring what are the conditions that cause a person to do what they do. That
Yeah.
abyss has opened up before me, and I peered inside, and I understand. And so I think people need to put on their empathy caps when they go out,
Yeah.
and when they look at families and mothers, and we just really need to try to help each other in any way we can.
Yeah, it's true. No, that's a good point. I mean, and it's not always the case, but since I've been looking into all this stuff for so many years, I've learned a lot. And one thing I've learned is that there are literally monsters amongst us that look like us. They really are. They're evil from when they come in, and they're evil to when they leave, and they're here to destroy. There is some of that. The scariest ones are people who aren't like that naturally, but they become that. The system turns them into that. Anyway, on that heavy note, I'll bid you adieu. No, I really. But
Okay.
no, but
Good
Natalie,
night.
no, really. But yeah, hey, it's nice talking to you. Thank you so much, and you're something else, man. I appreciate you. Have a good night. Okay.
Thank you. You're a special human too. Good night.
Thanks. Bye bye. All right, guys. Desert Trance, Ronald and Little Nike. Thanks, guys. Desert Trance is up next.
Hello.
Hey, Desert Trance.
How you doing? I'm just resituating real quick.
No, you're okay. Go ahead. It's nice to talk to you, man. I always see we've been friends on here for a long time.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I can't. I was trying to recollect how the algorithm put me on your channel, but yeah, it's been well over a decade. It feels like, and
yeah,
catch up.
Thanks. No, I appreciate you, man, being around so long, and it's been quite the journey.
Yeah,
we've seen so much.
Wow, my goodness! I still remember the eve of the COVID mess, and my brother-in-law actually works for a state representative, and we got a phone call, with like a 12-hour head start about all the shutdowns coming, and I made the phone call to everybody.
I just lost your audio, Desert Trance. I know you're still setting it up there.
Okay, 1 second.
Okay.
My phone's fighting with Wi-Fi, so I just went to cellular, so it might click me around a little bit, but is it better?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Anyways, just from the main point being just how fast the ripcord effect has been, and just all the bullshit that's still, I don't know. I mean, I'm in a fairly big city in the sense of seeing.
You're seeing the worst of it then, man.
Yeah, Salt Lake.
You're seeing the worst of it.
Yeah, bad and good. Do you know what I mean? Like in the sense of it's the separation of I don't want to say the gullible, but the easily led. And I've always been one to kind of fight the system or kind of question from my youth, from like being 10, 11, 12. I mean, to kind of don't touch that pan, it's hot. It'll take me a second
Yep.
time to realize, you know what, you're right, that is, it's burning my hand. I need to back off a little bit.
Yeah, I can relate.
But I've never ever walked into a doctor's office and ever felt he had all the answers. You know,
Yeah.
like the saying of "don't meet your heroes," which I have a
Right.
few of them. It's normal people with nasty messes in their lives, but there's a beautiful facade that's presented so they can sell a product or play a basketball game, or I don't know. It's a very interesting thing to be at this precipice where I'm 43, and I mean I remember the day Smells Like Teen Spirit came out.
Yeah, right. Sorry, Desert. Lost you again. Just your audio. You still lost your audio. Sorry, Desert. I'm waiting on you. I know you'll figure it out. How are you guys doing? I'll say hi to the audience. Still going 646 strong. That's great. Thanks, guys. I hope you guys doing good. Staying awake. All right, Desert Trance. Are you back? Sorry, man. I'm still not hearing you on my side. But I'm in no rush, so I'll let you work on it.
Can you hear me now, KJ?
Yeah, there you are.
Okay. Sorry about that. I don't know what's going on.
That's okay.
I went from starting at the house, taking the kids to the park, coming back, dinner, put them in bed, and now I'm having streaming problems. I don't think I've had any all night.
Oh, great.
I'm by my but no, I mean the bottom more or less just like Jay Dyer was kind of earlier in the show, and he had a recommendation on some of these older movies. Like I've always had a thing for Terry Gilliam and
yeah,
Brazil. I just recently rewatched some of that.
Time Bandits.
Yeah, but I don't know Time Bandits so well. That's one I have in my queue to watch again because I'm just kind of reliving these older shows. But Brazil, like just this sense of dread of the big tech oligarchs watching our every move. And I mean, one of the main issues is Tuttle and Buttle. They make a mistake on a guy's record and come take away a family man. He ends up dying in the prison, and they try to come apologize to the wife and give her money as to recompensate. Like literally what's happening with these people in the sticky, you know what I mean? Just unreal.
Yeah, they were ahead of their time, Monty Python for sure.
Yeah,
and all those guys now have been speaking out against wokeism and things like that when I see them, so that's cool. I don't know if they have Jesus. In fact, they probably don't, which is a bummer. But I don't know. It's hard to say. I think I lost you again. Yeah, man. I'm sorry, Desert. I lost your audio again, man.
Huh.
Okay, there you go. Now you're back.
With you being in the industry, though, I feel I mean, like there's a very dark spirit controlling that whole Hollywood scene.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, I was out there. I was out there for a matter of years, and but I never broke through into anything big. But I was around some weird stuff. I had a friend who was a documentary filmmaker, and he wanted to go to the house where the Manson house. That's where we went. So I went with him to the Manson house up in the Hollywood Hills because he wanted to do a documentary there on the guy that lived there because there's hauntings there that are regular. And so we were there. But anyway, as we were leaving, the doorbell rang, and as we're walking out, in comes like 4 people, look like witches. They're all dressed in black. One of them literally has a crystal ball in her hand. They have all these little trinkets and stuff. And the guy that lived there asked if we wanted to stay. They were going to do a seance. And I told my buddy I didn't want to stay outside. I was like, I'd rather not stick around for this. He goes, man, this might be kind of cool. I was like, no, I don't want to be around for this. But I'd see little stuff like that from time to time, but nothing, Anyway, enough about me, but go ahead.
No, it definitely, I mean, to the bottom line is that presence had a little bit of control. I actually feel they've always had a lot of control from the very beginning. They're just showing their face a lot more.
Yeah, it's becoming a lot more obvious now. And it's wonderful because, like I said, I've been watching for a long time, and I remember putting stuff up years ago about Illuminati, and people, every other comment's how you're stupid and it's dumb, and then I saw that completely changed where it became an industry. I mean, people like Vigilant Christian were making 10 grand a month off YouTube videos. I mean, seriously. Yeah, it got crazy there for a while, and then it just completely got destroyed. So, and now we're all just kind of in different little pockets here and there.
It's interesting, the tribalism, yeah, for sure, because to continue to do this, it's not nowhere near as profitable as it was before they started laying down the hammer, about 7 years ago.
Yeah, about 5-6 years ago when I got demonetized myself. But yeah, it's probably about 7 years ago when it really started. It's just crazy, man. But you know what? Some of us are still able to stick around. I've been grateful, very grateful to the people because I'm still around, and there's still a few others stragglers hanging out there here and there. But Will Casey's still at it. Into the Stars is still at it. Jacob Israel's still out there.
Face like the sun.
Face like the sun. Still, some of the old school folks are still out there.
For me, I thought it was very interesting how nonchalant you were about presenting yourself on Subscribestar, because it was quite the event in our little home. Like,
oh, really? Cool.
My little 8-year-old son was like, "Oh my gosh, it's KJ!" And my girlfriend, like, we were all just, it was fun. It was like a fun way to kind of put a face with the name and just, I don't know, very interesting. Like, I'm intrigued. Like, it wasn't even a thing in the comments. Like, Tamara didn't make an announcement, nothing. It was just there.
Hey, there he is. See, that's what I wanted it to be. I mentioned it earlier, and I figured I'd eventually kind of say something on one of the shows. It's no big deal but I'm not going to make a video saying, "Hey guys, I showed my face." It's just, something, it's that time, and I figured it'd be nice to do for you guys. And I'm going to do it again this week. I'm doing a giveaway there, so I'm going to actually go on camera and show you guys this stuff that I'm going to be giving away. But I look forward to that. It's just my way of saying thanks. One way I can say thanks to the people, But anyway, man, I'm glad you shared that, because I wondered how people took it. I really don't know, I was like, I just showed myself. Hopefully that went well,
It was like Nicholson. Do you remember when Nicholson first showed his face too? It's just like, oh, cool. You know what I mean? To put a face with the name is not the end of the world, or it's not big epiphany, but it's like, cool, there's my brother.
There you go. Exactly. Yeah, that's funny. I just talked to Nicholson not long ago. People ought to hopefully pray for him. I'm not trying to put him on the spotlight or anything, but he's lost his folks and he's been struggling a little bit. So yeah, he's been needing some prayers.
He stepped away from the work too, right? I don't see anything new from him. I see posts on Facebook, but I don't see videos like he used to do.
I think he's healing still. So
when he said it all, he's nailed everything we're going through right now.
Right?
The main, the technology in the bloodstream and taking over. Like, when I was a child, I was so into William Gibson, cyberpunk.
Oh yeah.
And jacking in, like they showed in The Matrix, was a big thing in the books, and I was just so tickled by that. And I was in the prime time of well, we grew up in the best time with the comics, the video games.
Yeah, man. Seriously, the pop culture.
Yeah, or like Wolverine, right? And in these books, you'd read Shadowrun. The dragons came back, the trolls came back, but everyone was cybernetically enhanced. So any weakness you have, like as a 12-year-old boy, you're like, oh man, I'll have blades in my hands, I'll have lasers out of my eyes, I can see through walls, I'll be a headhunter or an assassin, And then it amazed me though, as you become closer to God and you become a man, of course, you realize what a facade that is. Like, what bullshit it is. Like, if Apple, not even Microsoft, both of them, they can't even write computers that will last forever like a Toyota pickup truck will. And they need to be constantly updated by design. Constantly. Yeah, it's what is it? Planned obsolescence is what they call it. I mean, can you imagine trusting these guys with anything in your body? Oh my gosh!
Exactly.
Like, I don't. Black sheep, I've been many times, and I'm fine being it. But it's like, I don't know, going with the crowd. I've been lucky at a young age to understand where it never matters to. I remember one time sitting at my job in the mall at a jewelry store, watching this big group of 14 friends, like 14, 15 kids, just hanging out and just being a little bit jealous. Like, oh man, how cool it'd be to have a big crew of friends like that. And I could see the little breakdowns. I could see, oh, you can tell those two are hating that on that
Yeah.
guy. Those guys don't get along. You can tell. It's just like, and I do have groups of friends like that. It's
Yeah.
just the way it's perceived by other people, when they see us walk in, type of thing. Where in truth, like, I've tried to tell my daughter this, and I don't know, like, two sayings, like in real life, you'll be able to count on your hand the true friends, and you'll be lucky if you can lift up more than one or two fingers and they're not family. It's
Yeah, that's
very
true.
People are so fickle, you know what I mean? And I'll be there for you, dude, whatever happens when things go down. Like, I've had stuff go down with law, and everybody was cutting everyone's throats and cutting deals. It was a
Of
nasty thing.
course.
And then the second thing, like, I tried it just recently with her. She's at college right now, and she had an issue with friends and this. And I go, with a lover, with a brother, a mother, a sister, an employer, an employee, a friend, if there's no respect, get the hell out. You know what I mean?
Big
That's
time.
the worst thing you can do, is just set yourself up like that. And as a crass old 43-year-old guy, I guess I can more clearly.
Yeah.
And like
No,
the
it's
last,
good, because if she's a sweet person, which I imagine she is,
yeah,
we got to remember that, like, in school, they should be teaching kids about narcissists and psychopaths and things like that. Honestly, and understand that we have to live with these things. They're all around us, and especially as little kids, man, oh boy, you get
why they
around.
don't,
Yeah, some of
KJ,
these little kids are just monsters.
why they don't teach that, KJ?
Why? Because they are those.
They are the teachers. You show it every single week. These women sleeping with kids. Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, even the men too. I mean, it's a mess. And like, COVID, my son had the most beautiful class. Like, I had never seen a class, his second grade. I think it would have been first grade, actually. Because preschool, he walked in the very first day. He grabs this little paddle to play in the sand, and I see this kid look right at him, and he wanted his. And I go, these two are gonna have problems all year. And
Yeah,
they did.
there you go.
And the next year, first grade, he walked in one day 15 minutes late, and the whole class is, Leono, you're here. Oh, yeah. Just the love, just pure love. I've never seen a group of, like, 18, 20 kids in such unison. So beautiful.
Good. That's good to
And
hear.
COVID came and smashed that, right?
Yeah.
And then my Salt Lake, they were so good to us. They told us that for my safety, for my own child, they would quarantine him from me. Like,
Dang.
I mean, that was
It's madness.
you'll never see my child again. And we found a very beautiful it's a homeschooling program called Classical Conversations. It's Christian based, and just such a beautiful thing. I mean, just a beautiful little community, and like to know there's alternatives. Like, two of your guests tonight, it blew me away to hear the one talk about his mom getting the sticker, and all she did was ask. All she did was pray, and I goes, that hit me. You know what I mean? Because I forget so much just to ask. I'm so bullheaded. I'm so.
Oh, really? Yeah, man, definitely.
I just can do it myself. I have to do it myself. I forget sometimes. You know what I mean? I'm always thankful. Thanks. I always give. Thank you so much for this day. Thank you for my health. Thank you for my children. But the point, like, I don't know if it's a worthy thing. Like, I don't deserve to ask for that. Right?
I know what you mean. I think we all struggle with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the other blessing, you know what I mean? Oh my gosh, like to me, with what you share with us, it's bona fide. It's written in stone that it's evil, right?
Yeah.
And it's amazing to think that people have had to do it, or felt they needed to, or bullied to, and did, and there's still a way out.
Yeah, always. That's why I try not to demonize, even Illuminati artists and stuff. I don't sit there and throw hate on Gaga and people like that. They're destined for hell, man. These are people you shouldn't be mocking and pointing fingers at. It's like, pray for them and wish that or hope that they can turn around, because you don't want anyone to go there. That's not cool. And these are people who are living proudly in this world and got all the little goodies and trinkets they want, and money, and it's just, and we're watching them, and it's not cool, man. I don't like throwing hate on all these people, because they're destined for hell. They're already done, so you should pray for them. Anyway,
like
go ahead.
scripturally, like As I'm horrible with scripture too, but if you mislead just one soul, like how heavy that is in God's eyes, you know what I mean? Let alone
Yeah.
children. Oh gosh, like I don't know. I don't having my own. I've never. I cannot imagine how this. What is it? They're allowing the idea that it's natural for them to have an attraction to it and stuff. It's like, oh, this is
So
the
wait, you're not.
upside down.
So wait, you're not going to be taking your kids to Drag Queen Story Hour?
If I go to anything drag, I might break someone's jaw, brother. You know what I mean? I'm sick of this. Sorry, I got
That's
the
okay.
highway patrol's quad going by. I'm sorry about that.
That's okay, man.
But yeah,
But-
it's infuriating. You know what I mean? Like I feel everyone's been talking about having a bad day. I feel like I've been having a bad month, man. And I get so I don't know. I got the alpha male issues, I guess, in me where it's Hulk smash type of thing.
Yeah.
And just there are so many instances with the mask thing. I cannot be forced to do something. And I said nasty things and mean things and yelling. And there's many stores I will never go spend a penny on. You know, it's
hey,
just
man,
like
that's I can understand that. Yeah, it's okay, man. I mean, the whole thing was infuriating, and it's meant to be. You know,
Yeah,
and
exactly. So
yeah,
true.
it's meant to be.
Like the way we look as Americans when that thing, that clone, that voodoo mask, whatever they're doing with that thing.
Yeah, whatever that is, whatever CGI creation. I don't know.
It's so weird, but
It
like to
is.
me,
It is.
like
It's fascinating.
it's so bizarre. Like the footage of the neck, you know what I mean? And
right, then it looked like a mask, and then there's an Illuminati card for that, which is fascinating. And then there's the time his nose was falling over to the side when his mask fell off his face. Unbelievable. And I've seen demon slits in his eyes. I've shown you guys all this stuff. Yeah, it's just
yeah.
Then his eyes were all black at the one behind Obama. I mean, the whole thing is just nuts, man. But I think that's the stuff I get excited for, is the crazy stuff. It's like, oh, cool, you know.
Yeah, same here. Like for me, the boomer thing, talking about the boomer generation and when it shifted, I'm really big into the Laurel Canyon thing being a total psyop. Like all those kids' parents were part of the government, and that big film studio that Jared Leto, I guess, owns now, where they used to do all this propaganda films, and John Wayne from Marilyn Monroe would be in there doing who knows what with what. Anyway.
There's a guy that wrote a really good book about that. Jay Dyer's covered him. I can't remember the guy's name though.
Yeah, I'm totally on the same vein with you. In that book, I do have, and I've read it. And so when it's laid out like that, man, when there's a roadmap like that, it's undeniable.
That guy is so good. Yeah, he died. He was a construction worker. Did you know that?
He lived in Laurel Canyon. He was a teenager through all that. That's why he has so much substance and such a say in there. He saw the whole thing happen around him.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting.
And that's where it's where the tread hits the road, so to speak, because this guy's not a grandstander. He's not Alex Jones telling you to buy his vitamins. He was just, this is what I saw. Here's all the papers. Here's all the dates. Here's all the names. Here's who they knew. Here's who they're related to. Like a lot of truth, I feel you can find just by following money and family bloodlines.
Oh yeah,
you know,
yeah,
it's right to the root of it. Another one, I don't know if you've really gone down. That's kind of, I don't know, excited me when I first got into it, and it was an interesting thing to look with and see it with your own eyes and be like, oh my gosh, how did I not see it? And then when you see it, it was so eerie to me. It freaked me out for a while. But they switched out Paul McCartney in '66.
Oh yeah,
so
Fall, Faul, Fall McCartney. Yeah.
Well, and it's more to that. Like Billy Shears was, he's Vivian Stanshall, and he's part of a Dadaist band called the Bonzo Doodah Band. And man, you look at this footage of the guy, and just you look at his child. Number one, like before Vivian went through all the surgeries and modifications and hair dyes and stuff, you can see tit for tat as his face got longer. Part of a lyric in a Beatles song, and just I don't want to sound like the crazy guy, but like Seja Quay, He's a calm presenter. He goes by facts. He goes by dates, and it's like, holy cow! And that's when they kind of twisted the whole world into sex, drugs, and rock and roll. You know, the second Paul McCartney was a big part of the Monterey Fest. The Beatles didn't play there, but he put a lot of money into it and helped. And there's a lot of these kickoff ceremonies, and that was one of the big kickoff ceremonies to kind of
That's
introduce
interesting. Because
Crowleyism.
yeah, I don't doubt it, because I've seen some stuff on exactly what you're talking about. I never covered
Yeah.
it in a video or anything, but what was the
Yeah.
name of this guy that's doing this, that covered it? I'll have to look him up.
Sage Aquay is amazing, and he's an artist himself, and like he's got dates on Rubber Soul. He goes, it's impossible. The Beatles were the first boy band, and they didn't write their own music. He did not a 1 hour thing, and like when I share it to friends and stuff, just like your the uncensored, especially the people, like their eyes glaze over when they see it's 4 hours. I'm
Yeah.
like, chores. I can see your front yard's a little beat up, buddy. Just have this going while you're working on your front yard or something.
Yeah,
because like,
that's always my approach to it. It's hard for me to do something small, even like videos. I just can't. I just so much I want to put out there, you know.
well, it's you're building a foundation. You know, what I mean, you don't want to have a weak foundation that people shoot through. And you go, well, I
Yeah.
have this on a file right here, but I didn't have the time for it. So it's like, give it all and take it in bite-sized bits. I mean, there's a thing
Yeah.
called pause. You know,
There you
like,
go.
pause and come back. So I don't know. To me, it's amazing how all that stuff ties in, though. Like that. That's when we started leaving. I mean, multiple partners were a big thing in the 70s.
Oh yeah, 60s, 70s, Age of Aquarius, sexual
Kin-
revolution.
Well, Kinsey, that piece of garbage right there.
Kinsey.
You know, that sexual molester. Just
Big
my
time.
gosh, like that. And he's a god to these guys. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just like Crowley. You know what I mean? Like, come on, study Crowley for like read 2-3 pages of him, and it'll make your stomach turn. What that thing? What a creature he
True.
was. Like
Oh yeah,
disgusting.
that
And these
was
worship him. You know?
yeah, that was the Jack Parsons stuff was really interesting too. Well,
Yeah.
actually, Desert Trance, I hate to rush you off, but I
No.
got one more guy after you, man. Is there anything else that you wanted to share with us?
Oh, let me see a couple of things.
Go ahead. Yeah, I don't want to rush you. I just want to.
Oh, I thought, to me, and I think you've touched on this, the whole climate change issues and Elon Musk being some savior. And like one of the main things that I thought was I love these little communities. Like, I guess, like, I don't do TikTok, but Instagram, I'll get a lot of these like just quick memes. Like even Benny Wills does a meme show, because it's just, you can say so much through this little symbol, right?
Yeah.
The world is ruled by symbols. And Elon Musk offered how much to buy Twitter? So he's got that much capital, and like how much debt could that erase for every American, let alone like the Ukrainian stuff? And like, again, circling back to that's just all meant to infuriate us.
Mm-hmm.
These people that Biden's putting into office.
Oh yeah, it's all on purpose to demoralize us. It's like the Bolshevik Revolution. I'm going to do a video and show the Bolshevik Revolution compared to nowadays what's happening, because it's the exact same thing. And part of it's it's sexualization, it's demoralization, debauchery.
So, so beautiful. I do, and I loved one of the points. I can't remember who it was on earlier, but how the Bible, everyone, but from a time, would just hear it, because how hard it was to get books at certain times. I thought that was such a beautiful way to put it. And like another thing where I feel like guys like you and me have such a hard time reading it is like if you don't have a Hebrew, is it a word? Hebraic?
I'm not sure.
Thank you. Understanding of things. Like I was in a Bible class once, and the book Isaiah is brought up, and I'm intrigued by Isaiah, and my real name's very similar to that name. Like the teacher. Oh, sorry, I'm about to lose you.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I was figuring out why I kept losing the signal. He told me, he goes like, well, imagine if we went to the time of Isaiah, and you and me said, hey, we're gonna jump in his SUV. Make sure you grab your iPod with the MP3 player so we can listen to music. The one thing they get is jump, music, but everything else would be lost on them.
Yeah.
I've always like that's always twisted my mind, just like learning another language like Spanish. like what always got me with Spanish, there's not a direct translation. There's, oh, well, you could say it like this, but if you want to say it like this with more meaning, you can put it this way. And like to think of that biblically, like we're getting a different version, you know, of it in English, but the feeling, the meaning, the word of God, I guess, it doesn't change in its power or scope, I guess, is what my main is. I stuff like that just, I don't know, that hits home with me. That was an amazing point made. And I don't know, I think I'm about wrapped up on that. Just thought that was kind of fun to go down that hole with, you know, just learning about people's angles on the Bible, because like, yeah, I love that I come from such a different place. You know, there's all these different denomination brands, I guess. But the bottom line is like the main thing that's hurting everyone, I think, is a lack of empathy, which I think I am suffering so bad, and I don't know how to return to center. I've had a hard time lately with a lot of, I think it's like everyone, the stress, like, do I have enough food storage? Do I have enough bullets? Am I aware enough? Am I going to be able to protect these people underneath my wing that need me? I don't know. You know what I mean? Just the normal
lean on the Lord, man. I'm telling you, that's it. That's all you can do. Lean on him, and he'll take that away from you, man. You'll be all right. But Desert Chance, I better move on, man. I got one more guy after you, and then I think that's the show. But it's been good chatting with you, man. Thanks for everything, and nice to finally talk to you too.
Yeah, you're awesome, brother. Thank you so much for your work. It's selfless, a lot of stuff you do, and to put yourself out there like that, I can only imagine the amount of vitriol you get from all the different angles. So.
I could write a book, but thank you, man. I appreciate it.
You're very loved in this area. You have a great night.
Thanks, you too. I'll see you later. All right, little Nike, you are such a trooper. Are you there? Little Nike?
Can you hear me?
Yes, man. Thank you for...
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Thanks for hanging in there so long. I could hear you. There you are. I'll be quiet.
Yeah,
now.
my phone's been acting up. I don't really have a whole bunch to talk about like everyone else. I just come in really to say hey to everybody because I had the chance.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you did. Thanks for sticking around so long, though, man. That's good. I have to cut it off usually like that. Usually after so many hours, because these things can get pretty crazy. We're already going on 5.5 hours, but I'm still with you 100%.
No, I am kind of sleepy. I was like trying not to nod off, but I was like, okay, I said I was gonna join it, so I'm gonna follow through.
I'm glad you did. Is there anything else you wanted to share with us?
Nah, I can't think of nothing.
That's okay. You're too tired now.
Yeah.
That's okay. I'm glad you called in anyway. I like to talk to all of y'all I can, so I appreciate it, and thanks for listening.
No, not a problem. But yeah, I guess I'll just send you off, and I hope everybody has a blessed night.
Oh, thank you so much. Hey, take care, and it's nice talking to you. Okay, have a good night.
You too. Good talking to you too.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, guys. Wow, there we go. I guess that's a wrap. So 5.5 hours, not bad, man. First off, I just want to thank each and every one of these guests. Fantastic, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate you, man. It's always good talking to you guys. It's medicine for me as well. It's nice just to have that connection with you guys for a bit. So thank you so much, man. Wonderful. And for all of you that hung out tonight, thank you, man. Hundreds of you. Appreciate you guys hanging out in the chat this whole night and just sharing and talking and all the things you do over there, you little rascals. But it's so good to have you here. Thank you. KJ's What Happened tomorrow on KJ's What Happened YouTube channel, 2 p.m. in the afternoon. So please be there. Plenty to share with you there. And I'll just end with a little prayer. Heavenly Father, first off, as I mentioned, thank you so much for all these people that I got to talk to tonight, these friends I got to talk to and connect with. It was wonderful, Lord. Thank you. And thanks for all the people out there listening live and hanging out and talking, and for all those listening later. And I pray that these testimonies and the different conversations we had. Bless multiple people out there in any way that they can, Father, please. So thank you once again for the platforms that we can still be out here talking and reaching people. And on that note, Father, I love you. And in Jesus' name I pray. Amen. All right, you guys. Hey, let me jump over here to the chat for a second and say hello. Look at you guys. It's going crazy over here. Guys, thank you once again. Mia, Tamara, thanks so much for being here. Appreciate you. Ben Isaac, Shibu, Share Bear, J-Ma, Bacon, A. Gwen, Lord Malthus, Ducky Sauce, Jessica Huggins, Salt and Pepper. Thanks, you guys. I want to go and let you go. I'm going to go ahead and start settling in, try to get some sleep so I can do a show tomorrow. And I'll see you guys tomorrow at 2 o'clock. Thank you once again. I love doing these. It's really, really wonderful talking to each of you tonight. Thanks again. I'll talk to you tomorrow. See you then. Good night.